from the school, used to drive down on rename to rename himself to the United States. To request the speaking to raise an icon on the screen. Join my phone dial 1-669-900-6833 and enter meeting ID of 811-520-61944. Comment on the public comment portion of the agenda. Press star 9 to be recognized. The land acknowledged. The city of Berkeley recognizes that community development territory of teaching the ancestral unceded land of the Chickasaw, speaking along the ancestry, the descendants of the southern border of Boundary County. This land was a great focus of all the Oregon tribes in the water. As we begin our meeting this morning, we acknowledge and honor the original inhabitants of what documented 5,000 year history of the Harvard community at the West Berkeley Shelter, and the Ohlone people who continue to reside in this state. We recognize that Berkeley's residents have and continue to benefit from the use and occupation of this unceded stolen land since the state of Berkeley's incorporation in 1978. As stewards of this land, stewards of this the laws regulating the city of Berkeley, it's not only vital that we recognize this but also recognizes the Ohlone people of present members of Berkeley and other enslaved communities today. The agenda, item number 1, calls to order.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So I'll go ahead and start with a roll call. Chair Moore.
Present.
Vice Chair Harris.
Present.
Board Member Calvita.
Here.
Board Member Lethbridge.
Here.
Board Member Levine.
Here.
And Board Member Owens. Present, we have quorum.
Excellent. So that brings us to agenda item number 2, which is the approval of the agenda. There's a motion to approve. Right. There's a second.
Okay. Are there any objections to approving by unanimous consent? Okay, those approved by unanimous consent.
Brings us to agenda item 3, which is public comment.
Okay. So we will be beginning with any members of the public who are present and proceed with any members of the public who are joining us remotely. We currently do not have any members of the public physically present. Director Aguilar, do we have any members of the public present?
We do not, Chair Moore.
Excellent. So without any public comment, the president, we will bring this, that brings us to agenda item number 4. And this is our full day retreat program facilitated by the group. I give you the floor, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everybody. So appreciate this opportunity to work with you. I have a lot of different things that I have planned. I have hopefully done this in a way that will get you some training, provide some more context, help you continue to grow together with this board, but also think about some of the challenges and opportunities you face. It's really an interesting field, the field of civilian oversight, and I'm just really glad that we are able to do this work together. I will say a little bit about me, and then I'm going to do a little bit more, have an opportunity to meet all of you, and then really go through the detailed agenda. I know you got a copy of the agenda overview before we started. So one thing I want to acknowledge is I just flew in from Massachusetts last night, or yesterday morning. That tells you something. So I'm a little fuzzy. I'm waiting for some more caffeine, but I will be fine. You're going to energize me, and I am going to make sure that we have a good productive time together today. I also just want to take a moment to thank all the staff for their help in putting this together, for getting me out here, and also to Chair Moore and Board Member Lethbridge for meeting with me ahead of time to help frame this. So hopefully that will all work. And let me say, I guess, just a little bit about Lexi, before you, let's just do some quick introductions. We'll have one more time to talk, but if you could just say something very simple, on Brian Moore. I live in Cambridge, Massachusetts. My day job is that I am the director of the Civilian Oversight Office in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And I guess I'm here doing this work today because I was asked to come out. So I'll just go around to my left and just if people can just stay a little bit, it'll help me as well. So
Okay, so I'm Tommy. I told you, don't call me Deborah. In order to importance, I have a good birthday. And here to, well, I'm today with a couple of stamps out in San Francisco and all of the very place with Mr. Tate. He grew up in the last years in the house here. It's my son's and I have 2 sons. I have a granddaughter who's 6 and I have a son who's 16. I'm a former public defender, public messenger in my career. That's all I've been doing for 46 years. And I thought because of that, it's just in the new organization, I wasn't part of the former research convention. And so the best thing about this being on this board is the first time I've met you in person, but I'm very fond of each and every one of, and each and every person on this board contributes a tremendous amount. So I consider myself very fortunate to be part of this group.
thank you.
Maybe show all of you on the research from the right.
Cheryl, can't hear over here.
Sorry, I was actually born here. But this is the first time I'm talking to the my interest in this primarily is because I think my background in working with police as a financial person and having an operational side of our department in some insight about how it works. I thought it would help translate something from renewal policies and city buildings and so that's what interesting.
Thank you.
My name is Gina Harris. I live in Berkeley almost all my life. I was born in Oakland, but Berkeley that everyone did. The summer also is Berkeley. And I previously worked in the Oakland for 30 years prior to time here. And just having that knowledge and wanting to do something to get back in my community and my next, I was to get involved after I was talking. So
Thank you.
My name is Chip Moore. I am Berkeley residents. I am a radio listener. San Francisco as well. Met my wife at the Oasis who was working doing stuff. She joined me here. I've been here for 15 years. Actually on the street. I always celebrate the residents. I live on the other side of the block next to the school. Primarily, that's where more children both attended and were provided all of us in the community. And yeah, I'm happy to be here. I probably have the most unique background as a board as I was a legacy cannabis entrepreneur. And the point is different, like to oversight. But yeah, that's me. And I've been with the sport since its inception. And I've been working with this group for the last 18 months and very proud of the work.
Hi, I'm Julie Leftwich, also Berkeley and Bay Area resident for the company. I'm an attorney and the former legal director of the Giffords Law Firm in Metro Maryland. I'm very passionate about criminal and social justice issues within the policy at the policy level. And I just echo Dalby's comments and Chip's comments about this board. It's a great group of people. We had some challenges. I'm going to be getting this up today, but I feel very proud about the work that we've done so far and hopeful that we will continue to do.
My name is Kitty Calavita, and unlike other members of the board, I'm not a longtime resident of the Bay Area. I've lived here for 12 years. And before that, I lived in San Diego, before that, the East Coast. And I taught sociology of law and criminology for my career. I taught at UC Irvine. And once I retired and moved to Berkeley, I taught over at San Quentin State Prison in the college program in sociology. I taught periodically here at Cal. I too, upon retirement, wanted to give something back to the community. So I was on the PRC. It'll be 4 years ago this month, probably, that I started on the PRC. And it's a fantastic board. And I also want to say that we are thrilled to have Hansel and Jose joining us this fall. We're all doing a sigh of relief to have him back home. The neither word, she's disappeared. But anyway, we have wonderful staff. It's a great board. So I'm just full of our conversations.
And
Good morning. My name is Hansel Aguilar. I'm the director of police accountability. I've been in the field for a few years and seen it from different vantage points. I've been a board member or panelist in Fairfax County. I've been an investigator in DC and an executive director in Charlottesville. Did two short and long years in the mean streets of George Mason University as a police officer. And I think that helped me give me a helpful perspective into what's going on. Also my experiences as a migrant in this country and growing up in an urban city in the US, and how we can better create a system that's equitable and more fair for all. And my role here as a director is make sure that you as a board are successful. So provide you as much resources that you need, make ourselves available and improve the police community relations we have.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jose Murillo. I'm a recent graduate. Sorry, I'll start with I'm the policy analyst for the Office of the Director of Police Accountability. I graduated from UC Berkeley in 2020. I majored in legal studies with a minor in public policy. I actually had the privilege of having board member Calavita as one of my professors in the sociology and law course. I'm currently a master's candidate at CSU East Bay, one of our local state schools here. I'm working towards my MBA with a concentration in management analytics. I'm fairly new to the field, but I'm really interested in both growing in terms of my academic career and also just in terms of a practitioner of civilian oversight. Just going towards the future, I look to do more research in how we could apply some of the innovations that come through the private sector in terms of management analytics to the field of civilian oversight and optimizing the practices and procedures of our police departments across the country.
and then Geneva probably we're not to take care of us, but so I might make an introduce yourself when it comes back. So well, thank you all for that. You may have not learned anything about each other, and that's okay. Not the real opportunity with there. But I just want to say a little bit about me. You probably heard something, but so again, Brian Ford, Cambridge, Massachusetts. I'm originally from Detroit, Michigan, and I moved out to Massachusetts after college. So I've been out there since the 80s, and most of my working career was really as a peace and justice activist. My first job out of college, I moved door to door for the same career policy, Southeast Action, and I think the state office is right here in Berkeley. And that was really how I got to know about issues like weapons, military spending. I had been involved in college on activism around stopping U.S. military intervention in Central America. So I started a chemistry major, graduated degree in Russian, and started going door to door peace. So that might give you a sense of how my life has gone. But before I started working in the city of Cambridge, I had worked at the ACLU of Massachusetts, I was mentioning someone, for a couple of years as an organizer. And one of the issues I was working on was police misconduct in the city called Lawrence, which is majority Latino, it's an old mill town. And even though the police chief was Latino, they had serious issues around police misconduct, but the political culture was such that it was hard to really get anything going. So in any event, that didn't go anywhere great, but when I came to the city, I started as director of the Peace Commission. So Cambridge is the other city that had a Peace Commission, and a couple of years into that, my city manager asked me to also take on our civilian oversight. Now, as I'll talk about a little bit later, every place the model is different. Ours is not as old as Berkeley's was, but ours goes back to 1984, and it has not been revised. It may change at some point, but like a lot of places, we're very activist. There's a lot of interest, and we see objectively have a very good police department for the most part, not perfect, but we have very few complaints. I was looking at the program we did less in Berkeley, and while there are always people who we know should be coming forward, it's not too bad. And a lot of the issues we have are really around things like unhoused population, people with mental health concerns and issues. Again, I would suspect not terribly different, but it really is something that I got very passionate about. And right when I started my job, I got to go to the NAPOL conference, the National Association. So 3 weeks in, I got to meet people all over the country, and that's how I handled, of course, initially. And it really opened my eyes to some of the struggles that we all face, and that's part of why there's going to be a lot of content, just to help frame some stuff, but also that it's a kind of work that if you're doing your job right, everyone's a little bit mad at you. Unfortunately, the community's kind of upset with you, the police are kind of upset with you, city manager kind of upset with you, and that doesn't mean you're doing something wrong, but it does mean that it can be really uncomfortable, really frustrating. And so, I don't mean that as a downer, but just to say that you were not alone. So, you guys think so it's like families, right? Like, every unhappy family is different, yet there are these repeating patterns that come up. So, just know that you are not alone. You are part of a national, really international set of people that do this work, that face unique and yet similar challenges. So I think some of the things I normally would do, I don't think I need to do. I mean, bathrooms are right up here. I probably saw them just outside. There are breaks built in, but if you need to take a bio break or something, please, try to be present, but I know it's a long day and you'll stay outside. And, I'm going to try to be almost as excited as the day outside. So I really do want you though to take care of yourselves, but also know that trying to do this in a way that actually wants you to be attentive and enjoy it, and it's useful. Let's see, in terms of the agenda, I'm not going to go through a big long thing, but I do want to say that I have very detailed agendas. I always do. They never go exactly as planned. And so I'm going to try to keep going through it, but I may stop some days more quickly, I may slow down, and then I can talk at great length, but probably so. Maybe from your own jobs have to do, but feel free to ask me questions. I'm going to try to keep moving forward, but I don't want to. I mean, it's not going to be like I present for half an hour that there's a Q&A session. So if there's something I'm saying that doesn't make sense, or you have a question, please just if it's something I want to talk about, I might say I'm going to answer that. But I really do want this to be interactive. So let's see, the next thing, so some people talk about meeting norms, meeting agreements. This may seem random, but I love this from the Rotary Club. Not everybody's in the Rotary Club, but they have this thing called the four-way test. And, you know, there's lots of things I could say about, you know, everybody's equal, but strive for transparency, but in some ways, I actually think that this captures some things very well, not just in a meeting, but really about how one can do much work. So when we're speaking, when we're acting, when we're thinking, are the things we're saying true? Are they fair to all concerned? Will they build goodwill and better friendships? And will they be beneficial to all concerned? No. Every situation does that work for, but I think it's civilian oversight. This applies often working with each other on boards and staff, working with the police department, working with community members, working with complainants who are coming for redress or to have justice, whatever their particular viewpoint is. And again, it's not like the be all and end all, but I think it's a good way to help us think about how. Are there any like norms or ground rules or meeting agreements that anybody else feels in particular that would help us as we are working together today? Okay, so if you get a chance to talk, nobody saying anything, that's right. But don't go out.
Yeah,
No rules.
Yeah.
Okay. We can have interim ground.
Yeah.
All right, so the next thing I want to do is to really start with you know, I hate to say icebreaker because there are a lot of people that feel like icebreakers are terrible, but I think it's a good icebreaker. You may have done this one before. So I'll start so other people can think about it, but this is sometimes it's called two truths and a lie. And it's I think it's an interesting way for people to get to know each other in ways you might not know from typical meetings. So it doesn't have to be a big long thing, and it takes a little time, but I want us to all participate. So it's just three things about yourself, two of which are true, and one which is not true. They don't have to be big, giant things. It could be like what you like to do. It could be where you grew up. It could be anything. So let's see. I'm fairly transparent. I'm clear. So I'm like, oh God, every time I do this, I think I should come up with something before I start, but I haven't. So I will. I've done this. All right. So three things about me. I love to play the guitar, and last year went on a music tour where there was a musician as a host, and I brought my guitar and I got to play with one of my favorite musicians, so that was really cool. Another thing is I'm an avid cyclist, although I haven't been doing it as much the last couple of years. My book is up. I'm not happy about that. But the longest ride I've done is I did a 90-mile ride all in one day. Went to Rhode Island and back to Massachusetts. And then the third thing is, since Eric talked about college, I think about that. Let's see, I took 4 years of Latin in high school, and at one point for extra credit, a friend of mine and I, we sang Virgil's Aeneid to tune them back tonight. So those are my three things. So we don't have to vote, but just, you know, which of those things is not true?
The first one?
The first one, which was the Ireland music tour music.
Did you guitar?
Okay, so we got one vote for the guitar is not true.
That was my vote too.
Okay.
Did you say?
That he played the guitar with his favorite musician, I forget who it was.
Oh, I didn't actually say Joker's.
Oh,
Others? Like, you know, again, we're not gonna keep track of all this score, right?
I'll take the bike ride. I'm gonna fall,
Okay.
go with the bike.
90 miles.
Yeah. Anyone else? Okay, so you got like a couple free bike rides, a couple free musician, anything else? Okay, so the reveal is that it was a little bit of a tricky one because my longest bike ride is 135 miles.
Wow.
From Providence to Worcester and Boston and back.
Wow. So the 90 was not true.
It wasn't true, it's Western.
Oh,
No, because it's like when people do centuries, 100-mile rides, I tried to something for 3 years. So, not because I'm so amazing, just because if you just keep riding all day long. All right, so, I don't want to just keep going around the room, but, so who'd like to go next if there's 3 things? I mean, I will call on you.
Oh, no,
All right, thank you.
3 things. I tried to play the piano. But I'm no good. I lived in Italy for 6 years. Many years ago, when I taught at Middlebury College, I ran in the Boston Marathon.
Yeah.
Piano?
Try
Yeah.
it.
I played the piano.
These are hard.
Oh, you're
Go up there.
No. She used it.
Yeah.
Yes, I need my music.
I think I'll go with,
You know, I can play the piano.
no.
I said, all right. All right.
I think you played. Right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
It's
serious.
possible, yeah.
Okay.
you think
that's-
that's wrong? I love it. Yeah, I can't run. Okay.
Any other thoughts?
I'll say the piano.
I'll say the marathon.
I would say Italy, or maybe it wasn't Italy, or maybe it wasn't 6 years.
Okay,
I've seen.
actually, it was the marathon. I didn't run the marathon. I do try to play the piano and I'm terrible. And I did live in Italy. Yeah. So anyway,
I'll do this, okay. I had a business as a whole animal breeder, the whole hogs, lambs, any big one, cooking, over the state. Probably my younger years, I'm allergic to mayonnaise. And 2 weeks ago, I had the best race job I've ever had. Lots.
And the best one.
Well,
I've never had a food thing before,
it's 2 food things, the whole hog and the oyster.
the word you can make.
I'll go with Bristol.
I'm going with oyster too.
Manny?
Yeah,
so, I was in Barcelona a couple weeks ago, and I had the best place. I used to go cold animals, and, that's why I had a lot of stuff in there. Yeah, I am not allergic to mayonnaise, but I know. There's one.
okay, you guys, you're mixed too, so don't be. Well,
I have a sister named Gretel. I used to play basketball with the now mayor of Cleveland. And I was born in Guatemala. Yes, I have a sister named Gretel. I used to play basketball with the now mayor of Cleveland, Ohio. And I was born in Guatemala.
You don't have a sister in that.
No,
I don't think so.
yeah.
I mean, your parents want to have great sense of
I would go with basketball. We'll see your parents have no sense of humor.
I think I know too much about you now, so I'm not gonna say. I must have been charity.
Okay, I do have a sister named Gretel. Yeah, there's 5 of us. She was the firstborn. I'm the last one. The in between actually have a sister named Cheryl too. But my brother, he got named after my father, so they needed to complete the story with me, with Hansel. I first went to American University for undergrad, and Justin Bibb, who is now the mayor of Cleveland, part of our friend circle, and we used to play basketball all the time. And his two truths and a lie was he used to say he got dunked on by LeBron James, and I was like, no way, you got, but he actually did it because he's here with him. But and then I was born in Honduras, not in Guatemala.
Tricky again. All right, who's next?
I'll go. So I'm outside. And I love to travel. Last, I know. Hey, she here. So yes, I'm always child, I love to travel and my favorite color is white. I'm cool with the last. Yeah.
Me too, 'cause I've never seen you wearing white or white dress.
You know.
Mm.
Yeah, that's it. It's a white party. It's not- it doesn't- Right on. So, I would like to LA.
From here?
I used to be an extra person. And I played the violin as a kid with the open use, symphony. But sure. I'm gonna think about it. Okay, that's the one.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Can we ask questions? I'm gonna go with the writings of LA. I can't imagine doing that. What?
No, she wrote it back to LA.
Oh, that's just saying.
She rode a bicycle.
LA.
Yeah. So I was thinking,
Still gotta go. You good public.
Yeah, I don't think you did it that way.
I think you did the bike. The tech one.
was they not paying attention?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry to you.
Well, I was thinking next week that, because there's so many great long rides to get through.
I was gonna go with the X-ray tech, but I wanted to wait till everybody said something. X-ray tech.
I think so, but I don't know, I'm trying to do something.
So which one was it?
You want me to get one?
Yeah, I guess it was, yeah, great.
So, I did ride a bike to LA, I did, California ride, San Francisco, right, so I did ride a bike to LA. When I first got out of school, I was lost and couldn't find my way, so I became a national tech.
Oh.
Oh.
So I was working in a hospital and in school at home. The violin thing, I didn't play violin. I actually sang like a opera. But I did play shovel. Yeah, no, it's so fun. That's the kind of music I want to do. Yeah.
When did you do the ride? I couldn't hear you just said you rode to LA?
Yeah.
Wow. Impressive.
the AIDS time. Yeah. That's what.
So I just had to come back to you.
All right, so we got the end of the table.
Okay, so,
June,
I,
Oh, yeah. Why do you?
and you go.
Thank you.
Well, I grew up with four older brothers. I grew up with four older brothers. I love to cook. And when I was in college, I used to go to bars and pretend to be somebody.
wow. You're all fun.
Brothers.
I would say the brothers. I don't think you have four. You have something that's more.
I was gonna say, going to the bar and do something. I can see it also.
That sounds funny.
This, I can't, it's like I know an asshole goes off. It's sometimes I gotta say.
If you feel like you always have to know.
You don't need shit there.
Yeah.
You don't understand.
I'll be interrogating people.
So I have four older.
And I don't like to cook. And I did used to go out to bars with a friend and we'd make up different ideas.
So then you had two on.
Yeah.
You had two on.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's better for us.
Different hearing.
Okay, so this is my turn.
Sure.
Okay. So I played the flute and I was, in my younger years was a serious musician and almost became professional. I hate to cook, but I love to eat. So I make sure to spend a lot of time with people who are good cooks. And
That's what he's
I hike extensively and without any difficulty gain 1,000, 8,000 to 10 miles in a short time. Maybe half a day. That's 3.
Yeah, very specific. Well,
I played the flute and I was at it
almost professional.
awfully seriously considered.
I think it's the second one. It's gotta be, right? Yeah.
What's the second one?
You hate to cook, but you love to eat. So that's like 2 things.
Well, now that there are more guesses. But any other guesses?
The first one.
First one, the flute.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with this one. Because I walked to your home, I know you can probably cook it.
He says he's walked to her home and knows.
Okay, so everybody believes that you can climb. So
Yeah. Oh, okay.
that's it.
Okay, so it's cooking. I cook. I truly cook a lot. I love to cook. So that's not true. And I play the flute, but hardly now, but it was on a very surface. Took a different trajectory, which I think was a good choice, the law instead of music. But I love music, so it's a big part of my life.
I do have a band here.
Okay, I'm usually really bad at this game, that's why I waited till the end. But I'll start, okay. The first one is, I used to play varsity baseball in high school. I have gone backpacking for 8 weeks. And I am very picky with my writing utensils.
With your what?
Writing utensils,
Oh,
What do you have on your right hand, right?
this computer.
my computer.
Second one?
I've gone backpacking for 8 weeks.
We're gonna go, I'm going back. I think you backpack, right?
Is that?
I'm gonna guess if you said baseball. That wasn't exactly varsity baseball in high school. I'm guessing something else.
I would say the writing test.
I don't know, that's very specific, it's a very specific thing to BS about.
This is a pen he let me borrow, and it's pretty fancy.
I think my hand-eye coordination isn't the best, so I never played baseball. I did actually do the backpacking for 8 weeks. I was part of this program in high school called Summer Search. And they paid for me to go out backpacking. And at the time, I didn't read as much in terms of, skimming through things. So I just accidentally happened to choose the longest backpacking trip that they offered. First time backpacking, did it for 8 weeks. It was up in the Ansel Adams Wilderness. I definitely do it again though. It sucked the first 3 days.
Oh, you like it? Oh, wow.
That's nice. My best sleep of my life has been on a granite slab.
Oh.
So you're thinking about your writing utensils?
Oh, I'm very picky with my writing utensils. I refuse to write in pencil.
Wow.
I do, I'm writing in the
You know
fountain.
that? Now that you know that, no, I'll bring these in tomorrow.
Yeah, this one pen didn't work.
That's reminders of.
None of our things work. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
I brought my-
And these are paper names. And that exercise shows that they're wrong. The experts say that when people lie, they become very specific. And what I noticed is the less specific things that, like being allergic to mayonnaise. It seemed like the more specific things that we said were the truth. But anyway, just put
Well,
that,
that's interesting.
yeah.
So the reason I picked mayonnaise is because I've never heard of mayonnaise allergy, which means you can't eat the eggs, you can't,
Yeah,
you wouldn't say mayonnaise because there's a lot more stuff there.
yeah.
You got all that a little. Composition of dairy.
Yeah.
I don't understand. That's also why I knew that was not true.
Right.
Just that.
They do.
One of my sons, like that. I mean, that's
You know what my dad used to do, which would really gross you guys out? When I was a kid, he'd take a Ritz cracker, put a thing of peanut butter and a big blob of mayonnaise. Yes.
He was not
What?
West.
No, he was from the South.
Oh.
Yeah, that's-
Butter on her peanut butter sandwiches. And. That was 50.
That's funny.
That's so good too.
Huh.
Can't see the baby.
Yes, sorry.
All right, so, well, thank you.
Are we done for the day now? We can all go, right?
Yeah.
Not tell you. So, but I got, if you need to take a break, no, answer to a little break. So, this is the thing where I'm actually talking for a little while. If people have questions, that's fine. you may not have questions, so, and this is, I mean, part of this is the training that you gotta make do with the requirements, but part of it, I think, is also for me to have context setting. You know, and I use this with different groups of people, so sometimes people really push back on this. I don't know that this is necessarily that kind of group, but one of the things that comes up a lot these days is like the history of policing and where the origins, and I'm sure that comes up in Berkeley. It comes up in Cambridge, and there's a sort of traditional idea about policing that has lasted for a long time, that it's just, and maybe it's a little more that way on the East Coast, but I imagine it's probably true here as well. That, you know, policing is just kind of evolved from a small town life, and you got a little constable or someone like Harper goes there, and it's someone in the community that's just sort of helping out, and you know, that idea that the sheriff enforcing something between two people, you know, property related, public safety, keeping your community nice and quiet, and that is, you know, one of the standard ways people have thought about the history of policing. Over the more recent past, people have been much more focused on the roots of policing and slavery in this country. And it's absolutely true. I won't read this because you can read it up there. But so this is from just under 200 years ago, and it's a slave patrollism from North Carolina. Right? So this was, and the people swore, white men swore to go out and search for guns and weapons among slaves in their district to protect life and property of the white people who own property and own people's lives. And so there's been a lot of talk that that's all policing is today. It's just modern day slavery. And there is some truth to that. But I will also say that another narrative that you will hear this a lot more from the police, is that policing in the United States comes from the work of Sir Robert Peel. He was a minister in the United Kingdom, and you know, this is 1 year after the Slave Patrol was over. So this is contemporary, you know, these were contemporary things. He didn't develop policing, but he was in charge of pulling together what became the London Metropolitan Police. And he had a number of principles, but this one is the one that's most often quoted, and the short version is, the police are the public and the public are the police. But this is something that many police are very committed to, this idea that they are just members of the community. I mean, whether they live in that particular place or not, but they are part of the community, and they are there to do what's incumbent upon everybody. But really, they're given that special responsibility. And this is also true, right? These things are both true. And I think one of the challenges in a lot of the dialogue that I've seen over the last few years is that people are having a hard time holding multiple truths, right? But if both of these things are true, then what does that mean? And I think for me, it brings me right back to civilian oversight, that you have to have some form of civilian oversight in order to strengthen trust with the community. Now, certainly, and I'll say a little bit more about this later, you know, most places that have police don't have civilian oversight in a meaningful way. And it varies greatly. But I think that in the ideal world, everybody would have some form of civilian oversight. They won't all be the same. Some people would say if it's not community control over the police, it's nothing. Others would say it should be nothing more than advisory groups for a chief of police who's given the responsibility. But I think that something where you actually have members of the community who have some role in reviewing the work of the police, whether that's specifically about policies and procedures, specifically around complaints, staff, and community members who are not part of the staff. I think those are very important things. And part of what I always say is up here, many times probably, is that civilian oversight is necessary but insufficient. I mean, civilian oversight alone cannot transform policing. It cannot address all the problems that go back through history of policing, history of our society, current day issues, the ways in which our society doesn't take care of everybody and people aren't allowed to have their full human dignity. But it's an important piece of that, right? So I think that for me, it's recognizing that our role is necessary, but we can't do it alone, and we can't do everything. And often people look to us for more than we can do, or think that we're trying to do more than we even could do. So I'm kind of going through this quickly because I can talk a great deal about all of these things, but one of the things that I think comes up a lot is this idea of is it something that's like is it criminal misconduct? Is it a violation of policies and procedures or not? And generally, because of the nature of oversight being part of government, and you're looking at specific cases, you are looking at whether or not the police officers follow policy, procedure, and law. And you can still have lots of situations where the police didn't do anything wrong. They followed their training, they followed the procedures, but the outcome is not what we would like in our community. And I think that's where the value of civilian oversight boards and staff, depending on the model, can really come in. If you have the ability to make recommendations, if it's not only adjudicating complaints and making a recommendation or even a decision. And then it's this idea of back-end accountability versus front-end accountability. I think rightfully so, there's a lot of focus on, you know, how do we hold people accountable when there's misconduct, or if people think that there are consequences, they won't do those terrible things. And I think we all would think it's probably more complicated than that. It's not just people like, I can get away with doing this terrible thing today, so I'm going to do it, right? There are a lot of factors. And so this idea of front-end accountability is really important. It's not, you know, I didn't come up with this. It's promulgated a lot by a professor at New York University School of Law, Barry Friedman. But yeah, he's not the only person. But this idea that you want the community engaged in determining what the police department is doing, and not just like how they're patrolling, but what their policies are, where their focus is, what kinds of things are they engaged in and not engaged in. And this idea we see in the house, which again I'll say more about, but basically that people feel that they're treated in a just manner, that the procedures, the way that you deal with people feels just, is often more important than just sort of the lawful nature. You know, that the fact that the law says you can do something as a police officer is not going to get you what you want as much as people feeling like you're doing things for the right reason. Unfortunately, yeah, that's why I want to have a break soon. So I'm going to go through some of this quickly, but again, slow me down. I don't think you'll need to, but so I want to just go back to George for a bit. You know, in the last few years, we've seen a whole bunch of different things happen. We've had, you know, a series of very high profile, I'd say in the last 10 years or so, very high profile, often African American men killed by police in circumstances that seem on their face pretty horrible. And often we find out that they're horrible also according to the courts and law. You know, George Floyd's murder during the pandemic shifted lots of things in lots of communities. I don't know exactly why, and we'll hear some more from you guys about the history of this particular configuration and the city of Berkeley. But I would imagine that George Floyd's murder was part of what led to the charter change, among many other things. And you know, this wasn't happening just in here in Berkeley, you know. And it's been challenging, right? So Minneapolis, the city council, a majority of the city council, very publicly got up on stage and finally decided and said defund the police, and said they were going to defund the police department. And they apparently were not aware that there was a provision in the city charter that does not allow that. And when the charter referendum went to their voters, they did not vote to defund the police department. So it's, you know, it's a little more complicated. And as we go across the United States, again, I kind of look through some of this quickly, so we have more time for other things. There's been a lot, right? Cities across the United States have reimagined public safety. They've done reports, they've done studies, they've produced processes, they've had public engagement. And, you know, some people would say we're in a time when things are really changing. Other people would say things are not changing. And one of the touchstones for a lot of what I talk about And I'd say even more when I talk to police, because I also do work with police, and sometimes it's joint meetings with police and community, and or sometimes it's just police. You know, President Obama's task force on 21st century policing, it's a few years old now, but it was actually a pretty amazing thing that in the space of a couple of months, I think 90 days maybe, they convened people, they had a panel of experts, of community activists, people from Black Lives Matter to police chiefs who worked together, toured around the country, heard testimony, and came up with these 6 principles, these 6 pillars. And many police departments are embracing some of them. Some departments are really moving forward and embracing all of them. But I mention this because there's the report that they did, the implementation guide. There's a lot of really good information for roadmaps about how to do things differently, and not just police procedures, but how to transform relationships.
I just gonna ask, was funding attached to these?
No, because not directly, but what I will say is that there's an office called the COPS office, Department of Justice, the Community Oriented Policing Services. And they fund a lot of different things. Mostly they fund police departments. So like right now they're funding, helping them hire people because almost every police department in the country is understaffed. You know, they do a lot around studies, officer wellness and safety, around community policing or the origin. And so there has been funding through the COPS office that provides different things. Most of that goes to police departments, but NACOL actually got a 2-year grant, which I'll talk about later, to look at effective practices in civilian oversight. And it was actually a direct result of people from NACOL, you know, activists, active members of NACOL speaking to the task force and saying that we need an evidence-based way of looking at what makes oversight effective, because everybody has different opinions. A lot of outside people who are maybe civil rights activists, NAACP, ACLU, my former co-workers, have very strong opinions about what civilian oversight should be, but they're not practitioners. And it's coming from a legal position or a political position about what they think it should be, as opposed to talking to people that do it. And so, these pillars, and I think the ones that I think about most just personally are trust and legitimacy, policy and oversight, and actually officer safety and wellness. And then I would say that last one, which I'll mention a few more times. So much of what I see that goes wrong in policing is not necessarily about someone who's just going rogue or deciding they're going to hurt somebody, but someone who has dealt with their own trauma and their own traumatic events and are not getting support, right? And so you've got often people dealing with immediate trauma, interacting with people with long-term trauma. And so that's a really important area. If we want to, if we believe in stuff that police are going to exist and may be necessary, then how do we make sure that those people that are doing the work, and not just police, but all first responders, fire, EMS, dispatch, who are hearing horrible things and not necessarily knowing what's happening, how do we ensure that they're getting the support that they need to actually take care of the rest of us in whatever way they're supposed to? So that was an important focus.
Just one more question.
Please, yeah, and I know you got to interrupt me, but
I'm paying attention, it's fascinating. I didn't know that we were in a national trend of a lack of police officers, and you know, we're something from that. We didn't know that was national.
oh yeah.
And can we, does this correlate to 2020 and George Floyd? That we saw these numbers drop?
You know, it's like all these things, there's different theories and different people have different positions. So I think my sense is that it is in part, it's partly the pandemic, right? Because the COVID-19 pandemic had disrupted all sorts of systems. I mean, police officers were out there doing their work in public with people and molest people. I'd say not just the murder of George Floyd, but you just keep going back, right? You know, to your rights. And even things like the arrest of Professor Henry Louis Gates in Cambridge, in my own city, who, you know, I always say, he didn't make a complaint to us, because he went straight to Obama. Literally, and you know, I was like, let's form a task force. So, as we just, so I think that, there are a lot of different factors. It's a combination of, you know, the lack of trust that people see what police officers have done. I think that there are a lot of people that kind of knew what was happening, but now we're in a place where with video, people see things that a lot of people just didn't believe, right? I mean, a lot of people didn't believe it was happening. So I think those are all factors. And then it's just the same thing that's happening with lots of fields, right? It's just hard to hire people.
Right.
You know, and so what you have in policing, if you separate out the conversation of could we be defunding, reducing funding, transferring funds, you know, notwithstanding that conversation, just trying to have the officers to do the patrol, right? So you've got people doing longer shifts, you know, maybe cities are increasing the time of shifts from say 10 to 11 to 12 hours. You've got people working a lot more overtime, which, and again, I don't know that that's as true out here on the East Coast. One of the things that police officers do fun is work overtime. And there's lots of opportunities to make a lot of money, and many municipalities, the highest paid people, maybe under like the mayor, the city manager, a couple of people will be police officers because they work overtime. But it's really bad for their wellness, right? I mean, they're working ridiculous hours, they're not connecting with family, they're dealing with traumatic events, they're not getting the support they need. And so now you've got basically enforced overtime in many, many departments. So no, I mean, it's a huge problem. I think it's going to lead to more issues of police misconduct. So, yeah, and everybody's struggling with it. And people are trying to figure out how, you know, bonuses and, you know, signing bonuses and things.
I also think it's I mean, they go through cycles where they can't find out something. I think another good thing is it used to be the pool of people for police officers, from the military.
Yeah.
And when people stop going into the military, it's kind of put a hit on these, because usually that's a big, a big deal. Yeah, that's so I think it's, like I said, it's a lot of things, but I think
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that especially like if you look back in the last couple, 3 decades, those trends have just made it harder and harder. And I know in Cambridge, and we have a civil service. And so it used to be that there would be 200 people on the civil service list who were ready to take the test to qualify. And now I think there's usually 5 or 10. You know, and again, Cambridge is a little bit like Berkeley. It's diverse, but it's gentrified, and we're, you know, losing working class people and middle class people. But that shift is way bigger than that. I mean, it's who's even interested in things about police officers change, and less people go into the military. Okay, let's see. Okay, watch my time. I'm not getting this. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about this. It's really talked about some of it, but yeah, one couple things I always just highlight, and again, I think this is from the work of oversight practitioners working with the task force, is that policies have to reflect community values. So I think now I'm just not very transparent. I intended to read more about your exact duties and responsibilities and not just the charter, but to the extent that you're able to look at policies and procedures in addition to just looking at misconduct cases, that's a place where you can have a real impact. And it's not always easy, things have to be bargained and political, and people in policing will talk about, well, there's best practices and we're accredited and, you know, we follow the gold standard, and it still has to fit what your community wants. I mean, I think in Berkeley, I'm not preaching to the choir, right? I mean, but you know, it's important that a police department is not just doing the job the law gets it, but doing it in the way and around the things the community wants. And that's where an oversight board, to the extent that you can, you know, develop and maintain credibility in the community and with the police department and with the political leadership, can have a huge impact. And so I don't know more about that. Yeah, I'll just say I'm going to talk more about that later. It's just nice that Nicole got mentioned that. I'd say one of the things that's really interesting is that when I first got involved in NAPOL, we were always complaining that no one ever talked to us, no one ever heard of NAPOL. They would talk to professors and journalists, And now I see NAPOL in the news all the time. People, even if they don't talk to NAPOL, they reference the research that NAPOL has done. They look to us for information on civilian oversight. So that was not true in 2016, but moving along. So procedural justice, I mentioned briefly, and this is one of the things that we've talked about quite a bit in the task force. And part of it is that one of the people in the task force was Professor Tracy Mears. So that's when she was deputy dean of Yale Law School. And she and another professor, Tom Tyler, had been working for years on this concept of procedural justice. So when Professor Gates was arrested in Cambridge, the city formed a task force with the Police Executive Research Forum, which is sort of a think tank, progressive think tank for policing. And they had community members from Cambridge, national experts like Tracy Mears, and policing experts who came together not to look at what happened with that arrest, but what could change. And one of the things that Tracy Mears would push was this idea of procedural justice and how it affects legitimacy. And so it had all been theoretical, and Cambridge was the first actual police department that they worked with to try to implement this. But the ideas behind this, I'd say, really apply to any government institution or even like a university often. But this idea of people being able to have voice, that, you know, yeah, that just read the slide, but that people really have an opportunity to be heard. And when you think about a traffic stop where, you know, you're trying to ask questions, you're trying to have an opportunity, like, I just want your license registration, you know, they don't want to hear anything, right? So that's a kind of one that many of us can relate to, but that applies throughout policing and law enforcement and the criminal legal system. Neutrality, right? Kind of an obvious thing that you feel like people making these decisions and carrying out the tasks of policing and law enforcement are neutral, that they are unbiased and you can trust them, that they're doing it for the right reasons, you know, the trust piece, and that you feel respected, that the quality of treatment you receive is good, right? That the example I've heard many police talk about is that, you know, if you yell at somebody, but then you give them a written warning and tell them, you know, you're going to teach them a lesson and never do that again, or kill somebody, blah, 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 but I didn't write you a ticket that you have to pay for it. That person is much less likely to feel good about an interaction as opposed to someone who got a ticket and, you know, is going to have to pay money, but they were treated with respect and dignity and were listened to.
I think all of these things apply also to the oversight box. And when I first read this, I'm thinking that's one of the issues we have, is that some of our procedures, they don't feel, our decision-making process does not feel unbiased and trustworthy. And it's because of the things that are put upon us and that are in state law and that have been negotiated by the union. And so, we're working now because we're in the process of finalizing the regulations for our board and to try to integrate procedural justice because our own procedures are not just.
Yeah, well, and I did my little lecture and no one has ever said this back to me first because exactly, I've been saying this for years that one of the challenges in civilian oversight is that we have to do the same thing. We have to be procedurally just. We have to make sure, and you know, and you mentioned the law enforcement and police, but we also have to deal with complainants. We have to deal with elected officials. I mean, it's really complicated. This is part of that thing about like, everybody's always looking mad at us, is that it's a really complicated set of stakeholders to treat in a procedurally just manner, and yet we have to do it. So yeah, all of these things are really important, and I think that my sense from just talking to you the last hour is that you guys are all on this page with me, but for a lot of people, you know, activists, people who is a little more abstract, or people who is very personal, not that I'm saying it's not, and those things might be personal for any or all of you, that it's much more about punishment and accountability. And so the idea that you need to treat the police with respect and dignity, when they've got all the power, they've got the guns, they're the ones with the history of misconduct. We don't owe them anything. And you set yourself up for failure. And I think that's been one of the challenges over the last 5 or 10 years, really 5, as different oversight models have been created to be really strong and powerful. And again, my friends at the NAACP and the ACLU will tell you, especially the ACLU, that you need to have control over the police, you have to have power, you have to have subpoena power, you authority. And the challenge is, the reality of the system is that, you know, I mean, these guys here or me, I mean, we're never gonna, we might be equal in the work chart to the police chief, but we're not ever gonna be the same, right? We don't have vehicles and buildings and guns, and we're not responding, you know, 24 hours a day to whatever happens. So it's never gonna be like, we're just equal. And again, I have another slide that will get to that. But I'll say a little bit about the sort of where you derive your authority from, you know, legitimacy.
So I want to put this in a little bit of a different framework, the concept of procedural justice. Because as an academic, I studied that a lot and I did research on procedural justice. And it turns out that there's a lot of literature out there that talks about procedural justice as opposed to, or not as opposed to, that as different from substantive justice. And that studies have shown that when Black motorists are stopped by the police and the policeman is polite, doesn't yell at them, calls them sir, and so forth, that's better than being yelled at, but they don't want to be stopped. And so there is kind of this, sometimes a disconnect between procedural justice, which I think, not coincidentally, is fully embraced by police departments because it doesn't require a lot of change, it just requires not yelling. And to give the example of our board, suppose we were to change our regulations and to allow more voice and have the proceedings be perfectly equitable. But at the end of the day, for the allegations of a complaint, we found unfounded, not sustained. That guy would be pissed off, even though we had treated them, we've given them voice, we've been neutral, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's better than nothing, but they're still going to consider it illegitimate because they didn't get. We wrote an article, we interviewed random samples of prisoners all over the state of California about the grievance system that they engaged in. And they just wanted their way. They just wanted the correct outcome. And yeah, they were given some kind of voice in the grievance process, et cetera, et cetera. It's just, so I just wanted to insert that there, that it's different from substantive justice. And in many cases, if the stakes are high, you really want substantive justice in addition to procedural justice. And I don't think it's coincidental that Professor Tyler, a colleague of mine, has had a lot of success training officers being embraced by police departments because this is an enormous challenge for them to stop yelling. Anyway, that's.
No, I appreciate that. I'll say quickly, I think everything you say is correct. And again, it's sort of, it's not the be all and end all.
It's a start.
Yeah, and I'll move into legitimacy, which you probably did a great job. But please.
Well, so to take off from the case, which I think is very important, from the police point of view, it's very similar. So that we might find a technical regulation policy, but the officer really was behaving within one admirable way. And to find a violation to say something's sustained by a complainant, which is, you know, a technicality, but their overall conduct might have been exemplary, is a mistake too. You want to get true justice. It's a very and both of these things because as petitioner of course procedure. But I also see the importance of looking at you know the picture and making judgments about what really, you know, what's really just in this situation. It's hard.
Yeah, it is hard, and I think to both of your points, one of the challenges is that, as I think Andy will know, that we are in a system, right? We, in these roles, all of us are part of the government. And we have these restrictions and rules, and there's some ability to stretch and change and modify, and there are also limitations. And so, right, there's no perfect answer, and we have to constantly be navigating. I think if we ever reach a point where we think, oh, well, we just do these 7 steps and it's all good. I follow the procedure. That's when you start to fail. All good points. So what was I saying about legitimacy? Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a different way of saying the same things. I think the idea of legitimacy is that it's more of an outcome, right? If the police department is to have legitimacy, if the PAB is to have legitimacy, you know, a necessary but insufficient thing is procedural justice. And that I think it's easier in a sense to think about with policing, just because, I mean, clearly the police, but you know, if there's not misconduct, they're following the law, right? There's statute, there's code, they have the ability to enforce the law. But if it's not seen as legitimate, it's not going to work, right? It's going to cause all sorts of problems. And again, to repeat myself, with oversight, it's a little more challenging. So, you know, in policing, right, these are sort of some basic things where you think the police are trustworthy, honest, or concerned about you and the people they interact with, that, you know, their authority ought to be accepted, that, you know, you think I don't always agree with everything, but right, they're trying to do the right thing, they're trying to help somebody, that you should comply, and that you voluntarily accept what they're doing and cooperate. And so, again, to the points people have raised, in oversight, we have the same issue, right? So what does it look like? And people already brought this up. What does it look like for us to have legitimacy, right? How do you, you know, I mean, it's sort of the same thing, right? So again, this is maybe the state that we want, but how do you get there? It's not easy. And I think that, you know, this is sort of the rub, right, that you're facing in part, is how do you get from a state where there's a long history, you know, a 50-year history, there's this referendum, you have this new structure, you're trying to implement things, and people aren't sure. I don't know if I mean, I know from conversations that there's definitely challenges with the policing infrastructure, but I don't know if there are also challenges in the community. I don't know. You know, so I think you know, but those are all things that you have to be thinking about, which I think you are. And I have a lot on procedural justice. I don't think I need to go into this in great detail. I guess one thing I would say that's interesting is that last point that that officers who perceive their own work environment as being unfair, or by anybody, are more likely to break the rules. And so it's also important that inside police departments, there's procedural justice and legitimacy.
I'm not sure if you were already intending to get to it at some point during the day, but the whole question about the tension between the police unions and police departments and oversight boards, because that's something that's been really significant for us that we struggle with. So again, I don't know if you were planning to touch on that. I assume we're not unique in having this issue come up, and I would personally love to hear your insights and advice about that.
Yeah. Well, let me say well, okay, let me choose 3 things, because I'm aware that I'm behind where I might give people a break, but I'm also close to a good break spot. So, no, it's certainly not unique. And in fact, and part of the reason I was listening is like, so is it a 3-way thing or a 2-way thing? Is it the police department, the police union, and you guys, and there's conflicts among all 3 ways?
Yes. Right? Is that what everybody?
No, the 2 of them.
I don't know.
Yes,
Yes, right.
it's not a 3-way, it's 2 in 1.
Okay.
there's struggles also between the department and the union.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, I think that's, so this, so I, that's, these are almost always. But I'm basically don't have oversight.
My biggest, is, it's I don't.
Well, it's just because I've served on the PRC and it's just very noticeable, the difference in the tone. It's completely different. The PRC, I think, functioned better. It was also had been around a lot longer, so we're still experiencing growing pains because we don't even have our regulations. But there's a different chief, different union members.
You have different authority too now. I think.
Yeah, not that we're
So.
able to exercise it, but yeah, we do. But so that's something that's been difficult just because to see the contrast with the tone, which, you know, there's inherent tension between an oversight body and the agency that is overseeing. But it's just gotten much worse. And the struggles with the union are much stronger. So
Yeah.
again, for those of us who are also on the PRC, it's been
It's very different.
difficult.
I mean, I think, you know, this is what you asked me my insights.
Yeah.
I think part of it is the same thing I talked about, it's about the time. You know, the impact of the pandemic, the impact of calls for, you know, serious police reform and defunding the police and all that. I mean, Cambridge, where, I don't know, I won't talk about Cambridge, but I mean, it's been a conversation that's gone on for quite a while. And as I said, we have in general what's considered a progressive or police department that has all these units that most places don't have. And we're in the process of creating an external Department of Community Safety that's not part of the police department to deal with certain issues. And then there's a community-based effort that's based sort of on somewhat on that acronym, but out of Oakland Catholics, the Police Anti-Terror Project. I feel like I'm always missing a letter. And so in our community, we've been having these conversations. And there's not a particular history of perceived serious misconduct. And so I think that what I see there is how much the police officers and the department feel hurt by the fact that they're not trusted. Because they've worked so hard and they've gone above and beyond, and people are still demanding more, and they want to cut the budget. But we don't have body worn cameras. We have our first fatal officer involved shooting in over 20 years in January. So now we're going to have body worn cameras, and not that that would have necessarily stopped anything.
They're so valuable though.
And I think, you know, I mean, I think it's been coming for a while, but not every department has them. And I think one of the issues, even with bringing them on earlier, was that, but why would we bring cameras on? The officers would feel like they're not trusted by the community. So it becomes this like cyclical thing. So I not to go on about Cambridge, but I just.
No, it's the same thing here. I'm sure the officers feel hurt and disappointed with the public. I'm sure they feel like they get it from all sides.
Yeah,
So,
and then, you know, and a lot, as I was saying, for a lot of people, not everybody, a lot of people in public don't want to hear the police complain.
right.
They're like, what are you complaining about? You signed up for this and you don't want to be a police officer, don't do it, go find another job. And I mean, and you know, and more severe than that. So I think part of it is just the times we're in. It's been challenging in a lot of places. I mean, again, not to put you on the spot, Hansel, but I know Charlottesville. I mean, I think on the back, you know, with the backdrop of what happened in 2017. I mean, like the city had like 3 city managers or something in 4 years and 3 police chiefs and.
Yeah.
You know, it's so it's not just Berkeley, you know, so it is a challenge, but then that is the challenge that you're facing. I mean, all of us, I think, are doing this.
If I could just add, yeah, definitely with the police union is very interesting. If I could share a quick anecdote from in DC, they, I don't think they meant this to be made public, but they put it on their website in the public facing part, but they gave the top 10 rules or reminders when you go into an interview with OPC, the Office of Police Complaints. Number 1 rule was the investigators are not your friends. So I think when that's the messaging that's coming, you create this unnecessary tension. I appreciate that the charter here is, allows for me to engage stakeholders and mentions that the, police union, because that could be a sticky situation in terms of public perception, and what are you doing with the, PBA president and, or the police unions? I actually had the opportunity to, at least go on a impromptu ride along with, Sergeant Ledoux a few weeks back. So we're starting to get this conversation going. But yeah, it's not unique to this area, and I think we want to get away from them giving this message, that we're out to get them, and we're very interested in procedural justice. And the other thing too, the hybrid element of our office and the board, I also want to acknowledge too that applies for us, for the office, because we have some duties that you don't, and vice versa. And, I was reading to that, and I know that I came in quick and into this role, and sometimes I rolled out things that wasn't traditional with how you were doing things, and I realized I may have not explained stuff. So I'm very conscious of making sure whenever there's change in anything, I'm communicating with you and bringing you in, so we do this collectively. So just want to acknowledge that.
Yeah, no, and I think that you raise a lot of points. One thing I'm particularly thinking is like, I say it's a lot, there's this idea that change can't wait, but if you want to make sustainable change, it takes time. And it's this thing where there's a lot of pressure to go, to move, to change, to make it happen, make it different. And then there's also, like, if you want to actually last, right? You have to take time, and it's really hard. Again, as a new entity, 18 months, you're still pretty new. It's a hard place to be, so I mean, I appreciate all of you for doing it, because it's important and it's not easy. Like I said, I mean, part of what I tell people is like, you're not alone. This is the field of civilian oversight. Any of you who can get to the NAPOL conference, you should do it, because it's like coming home.
Yeah, so you were talking about legitimacy from various sides and so forth, and I'm just wondering whether you found any difference in cities that had a strong city manager style of government as opposed to a strong mayor. In other words, we have a strong city management style and weak mayor. Not that he's weak, I'm just saying that's the organizational style. And I suspect that there might be differences in terms of support for oversight, depending on that distinction.
It's a great question. I've never quite thought about it this way, but I'd say the answer is actually not, which is interesting. So Cambridge, we've got a strong city manager. Our mayor is really just the president of the city council. So I feel like there's a lot of places the city manager and the mayor has a little bit of support. In Cambridge, they share the council and the school.
Yeah.
That's all, and they get a couple extra staff.
That's pretty much what we have.
So, and there's some expectations that the mayor will do A, B, and C, but then mayor can't do very much in that sense. And then across the river from us in Boston, there's a strong mayor. So they had a very weak form, and I don't even say strong or weak for that, a very weak form of oversight for many years. It was the community ombudsman oversight panel, and they had 3 to 5 members in different places. It was at 5, and they would review appeals of complaint investigations that internal affairs had done, and they would just review those as individuals. They didn't need to do it, and they also were supposed to audit 10% of all the investigations and the complaints from community members. They never had enough support to do that. So they replaced it with a fairly complicated but robust model. They've got investigators, they've got civilian review board that reviews investigations. They also have another board which kind of replaced the old model to do auditing and review appeals, and then they make policy recommendations. And at the same time, they have a very strong mayor in Boston, Michelle, who was just elected mayor over a year ago, and but I would say that what they're experiencing isn't much different. They're getting pushback from the police, even though it's not as overt. Community members are angry they're not doing anything. There was an article, so they've been up and running for about a year and a half. There was an article, I think it was an article in the Boston Globe newspaper saying, sort of encapsulate that, people in the community are dissatisfied because they received 65 complaints and have sustained 0 allegations of misconduct. Now, when you look at their dashboard, they've gotten 61, there's 41 that are still pending. A bunch of the complaints were things like someone filled out the online form and said, there was a car parked in front of my house for 3 days, and I think it was the police, and so it's,
Yeah.
but, so anyway, so I'm not going to possibly, I guess just to say that, I mean, that's 2 specific examples, but I haven't seen a big variation. I'd say, like in a place like Newark, where you had Ross Baraka came in as mayor, after a long history of, Cory Booker, at one point, Cory Booker was going to support oversight, and I think he intended to, but nothing really happened. Ross Baraka came in, and when they created trying to create a very strong form of oversight, they got sued immediately by the state police union. They lost some of their power and authority, but mostly just delayed things for 3 years, and then they didn't get any funding because, well, it's in the courts, so there's no funding. So I don't know. It's a long-winded riff, but I don't know that having a stronger or city manager ultimately makes that much difference. I think it just depends on the situation and the individuals.
I do agree, it might depend on it, but I just sharing my experience from Charlottesville. We were under a city manager, and I think a system that has more autonomy and flexibility, to me, is more favorable for the ideals of oversight. There were some instances being under city management, a system where we had to go back and forth over budgetary decisions. And in Charlottesville, they were just setting up shop, and they weren't well versed in oversight. So I'm having to explain and over-explain why we need to use the budget in a particular way. We don't have this problem here because we have that separation. We still have to go through the city procurement process and all of that, but some logistical things, I think it's helpful to have that autonomy and independence. But in other regards, if there's strong support from the city manager, then I don't think that there's the issue. But when you talk about resources stuff, it could get a little bit tricky when you have that dynamic, in my experience.
The only thing I was gonna add is I think a lot of this is personality driven in all sectors. And you can have, the personalities of people on this board. And in the past, in the PRC, there were times where the board, the commissioners did not get along. And there were some people who adamantly hated the police and other people who adamantly loved the police. And there's a lot of clashing. I think right now we're pretty much on the same page, and I think same page with staff. And same thing with the chief. You can have a chief who has a certain personality and someone who has a different, and a mayor or city manager. So fortunately or unfortunately, you can have a structure, but I think a lot of things are personality driven.
Yeah. No, I think that's true. I mean, it seems weird, although I know a number of you have legal backgrounds. In a legal system where there's rules and laws, and how can it be so personality dependent? But it is, and so I think that's part of why I think so much about legitimacy, because you can set up this really great system, and 2 or 3 people can keep it working, whether it's because they're pushing too hard or not asking the right questions or trying to stop people. And I think because it is so broad potentially, it's so important to people who have complaints, or people who have been victims of misconduct. It's very personal, and then they may go to their elected officials and raise issues, and then it becomes very political. And I think that's one of the challenges for a lot of this work too, is that it does get into politics. And in my city, we have elections every 2 years, and we have they're looking at changing the charter, but we have ranked choice voting, so everybody runs citywide, and they're all competing for #1 votes. And so, that election is coming up in November. And so, I mean, there's already a shift in how people are positioning themselves and their willingness to work with other people, because they're all trying to differentiate themselves. And so, and that's one of the issues going on right now in our city around policing issues. body worn cameras, and one person is adamantly opposed to body worn cameras because privacy and it's giving the police more power. Other people don't have them already. Other people are, well, you can have body worn cameras as long as you don't increase the police budget. You know, so just take it out of someplace else. So it's, yeah, okay, this is like. All right, so I have the time to break. I think we're sort of talking about some of that. I mean, the specific bullet points are maybe not the same ideas, but trying to think about how to embrace these principles in the work. And then I'll just say quickly, I'll leave it in this before we take a little break. I mean, this sort of made like a little bit of encapsulating some of these concepts, right? That you've got these two different types of authority, and I mean, you need statutory authority, but you also have to have legitimacy-based authority. And I think where a lot of times, you know, law enforcement in particular has been overrun a lot, but oversight can be that way too. You know, lots of us, depending on our personality or our experience, it's like, okay, this is my authority, I'm going to exercise it. How do I exercise? And what you were saying, Julie, is that can be thwarted by personalities and people. So if you can move to a place where your authority is more based on legitimacy, it's not perfect. But then you've got the buy-in from the broader community. It's not like you're depending on the system. Because if you're depending on the system, when something happens, the system breaks down, and someone finds a way around the system, you don't have anything. If you can do it based on legitimacy, then you have something to fall back on. You know, legitimacy with the community, legitimacy with the police officers, legitimacy with the elected officials. So I will pause there for questions, but I promise people would have a 10-minute break, like half an hour ago. So we should take a 10-minute break and move around. I'm gonna call home. Just acknowledge it. So I'm not gonna spend much time on this as I might have. But I do want to just kind of quickly highlight some of these key thoughts about civilian oversight. Now, I would say some of these things are, one of these days I'm going to change this slide around because it's written a little bit like an absolute. And these things vary a lot depending on your authority, your model, state law, local ordinances. And I will say, and actually this is exactly, you know, this is a good moment for me to say this, because I think one of the things that I think really challenging oversight in general is that when you've got a system, like most places, like I have, and you guys have, where you've got board members and staff, and there's like a state department, some of these issues can be really challenging, right? About like who is speaking on behalf, you know, and I don't know all the exact rules. I generally, my understanding, most places that the chair and or the director are the people who are speaking, because the board should be speaking with one voice. Sometimes when you're a city staff person, again, I don't know about, I think it's a little different here. I mean, like I report directly to the city manager, so I can't just go rogue. I mean, if there's something I thought was so important that I might be willing to lose my job for, I could. And I know people who've done that. You know, I think Barbara Carter, who used to be the director with the PRC, I think that's part of her history, going back 25 years or something. But, you know, just all of these things being independent within the context of your mission, your role, your authority, and just making sure that as these things are happening, you're following how things are supposed to work, how things need to work. But having said that, so within that box I just put you in, these are the kinds of things that you want to be able to do. So I would imagine like your reports are mostly coming out of the Office of the Director of Police Accountability. So those reports, you know, again, someone's going to look at them, but there should be as much independence as possible to report on what you're doing and what you're seeing. And I have a little bit about that later because I was looking at the budget, the last budget, talked about some of the challenges. So, you know, and that last thing about staffing, I think it may sound strange to people, but there are places where the oversight director doesn't have the ability to hire their own staff, right? So, which has created some serious problems. So you need to have that kind of independence. I mean, you're still within the city government. you're not independent of municipal government, but you are independent within it, and primarily independent of the police department. That's probably the big thing. Transparency, another thing that sounds like an absolute, but there are always restrictions on it. There are restrictions about, varying, again, state to state, city to city, contract to contract, what you can talk about, what you can reveal, but also how much transparency you're given. And I know this is an issue that you're grappling with, like many oversight agencies. Sometimes you will have something that says the board shall have access to, the investigation shall have access to, and then it's this, well, I know it says that, but it's not that simple, and there's this other thing, and there's the contract, and there's the state law, and there's this judicial decision, and then, the Ninth Circuit or Chernobyl said, so, those things are unreal, they're real. And it's like you have to find ways to keep moving forward. So there's not like a magic formula. And then to the extent that, I was saying about Cheryl and I were just chatting, to the extent that you can do some of this with the police department, right? That you can co-release things. I don't know, again, places different. Like if there's something where there's body worn camera footage, is that something that if it's part of an investigation, how much of that can be released, under what circumstances? What's the role of the oversight entity in releasing that information to the public? When you finish your hearings and you make your determinations, how much is public? Where I am right now in the Northeast, we do not have the strongest public records laws for the community. And so we just had a police reform law that now means that complaints and investigative reports are available to the public. Now that still people have to request them. We're not just putting them out there.
Still,
It's
different than the way it is.
Yeah, but and it's redacted, but and the interesting thing is it's redacted to protect the names of the complainants and witnesses, not the officers. So this is brand new. So, and we'll see how it evolves, right? Because they're still working on the regulations, because we didn't have a post commission. The police officers here in training, we were, I think, like number 1 and 5, I think that was only 4 that didn't have a post commission. So they're going to be releasing stuff, but they haven't done it yet. But it's affected us because now I've got, kind of online journalists, I guess is the way to say it. Doing public records requests to get stuff that we don't even share with complainants, right? Like we don't share with the complainant the investigative report that the board sees. So, things are shifting. Like I'm going way too long about this. But I guess ultimately, to the extent possible, promoting transparency is really important, right? It creates problems, there's unintended consequences. The more information you give people, the more they want, and I've experienced that personally. I got an email while I was on the plane from one of my online journalist friends asking me for some stuff. But the 2004 memo, do you have records of did the board vote on it? So, but it's important, right? Like it's frustrating, it's challenging. I'm like, I don't know how to trust the motive, and it's also important. So the principle is important, and the reality is important. And then accountability, right? So you guys. This is like my stock slide, but you guys all have accountability in your names, right? And so it's not just oversight or review, it's accountability. And again, accountability means different things to different people. So I won't read through all these things. I guess I should have said, you probably guess, this will be available for public meeting, so you all have access to this. And half of you can find on the internet from some other training. But it's thinking about how are you accountable to the complainants? How are you accountable to the community that created you? How are you accountable to the police department? That I'd say at a certain level, right? You're there to support them doing the best job they can, right? There's a way in which you can be an adversarial relationship, and sometimes it is, but ultimately, your goal is to make their work better, right? To make their lives easier, to make their work more effective, to their mission to support and take care of the community, to be able to do that even better. So
how do you convey that message? Because I think that's really important, but I don't think that's
not how it's seen.
No, I don't think
It's
so.
not actually occurred.
No, and I don't know if we've even explicitly tried to communicate that, so.
Yeah, I mean, that might be part of it. It's just, and again, I don't know all the details of it. And then sometimes, you know, it's not only what you say, it's what activists say, it's what elected officials say, it's what people who work on the charter amendment might say. But I mean, you have to, again, in whatever ways appropriate in your structure, speak your own truth as a board and about what your goals and mission. I think that's part of the challenge of the tensions about trying to do that, whether it's informal or formal negotiation with the union and the police department about access, is that it's easy for that to fall into a dialogue of us against them. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to do that. And even while that's ongoing, having those conversations, thinking about like, are there, again, I just don't know if it varies in every place, but are there ways that you can have direct conversation with the police chief, with the command staff, around, not about like negotiating what we get, but just to build that relationship. I mean, sometimes when I do these sorts of things, police leadership is there, like they're part of the discussion. I mean, that didn't come up for this one, and I don't have any reason to think that it would have, but maybe in the future, there'll be an opportunity to do something that's like more of a retreat style meeting, where you actually do have some of the law enforcement stakeholders at the table. Thinking carefully about how you do that, what comes out, and how it's facilitated, but so that you can have that direct dialogue, right? So it's not just, I'm not saying this is what it is, what fueling memos, because that's what happens in a lot of places. They're going to fire off a demands that the charter says this, and ordinance says that, and the state manager must direct you to do it. And like, well, we have this thing, and we can't do that, and the lawyer says we can't do this. And so, I mean, that happens. But if you can kind of, I don't want to say short circuit, but like circumvent it. And I often think about mediation as sort of, I mean, it's not the exact model, but really getting down to where are the interests as opposed to where the position is, right? Because the position is often going to be, we're going to do as little as possible, as late as we can, because we just need to keep you out of our hair, or we think you're illegitimate, or you're bad, or you hate us. Or sort of the flip of that. And so if you can start to get to like, what is the interest that you share, right? What are the shared interests between the board and the ODPA and the police department? That can be the beginning. So again, it's not trivial. I mean, if it were, we would just all do it. We'd just say, hey, we're gonna have a meeting, we're gonna hold hands at the end, and we're on the same page. But I think that it's not gonna come from that. You know what I mean? It's like, they're too big, they've got too many things to do. But you're in a position where you can initiate that, and we're working with Ansel and you guys to figure out how to have those conversations with what the right structure is, what the right format is, and how to do it in a way that maintains that level of respect, even when people are frustrated. So, I mean, people can do that, it's not always easy, but it's
Looking at your screen there, improve the quality of the department's internal investigations of alleged misconduct. We're not allowed to get near those files.
yeah.
So what do some places have? I don't
Some
know.
places do it. I mean, this is, I have a few more slides about that, but every place is different. I mean, there are places where, like Seattle, where they took internal affairs out of the police department and they have a civilian-led agency that is a combination, the staff are a combination of sworn and non-sworn people that investigate, like they do everything internal affairs. But it's external to the department.
Right, that's a good model, and I misspoke. I mean, we're in the process of trying to get those kinds of files, but so far
Yeah.
haven't, so I was just curious about that. Bullet.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I would say is, when oversight is working well, right, you're bringing different perspectives. You're helping, hopefully, the police department to see things a little differently, see things in a different light. Like there's still, because there's always gray areas. Whether that's about they follow the rules, but the outcome was still not what we want to, because I mean, in my experience, a lot of complaints, they're not clear violations of policy, right? It's about conduct. So there was how the conversation went, what was the officer's demeanor? Did they explain things properly? Or I think I was stopped because of my identity. And those can be really hard things to prove, right? But to help the department by engaging in these conversations about investigations, even if they're separate investigations, to start to understand what the perspective is of people who are outside of this department. I mean, in a sense, like, police don't live in a bubble. They live in the same world community as the rest of us. And yet, when you're in the work, it's easy to sort of get caught up in that. Here are the rules and regulations, here are the standards. And in my experience, a place that, for good reason, investigators often go is, so when this goes to arbitration, will I be able to defend it? Right? Because arbitration is, I don't know what it's like here, but it's like most places, arbitration where chiefs get overturned, where personnel and HR directors get overturned, mayors get overturned, because you didn't follow all the steps. You didn't do things exactly the right way. And policing in particular, it's, well, you can't demonstrate that some other officer who did the same thing got the same treatment, right? So there's so many ways for that to uncover. Anyway, I guess it's just, you know, like I said, these are boilerplate slides to an extent, but it's that helping to bring other perspectives and that risk management, internally focused.
I was just gonna add too, that I think improving legitimacy, in being able to review internal affairs, it could help improving legitimacy, because sometimes the conclusion of the department may be right, but they didn't do all the steps to get there. And it's important, even on what looks like a straightforward case, that they're doing, collecting all the evidence, doing that, because we can't trust them on a smaller case, how can we trust them on a deadly force case? So I think that helps them improve their legitimacy. You know, we did all these steps, and this is our conclusion, not just, oh, you look at the body on camera, you can tell, you know, what exactly did you do? And to get to that conclusion, I think is important.
Yeah. And I just reminded that the other thing I should have said at the beginning was that there are a lot of agencies where they don't have an independent investigative report. So you would have the same structure, but we're not doing investigations. You're looking at investigations in a police department through their process, and you may have authority over them, but you're not actually doing the investigations, right? So how do you have an influence, impact on how they're doing investigations? Because in my model, the model in the ordinance allows us to do investigations, but it hasn't been practical for a long time, although that's always a conversation. But then there's this constant, I mean, I've been doing this since 2010. So in those 12 years plus, there's been this constant, like, I got to push to be engaged before the investigation is done. I've got to be able to, have you talked to the witnesses? Did you interview the complainant? And again, I'd say not because anyone's bad, it's just people slip back into, well, we didn't need to talk to the complainant because what their statement was sufficient. Well, we called them once or twice, they never called back, and they were very clear, or, you know, and it's easy for people to slip back into that kind of like, oh, well, it's fine. You know, what do we do? You know, sort of version of what you just said. It's like, no, well, we know what the outcome is. Yeah, this is fine. We did enough steps. And it's like this constant thing. What else do I have to say? I don't know if I look at my next slide. Oh, yeah, this is more just kind of like the ethical stuff. And way to get this more of that later. Yeah, I think it is this sort of just a reminder that this work, as frustrating as it can be, and as much as you can get caught up in the details and problems and challenges, it is really important. It's a unique role, and you know, more and more places are creating civilian oversight. That's like the next portion, is just a quick overview of the history. But just know that it is something that has grown, that will continue to grow, and it's always a challenge, right? And so trying to learn from other people, trying to learn from each other in the field is necessary, but it's really, I just can't, I don't want to so articulate about this, but I can't tell you how important it is that you're doing the work that you're doing. I guess that's what I'm ultimately trying to say, and that you all these things about trust and legitimacy, you know, there's a way in which we all hope our personal lives or our professional qualifications will earn us trust. And we all know that it's never so simple. And, you know, and part of it is this sort of thing here, you know, being able to do training, get training, and think about these things, doing ride-alongs, and not, you know, not only so you learn more, but in part so you can demonstrate that we're not just a bunch of amateurs who come in because we want to judge the police. We're people who are committed, we get training, we're analyzing our own work, we're self-reflective. Those are really important things. Let's see. It is 11:28. I know we just took a break. So can I push forward a little bit more? Sure. Okay. So I started after I just go right into this. So now you may know some of this already, but this again, I won't go into great detail. But you know, there are about 18,000 law enforcement agencies, and that is a lot. So the province of Ontario, right, which is not, you know, not nearly as big as California, but it's good size. It's about 15 million people. They have 55 police agencies. In the United Kingdom, right, in England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland, they have 8. So we have 18,000. Now, some of those are, you know, federal, you know, people with forest police, you know, the parks police here, which I know is a significant police department with an oversight board. You know, little tiny departments in places like in the Northeast where I live. Massachusetts has 351 cities and towns, and almost every single one has a police department. So, I mean, what do they do for training? What do they do for support? You know, so it's a ridiculously varied field, right? And so, you know, big giant departments. Every state has its own laws and all that, and so law enforcement is a very diverse field, and you know, there are not national standards, just like anything. There have been efforts to create that, and there's always a pushback. And it's the United States, that's not policing. That's just our society. Everybody wants everything to be special and global. There's a benefit to that, right? But there's also challenges. So you've got like that within policing. So oversight, you know, it's not exactly parallel because, you know, 225, I think actually, it's pretty much 135 now. That number has grown significantly in the last 20 years, but most big places have it, right? So a lot of people are familiar with oversight. Phoenix was the last of the 10 largest cities to create civilian oversight. They just did it over the last 3 years. Now, of course, it's Arizona, so the state legislature passed a law to cripple oversight by saying that the majority of people on a civilian oversight board in Arizona must be members of the police department. Because no one else would understand their training, like not even from a different department. So, you know, but Phoenix find that oversight. And my point is just like that. So people know that because big cities all have it, you know, around here, I mean, lots of places have it. California actually has a bit more of a concentration. But, you know, in Massachusetts, during 51 cities and towns, we've got Cambridge, Boston, Springfield, and a city called Pittsfield in the Berkshire Mountains. They had an oversight board, and everybody resigned last year, Mass. So don't do that.
Why did they?
You know, and I tried to talk to some people on the board. It's a long story, but basically, they had a model where the chief actually, I still don't quite know how he did this. He reviewed in open session the complaints that they had gotten with the board members, and but then there was an officer involved, bail officer involved shooting. With Pittsfield police killed somebody, and all that information was not made public. And the board was like, we need to see all this, and it's like, can't. And so, you know, so it was a pretty new oversight board. They'd only been around for about 3 years. And not, yeah, and Pittsfield is, I don't know if you're familiar with Berkshires, it's kind of a big vacation area in western Massachusetts. It's between Vermont and Connecticut, the western part of the state. And so it's a lot of wealthy people from New York and even from Montreal and Boston and other places who vacation there in the summer. And then you have like an underclass of people that are working in hotels and doing everything else. Used to have a lot of industry, which is all gone now. And so it's not it's an unusual place. And Pittsfield is the biggest city there, it's like 40,000 people. So that's where a lot of people live in poverty, where a lot of people call us. So when they created civilian oversight, there was this sense that, you know, it's almost like, well, we know that policing is unfair and that our systems are unjust. So we need to have civilian oversight. And, but it also was a place where it wasn't that there were specific incidents that had led to it. I mean, a lot of places until say, well, the current period, right? This was an example, where there'd be a specific incident or a series of incidents that led to the creation of civilian oversight. And what we've seen more in the last 10 years is that, especially 5 years, communities are just saying, you know, this is like a good practice. We should have civilian oversight. And so it's a way, yes. But yeah, that was sort of sad. I didn't bring that in, I thought it's great. But yeah, it was kind of a one-off situation. But anyway, I hope I just said everything up on the slide because I tend to say the same things every time. Oh, and then the DOJ, yes, consent decrees and all that, that has been, that started up again. There was a pause during the previous presidential administration, but we just saw Louisville just had their report from the Department of Justice around their police department. So again, you know, that's trying to have accountability for misconduct, but it's also about transforming systems, right? Part of those consent decrees mandate changes, and some of those consent decrees, like Oakland, did Oakland finally get out?
Oh, you're close.
Yeah, you know. So it could be, you know, I mean, it's not trivial. So again, we'll go through this quickly, just to give you a little bit of a sense. The history of oversight, as we talk about it, goes back almost 100 years. And it wasn't entities like this. First, there was in Los Angeles in 1928, the Bar Association formed a Committee on Constitutional Rights. And they were basically looking to address issues of police misconduct and pretty corrupt LAPD of the late 1920s. One of their challenges was that they weren't part of the government. So they were a group of lawyers trying to pressure change, you know, make change through pressure. But it weren't able to do a whole lot. The Riversham Commission was a national commission in the wake of prohibition and all the lawlessness that was happening, corruption and organized crime. And one of their many findings was that there should be some sort of disinterested entity to address lawlessness in law enforcement. So again, this is almost 100 years ago. In terms of civilian oversight as an entity, as it says in 1948, there was a board formed in DC. Put the number in there by notes. So in between 1948 and 1964, they only reviewed 51 cases. So it wasn't seen as terribly effective. And, you know, it was not a first attempt. New York, a few years later, created it's got the same name, their Civilian Complaint Review Board. It is not the same entity that exists today. And it was internal to the department. It was an internal effort to do something about citizen complaints. And then in Philadelphia, there was a police advisory board formed. And that was a board of citizens or community members, but their role was to collect complaints and refer them to the police department for investigation. So again, not you know, a bad thing, but you know, it's something, right? It's a little easier to go to some concerned citizens than to the police department for many people. But that was sort of, you know, the initial attempts to create oversight. And I would say PRC's on here not because of that, it's special for you, but it's part of my whole timeline. So the oldest office that still exists is Kansas City. And I would say, unlike Berkeley, they have never thought about changing their structure. So, you know, Kansas City, Missouri, we've got some challenges, but overall, there's been talk about changing the model, but they basically do reviews of the investigation by the police department and work with citizens as a liaison for residents. I have this call out because it bothers me that there is no great term: citizens, civilian, community. Every term has some unwanted baggage. So that's why I think that's part of why probably your your name doesn't have that in it. Just the whole thing. So the PRC established, 1973, was a very significant movement in the field for civilian oversight. By 1980, there were 13 civilian oversight agencies. So it was still a new thing, and many of those agencies were actually staffed by people who had been police officers. I mean, sort of, they're like Angel's background. They were people who had been in the job and had seen problems. And when the community said, we need someone to look at this, like, who can look at these, investigate things, understand what's happening? So,
I was just on the timeline, and maybe I'm incorrect, but Gordon goes in the 80s with Mayor Damon Dickens. He tried to do a civilian oversight board. The police union and the police actually rushed the, you know what I'm talking about?
yeah, I don't remember the details because I think the current seemed that there was an original one, and then it went through this into the 70s, and I'm not sure when they created the current version. It probably, I think it was under David Dinkins.
Yeah, everything was attempted to, and they actually created a riot. Police.
Oh, the police riot, yeah. Like the Brooklyn Bridge or something?
Yeah,
Yeah.
And I was just wondering, would that be something that's history labeled within the civilian oversight? Like, should that be something we discuss and talk about? We get a lot of pushback, and that was.
Yeah.
Union and civilian oversight.
Yeah, it's because I don't know much more than that about it. I think it's, sort of like in this history of the 70s.
Yeah, I think I got a
Police
documentary on it, like,
Yeah.
tune in and totally.
Yeah. Well, if you find, I would love if you find something like that, and I will try to remember this from my own edification.
I'll share it with you.
Yeah.
It was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, New York is, interesting history. Anyway, so, big jump between 1980, 2000. I'm slowing down, so I'm gonna try to speed up here. But again, not because of you asked me questions. So I will just talk about this briefly. I think one of the things that we've really seen in the field of oversight is this shift. So oversight originally was very reactive, right? It was kind of an adjudicatory process. Something happens, there's a complaint, you investigate it, you have a hearing, and that's important to do. But it was very much when something goes wrong, let's take action. It often emphasizing very legalistic rules, the adversarial process, really replicating the criminal legal system in a lot of ways. And the ultimate idea, I think, for a lot of it was that, well, we'll fix this problem through deterrence. If officers know they can't get away with misconduct, they won't do it. So we're going to demonstrate that will not happen. Where things have shifted increasingly is to be proactive. Now, again, it's always a work in progress, so some back and forth, but to be looking more generally at what are the underlying causes, where are the issues with training, where are the issues with policies and procedures, what we're asking our officers to do, how we're supporting the officers, what kind of change needs to happen. There's something that can happen with first line supervisors. We're the ones who are kind of, implementing the orders from on high with the actual officers out in the field. How do you build partnerships with law enforcement? How do you build those bridges and not just be, we're here to hold you accountable, but we're here to partner with you. And that's a recurring theme. I'm gonna skip through this quickly because you guys have oversight, and I probably should have just taken these out. These are just some of the things that people think about why you have oversight. Accessible complaint processes, investigations are fair and thorough, improve public confidence, enhance transparency of the police organizations. Some stuff I talked about before, improving law enforcement agencies in different range of ways. It is to deter misconduct. Certainly reduce legal liability, as anyone who's dealt with the city attorney knows that risk management is a really big part of what city attorneys do and think about, and it's often a challenge, but it is important. And especially as we see these headlines constantly now about how many tens of millions of dollars some city has paid out for police misconduct claims that often didn't go through the oversight entity because it just went through a legal process. And then one thing that's interesting, which not everybody thinks about, but I think it's important, is what role can civilian oversight have in helping the public better understand the police and what the police do? And not like, oh, no, they had to beat that guy up, but more just, what is the community asking the police to do? I think police departments often think they're doing that, but I think what they often do more is like, look, we're nice people, we're here at your community, we're here at this fair, and which are good things to do, because it makes it a human relationship. But I don't think they're as good at articulating what the community has asked them to do, they're just doing it. And oversight can play a role in that. And that can be two-way, that can be hopefully helping the department understand what the community has asked, but also helping the broader community understand what the municipal government, the elected officials, maybe the accountability board has asked the police to do. So I have so many things here. I said, this will be made available to you all, but just some of the ideas about how, this back to this Robert Peel principle, the 7th principle of the police to the public and the public are the police. Thinking about how for the public and the police, the role of oversight can improve. This kind of the flip side of everybody's mad at you all the time, right? This is how can your role, whatever you find, right? Whether you find that the officer did something wrong, whether you find the officer didn't do anything wrong, instead of thinking of it just as, well, the complaint's unhappy because we didn't find there was misconduct. Like, well, now the officer is like, wow, well, this group of residents, they decided that what I did was good, and you agree with your decision.
So I'm wondering if you know in how many agencies, and I guess in Cambridge, whether or not the findings of the oversight body can then be reversed by the chief.
So we don't have authority over anything. So we don't, this varies greatly.
You make
So-
findings.
Yeah, well, we make findings and, we base it off the police investigation, and it's, we have so few cases and it's so rare that the board disagrees. But I would say that's been one of my challenges, is when the board does disagree, there's no clear process. And that's where it depends on who's the police chief and what kind of relationship I have. So our current, we have a commissioner with outside civil service, and then we have civil service. So our police commissioner and I, the current person, we have a great relationship. When I first took on the civilian oversight, she was I think she was lieutenant or just the deputy superintendent in charge of professional standards. So we've worked together on these issues since 2010. But the person before was very supportive publicly, but was not helpful at all in maintaining those kind of systems. So when the board disagreed with the finding, which usually doesn't happen, but it does, there was nothing. So one of the things that one of the recommendations about effective oversight that we talk about is having the police department respond in writing when there's differences of opinion. Now, again, there are some places they do that as a matter of course, it's not a big deal. The police chief wants to put that on record. Other places it becomes a struggle and a fight. So, I mean, it's not something you want to fight over. But I mean, in my world, I would love it if when those verifications do happen, that the police commissioner would have to respond back and say, I see the findings of the board, I appreciate it, this is why I'm sticking with my original position, or in light of what you said, I'm going to do differently. Now, where it gets complicated is that depending on the exact system and how it works, and this has been one of our issues, there's union contracts, there's bargaining, there's arbitration. So that's that thing is like, if you once you start to deviate, then that opens up issues for arbitration. But that's also the case when the board disagrees, right? Because if the board disagrees with the commissioner's finding, that easily can go, whatever's to the benefit of the officer. That's an old thing for an arbitrator to come in and say, well, we think you have to vindicate this basically. So, sorry, yeah, very long answer to this question.
Yeah, well, we just have a different structure, and I guess you guys are gonna, is that next thing on the agenda, something on the agenda where you're gonna hear specifically about our structure, because we have unique challenges because of our structure.
Yeah, which I should, so, I really just, I don't want to eat up all that time. So, front end accountability, I mentioned this before, Barry Friedman, Police Project. And then I'm gonna do a very super quick list of what I do because I can. So in the normal world, when I have more time, I would talk about sort of the structure of oversight at length. And I will disagree with this come up. There are these different basic models, and there's the review focus model, which is not technically what my model is, but really how we function. Investigative focus model where you have staff that investigate complaints. And then you have monitors, auditors, inspectors general, who are generally doing more systemic things or maybe monitoring complaints in real time. Like in Fairfax County, where Hansel was on the board, they have a police review panel, which is a review panel. But there was a separate independent police auditor who monitored investigations as they were happening. And now the panel has hired an executive director. So you've got these two different functions. So in Fairfax County, you have a hybrid system, even though you have two different models. You have a review focus model and an auditor, but together they're hybrid. So there's some slides that have some details, which I won't get into, about the benefits and sort of the challenges of each one. I think the takeaway from all that, which I often go off for 10, 15 minutes, is that there is no one best model of oversight. It's actually gotten a little bit better the last few years, I'd say, but most of my time is where people always want to know, what's the best model? We're going to create oversight. What's the strongest model? What's the one that's going to work the best? And there is no one best model. I mean, it goes back to the diversity of laws and departments and communities that depending on what your needs are, you know, what the issues are. If you have a department that's pretty much well-liked, that doesn't have too many specific parts of the community that are unhappy, you know, you're probably not going to necessarily be pushing for independent investigation of all the complaints. So that's not necessary. If you have a city where there's a, you know, like in New Orleans, where you've got generations, hundreds of years of issues of corruption and murder by police, and just, you know, and the situation for police is terrible. They have really done that. You need much more in the way of oversight and accountability. And support, right? So I mean, that's part of those consent decrees, is it's not just accountability, it is to support the department becoming what it could be and should be. So yeah, so oversight varies a lot. And yeah, I'm thinking. Well, everything's important. That's why it's all here. I won't babble about each point, but these are some of the things about establishing credibility that are important for your work. I think especially with the police department, but also with a lot of the community. You know, and it's not always easy. I mean, so this is same thing, version of different things I talked about before. Impartial, objective. You know, you don't need to be all criminal law experts, but some basic familiarity with those things. Clearly compliance with confidentiality laws. And I cannot tell you in kind of in this work how many stories I've heard of either a board member or a staff person who has released information that they didn't have authority to release because they felt like it was just so important. And you know, I get whistleblowing. I was reading the thing about Daniel Ellsberg just yesterday, right? And you have to be really mindful of your role, and that you know, I'd say it's civilian oversight. That all the examples I can think of where someone released something was not something that they really had to release. It was not something that was being hidden or was not eventually going to come out. But they just felt like the community just demanded that we're transparent. So well, that's really important. And then just that last thing, being willing to see all sides of the issue. I mean, I think most of us, right? You hear something, and like in my role, you get a complaint, you hear the story from the person, and you know, it's hard not to start to draw conclusions and think you know what happened. And we were just talking about earlier with investigators. Well, we saw the body camera footage and what happened. You have to be open to new information and evolving understanding as things come in and things change. For credibility, you want to get training. that we're kind of talking about that, and we're training, so I think we're talking about training, just keep doing more training, it's really good. And then now I want to stop because we were planning to have lunch at 12:15, and I was gonna give 40 minutes for this, and now it's at 11:25, it's 11:52, so we can probably maybe either, I don't know, I don't see much, so I guess we're gonna do
Beniva's on the way with it.
okay. I mean, maybe we can, I try not to be working much, so maybe we can start this conversation on if need be, we can keep talking about the history over lunch. But this is where I'm gonna take a break. You won't have to listen to me. And I'm gonna turn it over to the amazing staff of the ODPA to share with you some of the history, some which you may know you better than, and some which you may not know. And sure, can I stop?
Yeah,
All right.
is it okay if I stay here or do you want me to go?
You can say that.
Okay, I just wanna, as we saw in the timeline, just a reminder that this is 50 years of civilian oversight proper, not that there weren't other forms of community oversight of the police, but since the PRC is gonna be 50 years on April 17th, and we, Jose and I in the office, we've been talking about creating a special report to celebrate these 50 years and also trying to bring back some of the folks that were part of this and bring them all together. We're trying to identify a good date. It's not gonna be April 17th.
Great idea.
But I think it would be neat to have everybody together and talk about the evolution. It was interesting though, we had the opportunity to go to Berkeley, the university, to present to a small group of students earlier this week. And one of the, I think, she was a professor, the instructor, she is actually a former PRC member. So she was excited about, you know, that we were able to go there. And she just made the comment that it's been, you know, a continuous, and she was telling her students, it's been a continuous struggle to make it work in Berkeley. One point of information she gave me, which we haven't verified yet, but you may or not be familiar with it. She said, I think it took, and I don't know if you know, if she was just overemphasizing, but she said it took like 11 years to get them to the point where they could actually interview an officer. And again, I don't know if she just threw out a number or if that number is accurate, but
What's her name?
I
think I might have presented to that group too.
okay.
I'll pick up much detail secretly.
Yeah.
Okay, you presented?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah, and what's her name?
I'm forgetting her name.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I have it in the email.
Yeah.
Did you present this year by any chance? Or?
last year.
Okay, yeah. So those are the kind of things that we wanna highlight in our report. Jose has been taking a deep dive and making trips to the library to look at some of that. So I wanna give just a preview. We're not gonna give you everything because we keep that for the report and the celebration that we have prepared.
Yeah, so as we mentioned earlier, or as it was mentioned by Mr. Core earlier, police oversight and practice of civilian oversight has a long history and it's gone through various versions of it. Within the city of Berkeley, in terms of our history with civilian oversight, we have a very extensive and a very influential role throughout this process. Not just through the establishment of the PRC as a formal entity, but also just in terms of the community advocacy that went behind it, started from the 60s. As some of us may know, the Black Panthers played a really big role in the Bay Area in terms of their early programs, in terms of watching the police and their patrols, which again were in a sense also a big source of why California has strict gun laws in terms of the armed patrols of the police and making stops when they made stops and making sure that they had a presence there. But once those laws and legislations really started to play into a role in limiting the capacity to do that and exercise those rights before, again, those gun control laws came into place, they essentially had to go to the ballots, which eventually started with the community controlled the police movement. There's various ballot measures that went before the council. Some of them were I'd like to say they got watered down from their original proposed model of having each district essentially having their own board with their own officers assigned to their own district and having a community monitoring of the officers within those each specific districts. But again, at the time, considering the social context in the 60s and 70s, it wasn't a very popular pledge. So again, various ballot measures went before the council. Not many of them were successful until we get to 1973, where we did have the PRC as a ballot measure that passed by a very, very fine margin, just a little bit over 50%. And again, the first years of the PRC were filled with litigation. There was a lot of hate, there's a lot of pushback. And it gets to the point where, as Director Eiler mentioned, where some of the communities expressed that it took many years for the PRC to actually feel like an established entity. So we just say that into context to acknowledge that we are in the process of change, but that either way, there has been a lot of work that's brought us to this point, and we're in a position where we're not fighting the same battles in a sense in terms of are making progress, and that we're at a different stance than we were then, sort of as a motivational / pep talk to continue our work and to continue moving forward with again our advocacy. As I mentioned, there's a lot of efforts that have already been placed, and there's still a lot of community interest, and with recent events in the social context, there is still a lot of community interest. So it's a bit of our pep talk, historical pep talk. As the director mentioned, we'll have a formal report on this to honor that history. So,
And as you remember, and as it relates to our conversation here in terms of structure, we have the two bodies, so it's hybrid. We have the ability to investigate, the ability to review, and there's language there to suggest the ability to monitor. Right? We have. If our interpretation, which we believe is correct, we have broad access to a lot of these documents, which allows us to monitor in real time what's going on to ensure that we're having a robust system. And I think it's really important that the charter is articulated in that way, because investigatory power alone or review power alone, it isn't necessarily going to resolve our problems. And as Brian was saying today, oversight alone isn't going to resolve all these problems, but each of these are different tools that we can utilize. And the review power coming from the Fairfax model, we had a lot of we took that review process very serious. We had the opportunity to look at internal affairs, and we scrutinized everything in there. And we had recommendations that sometimes they adopted them and sometimes they didn't. One of the things that I like that we did there, which I would like to adopt here, we did keep a public log of the recommendations we made and what the police response was, if they adopted or didn't. And I think if we could create, I'm working with our city's IT infrastructure to try to have the public dashboard where we'll be able to track these things. But also not only stuff coming from here, but from like the fair and impartial policing, because it's been difficult when I get requests for information and I'm trying to look at where's all this information. You got to go to minutes, you got to go, contact different departments. So having a public dashboard, this was the recommendation, this was the response, this is where we are. I think puts us as an entity in a good place, but also the community. The other tool that I think is going to be really critical for us, there's but so much chances that we get to be truly transparent. So the annual report is one of those chances, and we're working on that. We have the police department report, and I think we were just thinking internally, and that's within our purview of the office to do it. Obviously, we'll go before it goes published, but it might make sense to wait after the police department does theirs, so there's some kind of a conversation. This is what the police has of the data, this is what we observe of the data. We didn't necessarily want it that way. We actually requested some information months back, but they were also working on their report. So they were, when they were producing it, then they gave us the data. But I think it might make more sense in terms of telling the story of of oversight, and I think it helps us kind of respond to what they're doing, and
Haven't they done that for every?
they just finished it, yeah, they presented it, 2 weeks ago, I think. Yeah, and it was also helpful too to hear some of the public feedback from the members of the community, what they were saying, what the police should have, analyzed a little bit more with the statistical data. So that also is helpful feedback for us as we're, finalizing. It does have to go through a legal review as well. But I was also thinking in terms of like tools and in transparency, one of the things we met with the PRP group, the Berkeley Law Students Group, a few weeks back, with the chair, and we were talking about ways that we can collaborate together. And what we don't want complainants and any member of the public to go into this black box that is the hearing process. Nobody really knows what it is if they haven't experienced it. So we talked about potentially developing some sort of a mock hearing process that we can place on the website. And this is what you can expect at a hearing, and providing these kind of public facing tools.
Of course, once we, it'll be different once our regulations, if they're ever,
Yeah,
so yeah, once the regulations are finalized, that would be good to do then.
right.
Anyway, so that could be why.
Right, but I think that there are like basic concepts of what to expect. You give the opportunity to go and make a case, the introductions. You may be questioned by the officers, this is what that may look like.
Maybe, yeah,
Well,
maybe not.
No, but this is more for the complainants to
Yeah.
prepare them.
Right.
You're saying, right. So, but we're operating
That's a
under.
good concept.
Right.
The mock-
Yeah.
the mock-
And I think it's also a good training tool for new board members, as we're expecting new board members to come on. Before we did a review process in Fairfax, before we touched any, we worked with IA to give us a case, a stale case, or excuse me, a completed case that, it was years removed. It was years removed from us. And they redacted it, but, just like the names, but everything else, they kept it, so we were actually able to see real work, and we went through the mechanism. So we felt comfortable with that review process, so, that's what I wanna make sure that everybody, on the board and the members of the community feel comfortable with our process. The other thing I wanted to know with the, investigations, there's more opportunity there, I think, than has been historically utilized in terms of being transparent when we give our disposition letter. So I want to tell the complainant as much as I can without violating any confidentiality. In one recent example, I provided the general orders that we looked at, the general city policies, and also give them resources. If you feel like this is something, this particular element needs to be addressed more, feel free to contact these different departments within the city. So those are the kind of things we don't want to, people to feel dissatisfied totally, in which, as we know, sometimes it's unavoidable. People just want, somebody to sustain their case, and we have to respect that. But even when we don't, we at least provide as much information as we can to communicate that we were thorough. And I think that will be helpful for our legitimacy and credibility in the community.
I'll just say that, I'm in the same boat, like, I'm trying to figure out how to do that, we have this police reform law. And I'm starting to like rework our letters to explain more information. One of the things I've been thinking about a lot is like closeout meetings, which is an effective practice, right? And when I think about the complainants who have come to us, the idea of sitting down to explain to them why we didn't find their favorite is challenging, and yes, it's the right thing to do, but there are also legal issues. People, if they're thinking about suing the city, but just to say that I think a lot of us in oversight are grappling with these issues and how to do this in a way that actually works and provides more transparency and enhances our legitimacy.
Well, I think also in addition to transparency, it's if the complainant, if there's some technical reason, you had some slide up there that was, lawful but awful. If that's what we conclude, that this was lawful, that it was awful, to communicate that to the complainant, that we understand, this is what we didn't sustain the allegations, but we're very concerned about what happened, and we think these policies should be revised, or we think there's training, or something to
Yeah.
communicate to them, just
Yeah.
what our thinking was, because often we have these hearings, and we're kind of tortured over the fact that we can't sustain something, if we feel that wasn't a good situation, and we feel bad for the complainant, but we're not gonna, hold to the complainant if it's not appropriate.
Right.
But we want to communicate to that person what our thinking was, and that it wasn't futile, there was some value in them bringing this to our attention.
No, and I think that's exactly the challenge. There's a fine line to walk, because if you go a little too far, then it's like, well, we thought the officer did something wrong, or, we think you should sue the city. So, but you're right, and it's like, I think that's what I've been grappling with, is how to provide more information and say something without the board is making recommendations without saying too much, and you're probably the same boat.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did also want to go back to board member Levine's point about, because it's something I've always grappled with too, with there's a technical violation, but everything else about the encounter seems to suggest it was appropriate. The way I treat that in my philosophy, in my reports, and our reports may reflect that, we need to treat that separately. So if there was a violation, we need to call it out, and then we treat what happens separately. Even though there was a violation, our recommendation is that you counsel him verbally. So, and we will consider the totality of the circumstances, but I think for me, it is important to, if and when there's opportunities to, document that there was misconduct, we need to, but also be fair in the process, saying, based on I don't know if they have disciplinary matrix, but I do use some particular factors when I'm making recommendations. And is this something somebody can be counseled about? And I'll include that, and you ultimately get to make the decision there. But that's sort of my philosophy when I'm looking at any of these events.
So lunch has arrived. I'm not gonna go through this in detail, because I just stole this from the budget, from this stuff. So, but I did want to make sure before we figure it out. So I'll just say some positive things. I don't know if you've all seen this, or if I just found the city budget and I was the first one to see it, but I thought there's some really good points about the positive work that's happened, because I know that there's been a lot of challenges, and there's been a lot of good work that's been going on. I know the interim regulations are only interim, but they do exist. You're accepting, investigating complaints, you're considering those complaints, and it's recognizing it's a new situation. So that is all important work. Also in that, it highlights some of the challenges and opportunities. The training for the board, which was impossible to do in the 6 months allotted, but is ongoing. Some of the other mandates in the charter that are being interpreted. Again, you guys know it far better than me, but I've heard many times about the challenges in the city attorney's office. But I was impressed that this was actually in the city's annual budget, right? So this is not secret. This is something that's out there, and it did get edited out. I don't know if I put this in my state budget. Because it's not my personal budget. And then also, as people have talked about today, again, this is from the city budget, the relationship with the police association, establishing those permanent regulations. These are all really challenging things that you're facing. But I think that as much as you have to really focus on the work that you need to do and the things that are difficult, you also do, I do want to recognize and celebrate that you have been doing significant work with a lot of new people in a new role, and you're still charting out how it's defined. So I don't know how this is going to work. It's always good to write, but I have not yet gotten around to any one-to-one exercises. So here's the whole idea. It's not super complicated. Pair up with somebody, and I just want you to discuss a simple idea, which is based on all we've talked about so far, you know, the challenges, the opportunities, the history, the role of oversight, maybe some context setting. What is one thing that you would like the board to be? And so what I would ask is that each of you pair up with somebody and maybe don't pair up with people, you'll have other opportunities. And this includes you guys. So pair up and then just the classic thing is I want you to like, each take a couple minutes and one person talk and then the other person talk. But then we'll come back and ask people to say what their partner said. Right, so you have to be thinking of what you want to say, but you also have to be listening to your partner. So it's not like formal small group report back, but I really want people to both be able to share with one thing that they want the board to do, but then to be able to really listen actively to their partner and then share with us with the partner.
You go first.
So, question?
So,
Yes.
so for example, we need to send a letter to them saying this is what we want, then we need to do this, then we need to do this, and then finally we practice this. So just establish a protocol in the city. There should be some process in that protocol to have some sort of mediation. So everybody kind of like, I mean, this is what we're looking for, so there's a conversation. Before we get that process. And to make sure that everybody gets an opportunity to be heard. In terms of, you know, we feel like we need this information for this reason, and, you know, whichever department, whoever, this is their perspective, so we can have some sort of understanding before we have to. That's something that should be like the last resort, essentially, and we should have some steps.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Can I just add, you know, the reason I think this goal is so that hopefully we get less opposition to our requests. And if we need something that it isn't as something that's too aggressive.
Okay, so our chair says that the only thing that he wants is the board to be clear.
What?
Those positions still like ASAP.
Yesterday.
Yes.
And looking for updates. No
Yes.
question, no question.
Yeah.
That's my,
They're in queue.
that's what I'm asking for, some full strength, you know. I have so much work to do, and I think right here, that is what we say. I need to choose something. But let me go ahead and talk about the vice chair, ProPoint is much more than what we really need to do and have a better relationship with the police department and the media. And negotiations with
Policies that we are way behind. Being real nervous, but I So we can.
And Julie, not because she heard, but she, her main point is the union and possibly either other city staff, although and to achieve what we want to achieve, including the documents and a particular interpretation, which seems to be an improved relationship. And I just think that idea, I mean, we have this new charter amendment and there is no agreed upon understanding of what it means. Because, you know, it was supposed to mean that the oversight board was empowered relative the empowering tool that we have relative to the PRC. The PRC actually was able documents were less powerful than the PRC. Because there have been at least two three, maybe four, maybe that not fatal shootings, not fatal police shootings. And the old PRC would have been able to investigate those. We can't. And so I agree with everybody's concerned about improvement. We ought to have this group meeting if they will come to such a thing. I mean, the important people probably wouldn't show up, but we could try.
We need an all-day retreat with them.
Oh, oh, that's an idea.
It's like when people work.
So we focus on the board, up to on the office, should do, and one of the things, the work we're putting out, so, you know, we're doing, I think, as best as we can, but we also do have, we just interpreted, with we don't have the technology, but those are ongoing conversations. I do what I got with the city, yesterday, city manager and the chief, the attorney representative meeting regarding some issues, and the separate meeting with the IT director. And we just expressed that was going to be, you know, a day one thing. It was made in October. I appreciate that they're respecting our independence. I haven't had anybody from city manager's office say, hey, you're doing this. So that has been kind of my message to her, that we need to make sure that the departments that report to her are providing us the resources we need to be more effective.
That's that conversation with,
Excuse me?
she accepted to that.
Yeah, so that message, yes, and then in the yesterday's conversation, I think she's definitely she made it known certain terms that a complaints, so one particular product because it also has a public facing portal that shows you in real time when we're receiving complaints and compliments. So these are things that, we can implement and we can also improve our community visibility. So when we're talking about, that particular IT request, she makes certain that, and that, but there is also the unfortunate, the city has is a dual message, and it's also, but I did see her commitment in terms of IT infrastructure to support us as much as we need.
Yeah, so just tying it in, the director had discussed that one of the things that this is, again, by communicating the status of our internal infrastructure is, and our office in the board so far have been our communication. There is times where the director had caught up with other tasks that come up, like for example, these recent policy reviews, that kind of what we were doing to address these issues. So it's in terms of improving gaps in our communication. And just in general, increased frequency. Our work. Once we get that communication going, that we can constantly improve on. As the conditions change and as our different obligations start to become more concrete under set, those communications develop with it as well. And I added a little bit to that, but that's just because the director and I, we're constantly in communication about this sort of thing. But long way of essentially saying that we want to work on our communication with the board moving forward to, again, continue to increase that bar of those standards.
And if I may just give you a quick stat and just not an excuse, but just the reality, since I've been here, I've received close to 4,000 emails, which translates to about 22 emails a day. So like, if I don't, answer you in what seems like a timely manner, it's not, I'm not ignoring you. It's just from different directives, not from the board. It's, from members of the public, from the city infrastructure, from members of media. So it's all at once. So I'm trying to make sure that we're, communicating and setting infrastructure. And to that end, I actually, one last, sorry, with the time. Okay, yeah, I'm holding those back, but the infrastructure for me is really critical. And one of my, for within the agreement with the city was to co-produce an evaluation for the role of the DPA. So I have submitted a report to the mayor, and we're gonna because it's personnel related, it's probably first gonna take place in closed sessions. But then part of my things that I'm emphasizing there is the importance of infrastructure for sustainability of our office, and also making sure we have built-in mechanisms. The charter talks about a chief investigator, but we budgeted for one investigator. So little things like that, I think we need to just clarify a little bit more and implement better with the budget.
Can I ask one question? I know we're late. This dashboard that's public facing.
Yeah.
It'll have how many complaints we've received, how many we've sustained, and then will it also show the chief and the city manager what was done with it?
I hope so.
I know, this is a great question. It's more right now, I think the capabilities was just complaints received, and then what the allegations may have been. it's just in real time, but in terms of the disposition, I don't know that that's public facing, but we would still communicate that through our reports.
So on your report that you're preparing now, it will show that whole length, the whole continuum?
What ultimately happened?
Which report, I'm sorry?
Oh, the annual report that I.
Oh, yeah, there is in the charter it spells out what should be included in the report. So there is their discussion about the complaints that we have received. So we actually do have sort of an infographic that demonstrates the percentage of the agreement between us and the agreement between the chief and the city manager. So there is some information about that.
All right, so,
Can I make just a real quick comment? Real quick, I don't know if that's okay. But I just wanted to point out that pretty much every single table touched on communication. Yeah. In some form or fashion. Right, so clearly, we feel it's important to communicate the mediation or working with the union and the department or other stakeholders. Our staff talking about they need to communicate more to us about where, what's kind of happening on their plate. So all of us touched on communication. So clearly communication is something we need to all work on.
so,
Well, I'm just wondering if, I know everybody wants to eat, but, I think one of the things that has come up, and it's because we are such a new body, is the relationship between the director and that office and the board. And I don't know if we're gonna talk about this anymore, but some of it's unclear, like when the director is representing what the board thinks, or when, he's just his own, is an autonomous office versus when he's speaking on our behalf. And I don't know if anybody else has thought this, but it seems like there's just a little fuzziness about that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I have some quick thoughts.
so I have a question. I have a break, but like, if it's like people are deep in this, do you want to just grab something? Or do you want to like have one or two more comments and then break?
We have a working.
I think we should just have a general working luncheon.
Yeah.
When I say work, just conversation.
Just a conversation, yeah.
But I want to hear
What the answer is before we get up.
Yeah, there's, for my part, I have a lot of intentionality on that I know my role and in our office role. And I want to make sure when I communicate stuff, it indicates whether it's from the board or whether it's from us. And, little things that we have been doing, and you may have seen it, but like we don't have independent logos, or that may be on the table. I think logo contents would be neat for in community involvement, but whatever.
Yeah.
But we have utilized it in at least the letterhead. We have added the police accountability board, using the city's logo, which is the police accountability board, when it's stuff coming from the board. When it's stuff coming from the office, we put, office director police accountability. When I put memos, I try to make sure I communicate, this memo is being sent by the direction of the board. So those are the kind of like immediate things that we can do from our office end to make sure that we're not, conflating the roles and who is it coming from. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's just my quick, thoughts on that.
Well, I guess also is, I, for one, would be very interested to see what you're saying, the things that you're saying. Maybe, minutiae, you don't need to copy us on everything, but some things that are of substance, I would love to be copied on, even if it's coming from you,
Yeah.
just so that we're in the loop on it. So I don't know how that.
You can talk, it might be different here. I think this thing about my own role, one thing that can be challenging is when communicating with members of the public body is different than communicating internally on city staff. So I don't know, but that may not always be possible, right? Because do you report to the city manager?
No, I'm independent. I report to the mayor and the council.
Okay, so you're still within, like, you don't report to the board. So I'm just trying to, in case it's an issue, I can see issues where it would be Like there might be stuff that you're communicating inside city government on the staff side that you would not be as able to share with the board.
Yeah, well, I don't know that there is, like, I try to be transparent as I can, and, you know, but it with the communications, I try to whenever include the chair on stuff, and that was just from my former practice, like, you know, I didn't always include the board, the full board, and so I don't know what the internal rules have, and it's me not knowing yet, but if that is the wish of the board, that's, I also did, as I mentioned, I told you, you know, 4,000 emails. I'm, for me personally, conscious of like, does everything need an email? And obviously, if I'm having conversations, it's important for you to have it, but I try to reduce as much emails as I can. So that's me trying to be considerate, but if, you know, you want more emails, I have no problem, you know.
Well, I would obviously leave it up to you and your judgment.
Yeah.
We don't need to see every email, but if it's something of substance that you think we would.
Yeah.
Like this thing, I would, like, if you copy, people don't have to read it, but,
And one of the things that I wanted to do with that, again, if and when we get our infrastructure in place, SharePoint was just a really useful solution to this. We can, you know, warehouse all of these kind of things, and I would just point you, hey, take a look at this folder in our share file, in our SharePoint drive.
I guess I'd rather just be copying on something that happened affirmatively go elsewhere. But
Yeah,
anyway.
So is that, yeah. So like a Dropbox or?
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. But it's through Microsoft, yeah. Want to grab.
So I guess one question also is for you guys on city staff, if we're having a working lunch, it needs all be reported and everything, so it's like a part of the meeting. Okay, yeah. So if people want that, I'm just confirming that everybody wants to keep meeting over lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm open for the discussion.
That's not right.
Took this humanity from here with us.
I didn't want to figure that out. Yeah, you could have got this. I don't know if there's man, I don't think there's man.
And how's the weather in Cambridge? Yeah.
That's true, the weather was like pretty much identical.
Here,
Yeah, the day is a little colder, there's some snow flurries, but.
we missed our rain, although we'll get some more.
Let's look at the forecast, well, because we're gonna be here for. Yet another atmosphere.
Been rough.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's actually quite cold because the weather feels almost exactly the same as here.
Yeah, it's a little chilly here today. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, this is the 40s, 50s, 15 miles an hour. And then during this week, it's gonna be 60s. Again, it's warm for French.
Or was it, Hansel with the Christian? Is that her name? The one who had,
I don't think it was good.
no?
What?
See, the thing is, the communication was really weird on that aspect. Like because it was different from who we originally.
Yeah, it was, right, it was a different person than the person that invited us.
Yeah, I remember that too.
We were just a little confused.
Because Shelley was our contact. I don't know if that was included.
Yeah.
Where you're at. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Andrea?
Yeah.
You didn't overlap with that.
No. Heard about it.
I would say now that I've been freed up to show more slides, since people like been working. So, and so I will say, I didn't just write this, this was actually the next slide in the presentation. It touches a bit on the communication, but, really just, because this has come up with lots of different places back there in training with. How do people how do you build that credibility and relationship with the police department? I guess in this case, not with the union. Right, so I won't read all these things off because I could easily do that, but you know, you can just read them like me. I think these are some. I have another slide I'll go to next. Just some general thoughts that have been helpful in a lot of communities about how to do it. It's not like a specific roadmap, but sort of like hints and tricks of the trade dealing with police entities. Now, if you ran this commentary, I will say that that third point, my experience has been that in the culture of policing, they're really looking for inconsistency and for people not meeting what they say they're going to do. So, I mean, like, you know, we're talking about, you know, like the having too much on the plate, not being able to achieve everything. That's the kind of thing that people can latch on to. Like, see, these people, they're not for real. They said they're going to do this. It might not be something they want you to do, but it can become evidence.
I think we're
You're not
good
being
about
sincere.
doing what we say we're gonna do. I don't think that's something that they would say about us,
Yeah,
at least.
yeah.
I mean, these type of points would be good, the type of meeting that Cheryl was talking about. I mean, it's often stuff for 2 ways, 3.
You know, and I had mentioned, I think, this is only about having a little small conversation about the importance of ride-alongs and things like that. I know Cheryl and I are talking about that, but one of those things, especially when people start to get a little more comfortable with you, you go on ride-alongs and you hear police just being police and talking frankly, and you know, some gallows humor. I would say hopefully not inappropriate things, but just the kind of things that they need to do to protect themselves as they're doing this work, like mentally and psychically. And to some degree, it's both a little bit of a test, right, to see how you react to that, like can you handle it, but also it's an opportunity for them to feel like they can be human around you, you know. So, and a lot of these, a lot of these aren't really like goal oriented. They're more ways of interacting and being that can help build the relationship.
I think the ride along is I'm a real big proponent of it. In Charlottesville, I struggle because the community there, they didn't want it required. They wanted, if whoever wanted to do it, but and I you know, I try to work with the wishes, but my perspective was more so from a learning perspective. You know, this is an experience. I do respect and appreciate the concern of being traumatized or re-traumatized had that past experience, although I did express if that's acceptable, is it even appropriate for you to serve? Because even if you don't, go on a ride along, you might see body worn camera footage. Is that gonna traumatize or re-traumatize you? So we had interesting dialogue about that, but when I was outside of my patrolling, but when I was Fairfax County on the review panel, I think it's just so important to see like how they can balance what patrolling looks like. I remember we just having, this guy was really sharp. I mean, I don't even know that, my short time that I was that sharp, but he was like just having a full-fledged conversation with me, monitoring the radio, looking at the road, everything. And, we're talking, and then there was a bus in front of us and it said where the bus number goes, it said 911. He said, wait a minute. And then he picked it up that it was the bus driver telling him that he had an emergency. And me and him are having a full-fledged conversation. I didn't know that he was listening to radio, and he picked that up. We actually went up to talk to the bus driver. There was an incident where it was a mental health situation, and he resolved it very professionally. The gentleman didn't want to get off, but he didn't have how to get to the hotel, so the officer actually took him to the hotel. So and it was a really good experience overall, I think, to the kind of police we want and expect to see.
I still need to do a ride along. I did the sit along where we go through the dispatch, which was also super interesting. How do we coordinate, is that something that you guys?
Yeah, we can coordinate that, and I can speak to the chief, because I definitely expressed to her that I wanted to go. But I'll come back to you with that information.
It used to be Montgomery,
Okay.
Right,
now it's Chapman, so I don't know whether it's still.
right. But yeah, I think that would be a good thing to remind people about.
No, he's gonna be revert back to a lieutenant. What is that?
Right, he said he's gonna be a lieutenant again, right? Because it's a rotating.
Well, it's because,
Not because of the
it's
chief.
because the
The
chief is
that's
not
right.
a permanent chief yet, and there aren't enough places.
Yeah.
Only 4 captains. So,
Can I ask who's going on the ride along with this?
I've gone.
Since maybe,
yeah. I thought fine.
I have.
Yeah.
Our ride along is very interesting.
Was there any, because
It was, we had a stolen vehicle, much like director of the story. We were talking in the car, once things were going on, we recognized in the corner of his eye, a vehicle that was stolen earlier in the day. Pulled up on the vehicle, there was somebody in the car. They was not getting out of the car, so 15 officers came. They pulled out their ARs, so there's about 7 ARs that were out, and they were pointed at the window of the car. No one knew who I was. They thought I was an officer who's playing clothes. So I really got to see the inner workings, because they did not know I was going to be PAB, excuse me. So yeah, it was an interesting incident, and they definitely, they had the rifles out, they definitely.
which time of day was it?
Earlier today, 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Because I've been in ones too. And nothing too much happens, except there was one call. And I forget which officer it was, put on the siren, so I got to race through town siren. But I was basically several, I think. Many of the calls that I experienced on the 2 ride-alongs I've done were mental health crises. Yeah.
Most of my interactions that day, besides the, semi-automatic altercation, were mental health.
Does Berkeley have a non-police mental health?
Yes, and we're developing it and working on building it up, reimagining police. Right now.
And is Berkeley where the fire department is doing that, or is that Oakland?
This will be a completely different.
Totally separate.
Separate.
Yeah, that's what we're doing in Cambridge. So while we're sort of, I mean, I thought this deserves more than talking what we want behind my head. One thing that is related to this, but I think it's more important globally is, NACL has a code of ethics that's developed. And these are just bullet points, but there's a whole 2-page document that describes it on ACOL's website. Excuse me. And, many agencies, not a majority, but many agencies have adopted this. I'm actually in the process of having that discussion with my own board, which we just got 2 new people out of 5 appointed on Monday, so we're kind of, there's been this, I think it's similar to you, it's like, there's a lot of like, well, we should wait till the new people. Well, we're gonna have 2 new people. So people kind of read through it, but, and in a lot of ways, again, these are principles that are not unique to civilian oversight, for the most part. But doing independent thorough oversight, how we're defining the role is a little different. Outreach and relationship with stakeholders, which again, you were just talking about, and I really appreciate that with this group. Often, unlike this, with this group, you are being holistic. Often when people say stakeholders, they mean upset members of the community or activist groups. And you've been clear, like what I've heard about the stakeholders are a wide range of people. So that's really important. Yeah, I mean, other than that, it's sort of, generally obvious stuff. And yet it can be easy for people to kind of lose track of it.
You know what, I think this makes me think it would be kind of cool for us to come up with something, not necessarily like a code of conduct, but a mission statement or something about our goals. So something, part of it's from the charter amendment, part of it's this kind of stuff, but us having a statement about who we are and what we want to do, aspirational statement. I think some of this would come into it, about respectful and unbiased treatment, outreach and relationship with stakeholders, but I don't know, because I don't think we have anything like that. And it might be good. Yeah.
I mean, the full code might be something, look at as a good foundation for that. And you may decide you want to adopt it, or you may want to take from it, or evolve.
And I think the PRC actually had adopted the NACO. So I don't know if the board had that discussion. Okay.
The question is, when we develop that, and then if we can, what does that process look like? I can't imagine us just being able to create something without. Yeah.
Well, we could, but it'd be a good opportunity to bring in other stakeholders.
Right.
It might be a good opportunity for some bridge building to say, we're coming up with this mission statement or code of conduct or whatever, I'm not sure what you want to call it. And then as part of that process, invite others in. I think that would be, we can do that at our meeting. Yeah.
I'm gonna bring up something in the chair too. I think we need to learn how to code as the new government. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we could do. Yeah. But not big. I'm just gonna throw that out. We have to prioritize. The staff have to prioritize what they're doing. The fact that in that, because we are doing, there are a lot of things that we're doing now, as we've been doing. And that also falls on the staff. I mean, there are a lot of things that council's trying to establish. So there's a lot of things going on over there. Yeah, there's a lot of things going on with us. I mean, it is breaking some great ideas and something we can do. But I don't think currently we can take on much more than we already have. Yeah. And we're already lifting heavy loads. I mean, we're still doing hearings. We're still working on the regulation. We do have to do significant stuff. So I mean, at some point we have to learn how to prioritize our work. Everything is wonderful. I'm not trying to minimize it. Everything is wonderful. But I think we also need to figure out a way to prioritize. And I think the mission statement, and then we can say, okay, this is what I need to say with them. They have to email a mission statement. Yes, it does. It does, then, put it on our resume, where we fit in terms of what we think of the board and the so
That's a good thing. I think we're playing catch up right now. There's so much behind that. If we can get an opportunity to figure out where we want to go, and maybe those guiding words or something like that can help shape that. At the same time, I would like to keep that internal because it is the board's work. I don't want outside stakeholders to, in my opinion, to define who we are and what we do. I think that should be something that we look at first.
Maybe you can do that and then invite them in, yeah, I think that's right. And I know I'm a big note taker, so I'm taking notes, and it sounded like you're not gonna be providing us with a follow-up document.
Yeah, no, that is not what.
Okay, you're not doing that,
I hate
so-
doing minutes, and right now I'm doing the minutes for my oversight board, it's very crazy.
so Angela, are you taking, is somebody gonna come up with a document that memorializes all this stuff?
Yeah, well, part of our process to the minutes, which is what we're recording and memorializing this. But I am taking action items, like I first can we develop a independent mission statement, so that sounded to me like, a clarification request. So, I'll reach out to the relevant authorities on that and then make sure
Oh,
we,
to see if we can do that?
but that's what I understood too,
Oh,
that you
I was
asked.
just asking, because,
Oh, I
I
didn't
was
hear
just
that.
thinking that, can we develop that?
Or you said
Yeah.
we might not have the authority?
We might not have the authority to do that, so that was my question, do we have the authority to?
So,
create that?
We do, I don't wanna ask,
So.
I don't think we need permission to.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just asking.
No, it's a good question. I hadn't thought of that. And it depends what we call it, but
Okay.
I don't think I'd be amazed if somebody said, you can't do that. So.
I agree.
I don't.
I think it would depend on like how you framed it. Because I think, you probably couldn't call it a mission statement.
Yeah,
It'd have to be rooted in the charter and whatever other legislation or ordinances.
I just don't want to repeat the charter though. I mean, I want, we've
Yeah,
got the charter, so we don't need to paraphrase.
right. I guess, and now that you asked me, but I guess my thought is that you have to be careful, since you're created by the charter,
Yeah,
not to like take your own initiative to redefine what you're working.
exactly.
So it's one thing to say, here's our priorities, here's what we want to focus on. It'd be different if you said, well, we've decided that one of the things that we should do is to ensure that the mayor and the city council, blah, blah, blah,
Right.
So I mean, I think it's just, yeah, like what's a container?
Yeah.
And then probably language matters.
Maybe a preamble to our regulations. How about a preamble to our regulations?
Or even the standing rules.
Or even the
Standing
standing rules,
rules, right.
yeah. In fact, probably it's already there somehow.
Not the bigger, not the more expressions.
Agree, I think it should be a standalone something. And I can see that standalone something being, this is what our focus will be for the next 2 years. Yeah, this is our focus. Cause I mean, the standalone rules are ironclad and they're installed.
And then we change.
Yes, they can, but they have to go to council. But for us to say, you know what, we really want to focus on community outreach for this year. That is our.
It's a different thing. I hear what you're saying, and
But I don't think mission statement we can do that.
well, the other retreats that I've been on, we have some action items and say, for this year, we really want to do X, Y, and Z. And then 6 months from now, have a mid-year meeting and say, okay, this is what we said, how are we doing? But that's different than kind of an overarching, I keep using the term mission statement, but I don't really think that's the right term, about more of our core values, right? Our core values, what we want to do continuously versus the next 6 months. We want to do X, Y, and Z.
So that makes draws me full circle, not surprisingly. I think maybe really start with that name called code ethics, because they know these things. And look at that and see how much that captures the kinds of things. It's something that you could, again, when you create your own sort of talk about how you want to be doing your work as opposed to what you're going to do or not do. So I think that might be, that's how it started, to make that more the spirit out of it. Like not the mission, because the mission is sort of like you're trying to accomplish. And we're talking about these are our values and how we want to show up for the
Right.
other people would say, how are you showing up? All right, so we've had lunch. All right, do people need 2 minutes before we get going again? Like hand washing, is that bio-break or something? Right. I worked at bio-break.
I said, do we have cappuccinos? Oh, they're coffee.
There's lots of pods.
Yeah.
There's a whole box of those little pods.
Oh,
Okay, so reconvene in 5 minutes.
yeah, great.
And you guys are free till 8, right? I think it's also a testament to how much people want to have conversations. And that hopefully we're doing something that is useful and interesting and worthwhile. So far so good, I think. And I'm just looking at the time, so my goal is to have this end at 4:30. And I hope I can cover everything I plan to, but I will definitely cover everything. So, and then we can end at 4:30. Now, if you guys were police, we have to end at like 3, because that's one of the things I've learned is that when I do stuff with police, they just assume that the agenda is going to end like an hour before us. And police trainers are always like, well, it looks like we're going to go lunch out here early today. And I'm not going to do that.
That's it. We're not fine.
That's right. This is what's on deck or on the plate, or I should never use sport metaphor, but I'm almost talking about sport. Here's what I'm planning to talk about with you, and discuss and have some opportunity for some more one-on-one conversations soon, in fact. But I'm going to start with this stuff about safe and field effective practices. And I will say, again, it varies different places I've worked with. A lot of places, people are very focused on what's the best practice, what do we have to do? And I haven't heard that here, which I gratify. It's probably because even though it's a new body and new staff, it's a success rate. So there's not as much of this focus about creating this amazing new thing, even about people who did charter that have been taking that, did the charter amendment. But one of the things that I mentioned before came out of that 21st Century Task Force report was a grant for NAPOL to do a study of effective practices. And we always have to put that whole long thing with the policy, the policing development grant number, but that's an example of the COPS office at the federal office, at the federal level of the Department of Justice, funding something that wasn't actually a police department to improve policing. And so NAPOL did this report. It started before I was president of NAPOL. I spent 3 years as president, during which President Trump became the president of the country, and then things slowed down. And then after my term was over, the report came out. So our 2-year grant ended up being like a 4-year process, a 4 or 5-year process. But so we did release it a year and a half ago. We had 9 case studies of a range of different entities around the country with different models, different sizes. There's now there's a report. There's both the executive summary, which is easier to read, but the full report is over 100 pages. And then on our website at NAPOL, I still say our, I'm not important. We've got a interactive directory, which we're always updating because it's based on people sending stuff in. And it's all available. It says at napol.org/recent_reports. But just to give you a quick overview. So these were the 9 entities. So ranging in size from Cambridge, the smallest, to Los Angeles, the largest, different models of oversight, different lengths of time they've existed, different populations and different officers. And one of the things that came out of that was this idea of effective practices. And what, as I sort of said, so often people want to know the best practices. Maybe you'll talk about best practices because of, as I've said like 18 times, the immense diversity of our field. It's pretty much impossible to say this is the best practice. Everybody should be doing this. I mean, it's one thing to talk about principles, but even transparency. Not every agency even has the same information, but along with the same ability to be transparent. So the sort of the key big takeaways were, and this is still true a couple years later, the number of oversight agencies continues to grow. Data-driven policy analysis has increased. Policy analysts are something that didn't really exist in oversight 15 years ago, with a couple of exceptions, and now it's much more normal. And in fact, I want to talk to you guys after this, because my board is ready to start looking at some policies, and I don't have the time for the framework. So
That's what we were requesting in the budget, to have a policy analyst. Policy and data.
Yeah.
Add it to it.
So that's increasingly common, because it's, I mean, you know, like this is what I'm facing. My board wants to look at some policies. They're not policy writers. They may be very intelligent people, educated in their own fields, but what, you know, you don't want to just kind of do a drive-by like, well, I don't know why this says sharing. I think it should say stopping, you know.
Yeah.
So, which is what we do as people, right? You have opinions. Access to records and information varies greatly. Yes, your mileage may vary no matter where you are. So one thing that's interesting is that accountability and evaluation for oversight is increasing. Different places are putting that into their city charters. You know, not necessarily just reporting requirements, but actually that's sort of like peer review. So NAPOL has been starting, I'm on the initial team. We're doing a peer review of the New Orleans independent police monitoring. And we're building a plane as we fly it. I'm sure it's going to be a plane, but we're building something. And but we also, the reason I signed up for it, and when I was asked, is that we think it's really important for NAPOL to be doing that as the people who do civilian oversight, and not inspectors general or, you know, policing think tank or something that actually have oversight practitioners. So, which is part of the peer review. And
Front end accountability.
oh, so this is one of the slides I kind of went through quickly. So back end accountability is kind of what we generally do. It's like something goes wrong, who did it, what did they do wrong, hold them accountable. You know, maybe that'll deter other people or you punish misconduct. Front end accountability is more the idea that on the front end, you're trying to determine what things you want to be doing, what kind of policies and procedures you want to have, what are the things that the community needs and wants and is asking for at whatever level, so that you're doing the training, you're doing the policy development that creates the conditions you want, as opposed to trying to fix things that go wrong or identifying where the problems are. So, but that is an increasing focus in oversight.
That's for, like I said, could be that for the oversight agency or for the police department?
Well, I guess it's thinking about policing, right? So, I mean, if oversight has traditionally been seen as doing back end accountability, it's moving more and more into front end accountability. So
Meaning participating in the development of policies, is that?
it could be participating, it could just be critiquing. I think ideally it's participating. That's often for similar reasons. It's kind of a challenge, but one of the things I'm working on right now is we are going to get body worn cameras. So we have to develop a policy. There's a state model policy in Massachusetts. There's a lot of departments with policies, but I'm pushing and I'm not getting the pushback for my board and myself as a director to have involvement in that policy before it's promulgated. Because what tends to happen is, okay, yeah, well, we're creating policy, we've got our experts, we're doing, okay, here's policy, okay, we've decided this policy, we've signed up, we've been to officers, and here you go. Let us know what you think. So I'm working to avoid that. And not that I think the policy
We
is
used
going
to have that in the PRC, we were more involved early on in the development of the policy. And under the charter amendment, where the department is supposed to give it to us within 30 days of implementation, which is way too late.
Well, and so I would say, this is, off the top of my head, this is one of those things I think it's probably a longer term project, but I think if you can improve and develop that relationship, you can get to the point where you can say to them, you know, whether it's the board or council or both of you, that, you know, I think it would really help everybody if we could be involved in this from the front end. Because that's kind of what I'm doing. right? I mean, it's not in my ordinance. There's a general vague language about reviewing policies, but it doesn't say when, how, and what way, shape, or form. So I'm kind of trying to leverage my personal relationship, which is not, it's better in certain things to have it written in stone, but I think it's gonna work. But I think that that's also the kind of thing that even if it's not written in the charter, if people see value, like, well, these people are gonna be helpful because they're gonna catch things that other people are gonna call us out on later.
Yeah, I mean, we've been trying to say that's the outer limit, but you could certainly give it to us earlier. We have been given some of them earlier, but not as early as we'd like.
Yeah, and I think that's probably just gonna be an ongoing thing, just from what I'm hearing, to the extent that you're already not getting things that you think you're supposed to get, to then be trying to get things extra. It's not bad, but it's gonna be like, I can just say, oh my God, they want everything. So and you still have to ask, but it's just trying to figure out what the timing, what the sequencing is, what's the format. Are there certain specific policies that would be more important? Like if it's a policy on uniforms, maybe that's not such a big deal. In some places it is. If it's a policy on use of force or dealing with people in a mental health crisis, maybe that's where you really do want to have some involvement before, So and that's kind of what my board has done is as they went through just the top line, like with the table of contents, and chose 4 policies that they thought would be particularly interesting to review. Now, again, we don't have a review process, but they wanted to look at the policy for investigating complaints, the policy on use of force, the policy on dealing with people with a mental health crisis, and the code of conduct. And that's because a number of the complaints that we get, they sort of fall into violations of code of conduct because they're about conduct. They're not about, false arrest or something. It's like, I thought the officer was rude to me, the officer made me upset, the officer made me afraid, that sort of thing, which are, important and relevant, but they kind of fall in that general code of conduct. So then now with those 4 policies, we actually have the 4 policies that are set on the board. They'll get used to how we can review them. So that'll be interesting. It's kind of hard to review a policy in the public meeting.
Well, we have subcommittees, and it depends on what your state law is, but our subcommittees don't have to be public, our subcommittee meetings.
It depends. You can have groups that are not a quorum work on things, but everything they do has to come back to the main body.
Right.
And with only 5 people, it's a little hard. So you have a couple people look at something.
Right.
But again, it's like, but what's the basis for that review?
Looking at other jurisdictions' policies.
And that's the thing is, I mean, they're not gonna do that, right? They're not gonna start, they'll ask me maybe if I can find some other examples and then that's one of the challenges, right? With 18,000 watts, I mean, I don't know, you guys are a little more staffing than I do, but I mean, if you're asked to, can you give us like 10 policies from other cities? It's like, it's a lot of work. It's not a trivial thing. Because it's not like there's a central clearinghouse. I mean, I'll send emails to, we have a listserv for Naples, and a lot of it's just articles of interest, but it's also flexible. Hey, we'd like this information. Do you have it? Do you have a model for this or policy? And still often don't get any responses. Like, I don't know if you've ever asked for any information on the Naples listserv.
On the NACO list? No, I haven't asked, but I submitted stuff, when people ask, I try to be.
Yeah.
But no, I don't think I've asked.
Yeah, so anyway, so you can tell what I feel is like, oh my God, I have so much to do with. But that's why it's not a trivial thing to figure out how to help my board to effectively review policies. Okay, I'm like.
You talk about the peer review process, how does that look?
Yeah, well, I mean, literally, we are developing it. So with New Orleans, when they changed their city charter, because it had been under the Inspector General's office when they first created it. And this was after Katrina. They didn't have oversight before then. And so it was parallel to the process of the consent decree. They put in the charter that they have to do a peer review and not really specify. So first time they did it, they had an outside think tank. I mean, it's called, PARC, the Police Accountability Research Center, which is people involved in oversight, but they're not oversight practitioners. They're like researchers and consultants. And so they weren't satisfied with that report, and so what basically initially at Norland's request of having a peer review, we tried to figure it out, and because there was a big gap, we're doing one for 2017 to 2019. That's going to be more cursory, probably just 5 or 6 pages, and then for 2020 to 2022, we're actually going to dig in a lot more. We're going to have SharePoint access to all of their investigations and reports, interviews with staff, see how they feel their agency is complying with is following the 13 principles of effective oversight, which my next slide. And again, because these are not rules, right? And I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but these are not the 13 commandments of civilian oversight. These are 13 principles that you have to figure out how they apply. So we're going to look at those 13 principles and then try to, the rubric I came up with is to do a kind of 1 to 5 ranking about how well you're doing that, and have some space for narrative, feed in the interviews from staff, and I think we're also about some stakeholders. We haven't totally defined that yet, because we're still trying to finish up the old review that they didn't have done. But probably community activists, some community members, the police department, maybe some elected officials, if we get them, I'm sure they will bother to apply. And then, yeah, right up our any recommendations we have. We probably will end up with some recommendations for things they could do better, and not even like oh, you did this badly, just it would help your agency to have better relationships with have better coordination between the consent decree monitor and for compliance, and your person who's doing performance audit reviews like that. So
This would be good for self-review. I mean, looking at these, I think would be helpful for us at some point. I mean, I thought about earlier, maybe today, but we're not done today, but to go through this and, think, well, how are we doing? All those things.
And so I will just say, just so you know, so this is a super top level. Then there's like maybe a 4 or 5 page version, which has maybe 2 or 3 pages. There's like a paragraph or 2 on each. And then there's a whole section of the NACO report that the actual report I showed you a picture of, that is maybe 20 pages that talks about this. And then there's a section about recommendations for effective oversight, which is maybe 17 or 18 with subpoints about different ways that you might actually make those things real in your agency. So again, it's not like it's a static like checklist, but it really, you can kind of dig deeper and deeper and deeper, and really look at, are there things that you could be doing that will make you more effective? And I'll come back to this, but I just want to say this ahead of myself. One of the things is when you look at those 13 principles and what's behind them, is really evaluating, are these things effectively done where you are in your environment, in your legal system, your ordinance, your political contacts, your relationships. How will any given practice affect the implementation of other practices? Which I'll come back to. And then where do the unintended consequences? Right? So let's just say, you say, okay, we want unfettered access. I mean, everybody wants unfettered access. And I'll say this is often where people go. But actually, we have a pretty new city manager who's never worked in government before. And I showed him this, and he immediately zeroed in on unfettered access. Would you guys have unfettered access? No. And when it says records and facilities, that's partly because we have oversight agencies that have jails, right? Because they're oversight agencies and sheriff's departments. And they're a small but growing part of the older civilian oversight. So, none of these things is like a set in stone, but let's just say if you push for unfettered access, like we want direct access to the internal affairs database and blah, 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 blah. Well, so maybe you push for that, but then does that start to affect some other things? Does that start to affect your stakeholder support from the police department? I mean, that's not a really good example, but I'm just saying, you want to be thinking about, are we gonna be, if we start pushing for this or demanding this, are we trading something else off? And I don't think that's exactly what people are saying, but I'm almost hearing that about the change to the charter, that there may be some things that kind of got lost in the shuffle as you go from the PRC to the PAB. So, not yet, it's not exactly the same thing, but sort of the principle can apply.
Good question, with the review for New Orleans, is that gonna be made public, or what's the idea there?
Oh, the peer review?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be a public document. It'll be by them, because we're doing it for them. So it'll be the Office of the Independent Police Monitor will post it, or maybe even the Ethics Review Board. So in New Orleans, yes, the city or the parish, I think the city has an Ethics Review Board, and then the Ethics Review Board has oversight / responsibility for the Inspector General and for the Independent Police Monitor in that office. And so they're actually the ones who we have a memo of understanding with the Ethics Review Board for New Orleans for the peer review. So it's mandated that the Independent Police Monitor has a peer review, but it's but that's managed by the Ethics Review Board.
I think it'd be really good if we could do it with more agencies, and because I know that's the criticism we receive in our field, that everybody criticizes the police what they're doing wrong, nobody's criticizing the oversight agencies, but if we can post, like, have these public and like, look, this is sort of a scorecard, and I know it gets delicate with using that kind of language, but have it publicly. This is what transparency looks like. We received a review, and this is publicly posted it. And back to the comment, I think we should, that'd be a good opportunity. And I put some annual goals in my proposal to the mayor, and I put to work with you to co-develop an agency scorecard, at least for our office, but certainly you guys can co-create one, co-produce one with the community and with us as well. So I think that'd be a good opportunity.
The former aide to the mayor here in Berkeley on criminal justice, law enforcement issues, Tano, his name was, worked on the mayor's task force on fair and impartial policing, me and others from the PRC. Previously, he worked at that New Orleans agency. And so it could be interesting. He's a really smart guy. I don't know, could be interesting to get his insights. Yeah. I'm not sure where he went from he's left Berkeley now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what was his name?
His first name is Tano. I forget his last name. Did you all know Tano?
I heard of it, like,
Anybody else? So everybody, I feel like I'm the veteran in this group. Because other people worked with Tano, but he was fantastic. And I forget his last name, but I could let you know because he could offer some really good insights maybe.
So the former president of NACO is in New Orleans, the sheriff, right?
Yeah, she was my successor.
Okay,
Yeah,
Susan. Right.
Yeah.
Is that how we have a connection to this project? It's her work down in New Orleans?
Well, not so much as sheriff. So she was the Independent Police Monitor.
Right.
And she, I think, was the founding one. Yes, she'd been there the whole time. And it was rough. So she, I mean, there was a lot of, I'll be honest, I didn't think she had a chance. But she won the election, so she's now the sheriff, which means that she is now responsible for the New Orleans, the Orleans Parish jail. So she has a huge job, and she's had a lot of challenges. I haven't even talked to her. I can't remember her, right? But I've known her for years, and she's been oversight before the shooting sheriff forever. She had been an investigator for the Los Angeles Inspector General's office like 20 years ago, and then was in Austin, Texas, and then was in New Orleans for like 10, 11 years. So, yeah. So she was, when she had that first coup I mentioned that was done by Park. And so then she was like, I need to name her to do this. And we're like, we don't do this, we don't have an infrastructure, we don't, and so eventually, you know, some of us got convinced to say yes to being on the committee. So in fact, yeah, the first iteration, Russell Bloom from BART. Yeah, he had so much fun in his hand, and then I got pulled down. And it's just like one more thing. You know, it's like I believe in it, and I really want for us to be doing this, but yeah, but it like, yeah, in fact, yesterday I was on the plane, and it's like, are we having our peer review meeting? It's like, no, I told you I'm on the plane. Because I had Wi-Fi on the plane.
Right.
Why actually ever be separate from this? So, okay, so where am I? Oh, I know where I am. So, I had promised that we'd have another chance to do a one-on-one exercise. And, I think I decided to switch the order. So I'm gonna ask you to find a different partner than the last time. So you have to move around and mix it up or something. You can turn your chairs a little bit. And then, here's what I want you to talk about. Based on, listen to everything, but also especially kind of thinking about this sort of stuff. What's one thing that you feel like, it's gonna sound weird, but one thing you feel like you want to hold on to, whether that's for like you personally or for the board or for Berkeley, and what's one thing that you feel like you've let go of that maybe you've been like holding on to, but said, you know, I can let this go. So this is, I want this to be more
You're saying
fun.
us personally or as a board?
As a board or personally, I guess I'd say if you're gonna pick one to look at, do both for either the board or yourself. But yeah, so either yourself as a board member or for the board as a whole. So, and again, the idea is that we all come in with lots of things that we care deeply about, and then we have to sort of think about, like, I sort of say, like, how do we prioritize? What are the things that I still think are important? What, like, okay, maybe I can just let that go. So this is a personal exercise that's like reflective of what we need to do as an organization. And it'll be the same thing, so you'll report back on what the other person said.
So what do they go, or just pick one?
No, one of each.
Oh.
So that's why it's gonna take a little more energy. Yeah. Why, you want to make sure everybody is on the second person, people that you already switched to the second person? Has everybody already done? Okay.
Were we supposed to? Switch?
Two people.
Oh, yeah.
So who'd like to start? We can just kind of go around.
Start here.
What?
We'll start. I'm gonna put right here.
All right, Vice Chair Harris, please. And after this meeting.
Okay, so Doc's, one thing that she wants to, that she is going to hold on to is her desire to pursue independent counsel. We've had so many situations with our city attorney's office, and we feel that they just can't represent us as a board properly. So we've been discussing that, and we all, I think, asked her or would like to have independent counsel. The other thing, there's a two-part to this, and this is important for us. So Dobby is District 8, and her council person is, I think,
I was gonna give up being on the board because my council person who appointed me, her term came to him, and so my term comes to me. And so I said, I'm just gonna have to say goodbye and I'll have to give up. So I said, I reapplied, and so Regina said, you're not giving up. And so I don't want to. So I said, okay, I'll substitute something else. I'll give up having full power to make real decisions as a board and just have a voice with decisions that the council will make, et cetera, et cetera. So I overrode that.
Yeah.
I don't want to leave, but I just will be gracious if I have to.
No, you won't.
Yeah.
You won't be great.
So that's about, and that's the point that I was wanting to make is that, you know, I think if there's anything that we can do as a board to support or staying, that we should think about that, or maybe Chip can, you know, let us know, we can send a letter or something, because I think it's absolutely crazy to lose her at this point. You know, well, I don't mean like that, but you know, just to lose
It's a
her.
major
because we-
position, right there.
The mayor has to hear
Yeah.
from it.
Yeah,
So,
so,
I sit here, just thank you.
so anyway,
Well, I would love to stay. I hope that happens, but I.
we sort of got caught up in that conversation, but trying to figure out a plan, but,
So this was such a beautiful conversation. We really sort of affirmed for each other that we wanted independent counsel. And interestingly, Regina really couldn't come up with something that she was willing to give. She insisted that she would give me others. I just saw my proposal. That's for- At least for a new friend, a real friend. And anyway, so, you know, again, I'm just going to restate that the best thing about this board is the collegiality, the cooperation, and the open-mindedness. Everybody on this board is a good listener, and I think that's critical. And I, for one, have changed my opinion on several things, and I can think of everybody else and things they've pivoted on or changed by listening to others. That's pretty impressive in my long life of experience getting along and not getting along with people. So anyway, that's probably a little outside the parameters of this task, but there you go.
Thank you. That's great.
okay, Cheryl, go ahead. Thank you, Vice Chair. If you can remember, I was gonna pop into this position. So we can take it. So the one thing that you would like to put into, boards, cohesiveness and high standards.
Could you say that again?
Cohesiveness and high standards. I think the cohesiveness probably the rest of the job, making that cohesiveness. So that's one thing she wants to let go. And, oh, the thing she wants to let go of is the thinking that the board can do it all. Separate comment. Got into some brief conversation about trying to do it all and why we have fallen into that. Trap.
I'm not good at letting go of things either, so
Right.
it was hard for me.
Oh, yeah.
So Cheryl was decisive about one thing, so she wants to hold on to the chart. And she wants to let go of adversarial relationships.
Good, good.
You said you had it, but I think
Right
I
away,
did.
she had-
Oh, yeah, I didn't put up.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I have the pleasure of talking with the chair. He said one of the things he really wants to keep is in terms of our pattern of subpoena, and our charter's ability and the power that it gives us to do so. What he said that he wanted to let go was in terms of the expectations we have us of a subpoena. And if he'd like to elaborate.
I can elaborate a little bit, yeah. So, you know, there's this inner desire to use the subpoena to get the information that we need and to be taken seriously as a board. And it burns my soul a little bit, so I have to let that go. In order to be effective and to be able to, you know, do the position that you guys have voted me in, I cannot hold on to the desire and the expectation that our subpoena can work. So I had to just let that.
I'm confused. You're saying that you wanna
Hold
hold
on to
on to this subpoena power, but let go of, you're thinking that it's meaningful?
Yeah, the expectation, yeah, that it's gonna be.
That'll be
used.
effective.
Yeah,
But I think that
goes back to what Don said, if you have a protocol. Or you get that subpoena.
See, I don't,
And then, if you have a protocol, it's like, okay, we know, gotta do this, we've gotta do this, we've tried this, we've done this. If you have like then when you got to the subpoena, you know, you've gone and everything.
It's not a threat.
and I do hear that.
Yes.
And I do
They,
hear that.
they call that use of force continuum.
Right, right. For me, if we keep checking off these checks, and then we get to the subpoena and they say, and now what? What are you guys gonna do? There's not much that we can do. It's not in the charter that we have any real teeth behind our subpoena. There's not a, and now what in the charter for us to exercise the power?
There is teeth behind the subpoena, yeah, it becomes a court. Or,
Yeah, because it's,
so there is teeth behind that subpoena.
I'm gonna disagree a little bit because even if we bring them to court and they can argue that this subpoena doesn't meet the expectations, invalid, doesn't stick along with the charter, isn't in line with state law, they're gonna have those excuses and be prepared to push back.
That's fine, that's the different thing though, but that doesn't mean that
that's just an
So-
argument.
just.
And I hear that, and I hear that,
An argument, they follow the law. They're not always perfect, but you can get justice through the courts. And the fact of the matter is a subpoena is in here. And so is our obligation to get documents and to get body camera. And that's how to do it. That's how to do it. They can go and seek a court order to quash the subpoena, but they must show some stuff before they can do that. We have those two powers. And that's all we're doing, it's exercising, and if we do it reasonably and in consultation with the union, with the chief, etc.
I just don't see this.
Wasn't this one of our questions for the city attorney a long time ago? About the scope of our subpoena
Yes.
power and how to execute it?
And I'm telling you guys, that's
That's what we talk, that's the.
that there's no teeth behind it.
Say
I was
that,
with the director and they broke it down. I'm not,
Yeah, but you talk about the city attorney's office.
I am,
I consider that as much as I consider. Right.
I hear that.
I'll be honest, I consider that these are the people that we want independent counsel.
And
We can't
I'm
trust
for it.
anything that's coming from our city attorney.
Trust me.
Because
you know,
it's just their advice, they're not the be all and all.
yeah, and let me just say procedurally, if we serve a subpoena after reasonable, prelude as outlined, or however established with the union, perhaps establish a protocol. If they're going to object, the police department.
Right.
And we filed that subpoena, city attorney is gonna have to represent the police, they're gonna have to get us counsel if we're gonna have to defend the subpoena. So I think in that case, it'll be hard for us to represent both of us
So,
on the issue of, is this a valid subpoena?
and let me clarify what they relayed to us.
Yeah.
So they don't believe it is a conflict, that they are hiring more lawyers, and that our attorney, James Chang, is our attorney for these matters.
Well, as long as we don't check the city of Berkeley and he's a city of Berkeley employee and he's responsible to the city of
He
Berkeley,
can't.
that's a bunch of BS.
You know what, you go to a judge and they're gonna say to the city, they won't do it, the city won't do that, because the city's happy to have two city attorneys. Listen, Chip, they can't do it. It's-
I'm just telling you, there's no,
I care what they
I
say.
brought this to the attention. It's not like you might say, go for the,
That's sure, huh?
yeah, but that's okay, because I fought this fight, I literally sat down and tried to get these points across.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
They're just defending the city.
they are, but they are, according to the charter that we like to follow as a group. They are our representation legally, and without them saying that they will leave us of their representation, we cannot get any other representation.
So,
A judge will tell them, get them a separate attorney. Because I will say,
they are not the law.
no, they're.
The charter is, I'm only going by the charter.
No, no, no. Are you, are two different things. Are you talking about us getting independent counsel? Or are you talking about our subpoena power?
So my first issue is the subpoenas, but what we're talking
Okay.
about now,
Okay, so what Darby is saying though is if we submit or file a subpoena, whatever, right?
Mhm.
Sure. Then when we serve a subpoena, then at that point, there's gonna have to be a decision made for different independent counsel because the city can't represent us all. They can't represent.
and what I'm telling, okay, go ahead,
If I
please.
may, real quick, and I mean, this is a great discussion, but it's actually, no, it's actually the subject of, it's agendized for next meeting. We're creating a subcommittee for, conflict of interest. So it's probably most appropriate to discuss it in West.
That's great.
And then I.
But you know, it's like you guys have this engaged conversation that is in the context of what you let go of and not, so I didn't want to interrupt. And I will just say, from what it's worth, on a like outside facilitator role, I like the idea very much of having that protocol. Because then that's a good, I mean, I've been doing so many other things about demonstrating, we're not just like knee jerk, we have gone through these steps to fulfill our charter mandate, and we are now left with the only option is to file subpoena, and we can show you, here's what we did, so now, this, yeah. So I think that however that all works out, that's an important step. You know, and I don't think it's super complicated.
No, I mean, I think we've already done everything we do in a lot of the situations.
I think
have
we've
to
already-
write down the.
Right, but to
Yeah.
have it as a protocol,
Yeah,
right, I mean, I guess it's the difference between, look, we tried, it didn't work, to, these are our standard steps that we always go through.
yeah, this coming from side. I think that it's a lot easier for others to accept. You know, we've gone through steps and go through appropriate steps if they're part of the process of establishment.
Right, yeah.
So,
We'll talk.
yeah, so.
So when we start committee, it's another thing that we're.
There we go. I think that there should be some representation from this part of the union and the city and then we talk. Yeah. Here's what we think is important, you know, discuss we think. And then we want to hear their I guess to what they think.
Correct.
Then they can't fight the fact that, okay, we've gone, we did that, although we all established before we did that.
So we make it shows up.
Because they'll need to control what we're discussing.
Yeah, right, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, it's so neat, because there's no, you know, a bar process.
Well, we'd be creating a process that they would have to support, which means they would go to meet.
But
It's not registered working.
It is working conditions.
What are?
Yeah, and I know it depends on what you're doing, right? I mean, if it's about getting body worn camera footage from
Well, that's-
internal affairs, is that a change in working conditions? Or that may not, I mean.
Well, everything is a change.
But
of work.
why?
That's what they're gonna say.
Yeah,
Well,
but anything changes.
I know.
But I still believe that there's some validity in working with. Make sure that the protocols, and then that way there's no argument that.
I'm about working with them. I just want us to be realistic about when we're taking on creative protocol. It was gonna take us 12 to 18 months.
We'll try formally as a board. We haven't agendized it as a formal. I mean, maybe you've had discussions, but let's make it formal.
I think it's a both end, right? I mean, it's like, you may still be clear-eyed about like, I don't know if this is gonna work, but you're doing that work, you're trying to build relationships, you're trying to meet the mandate, you're displaying good faith. And hopefully you will get the information you need, and maybe that whole process will be enough to unblock the logjam. Right, you never know, I mean, it may not be, but it might just be that one way, say, okay, well, let's just start giving them what they, you know. Who knows, but it might.
Well,
Where we're.
So,
we're gonna go to Jose's and let go. So his key, which is a great one, is the high expectations of our stakeholders have to want to improve our systems. To want to make this better, to want to make our policing better, to want to make our relationships and communications better. That's good, and that's all. Yeah. And then the thing that he's ready to let go of is the current standard of work product when it comes to data analysis and
Yeah, I think what I'm trying to get to is that oftentimes, like, for example, in the implementation of new policies, we hear, oh, we consulted with such and such, but we never actually understand who that such and such is. We don't understand what data kind of goes into. And one of the things that, you know, again, this might just be because my introduction to the field, but I still don't think it's okay, is that when you propose policies, a lot of the evidence supporting it is often based on anecdotes.
Yes.
And there's really no data, there's no research, there's not a variety of studies
Right.
that back up a lot of these policies, and under the understanding that, you know, research does take time, but that's why we have a variety of research methods. So one of the reason I want to let this go, and like one of my goals as a policy analyst, is to really push the standard for when we're proposing policies. Because like, I'll just take the general example of implementing new technology. If you say if it worked for this person, it should work for us. And oftentimes I think there's a danger to that in the sense that it might create false security because there isn't necessarily data behind it, or there isn't enough research, or there isn't enough case studies for us to make a determination to see what worked and what didn't,
Right.
and what's actually relevant to our community. So that's why I want to let that go, because I just, as a board and as our office and just our stakeholders in general, I think we should be continuously striving to set the bar higher and be the city that Berkeley can be in terms of leading the country with our efforts.
So I hope this doesn't sound, but I will say, that's sort of a backhanded way of getting something new. But I appreciate the way you phrase it.
Yeah.
Well played.
Well, I want to say here to that, because I feel like many members of the police department do not, in fact, their definition of data is not our definition of data. I mean, I can present an overview of scientific literature presenting all of this data about the effectiveness of X. And what they do is come on, and I don't want to say us and them and so forth, but it is a fact that I've noticed that when they talk about what works and what doesn't, they tell stories and anecdotes. And I had the experience not too long ago that some of you witnessed, kind of, where I gave all of this information gleaned from research and data. And I was told by people in the police department that I don't have any data. By that, they meant anecdotes. And so it's interesting, there's this disconnect between what researchers, and some of us, including, as I am researchers, and people in the department who consider their day-to-day experience and real life stories, they're important, all right? But it's not the only data. And so I hear, I love that.
I'd like to say that there needs to be respect from both sides.
Oh, I know.
And when I say both sides, I mean, there needs to be respect for their anecdotes.
Yes.
Because that's what they're dealing with on the streets.
Absolutely.
And we don't understand or know that, because we haven't done that job.
Right.
But there also needs to be respect for the theoretical and research side of
Right.
things. And there needs to be a blend of the two.
Yeah.
And the only way that that can happen is when we don't say, and I'm talking about both sides, we don't say, but this is the answer. You know what I mean? There is no this is the answer. There's something in between that is the answer. Something in between that theoretical data stuff and their real life experience. And I think that's where the conversations happen when you communicate with people and kind of layer those things on, and then you pull out the best of them. And then that, to me, that's how you move forward. But I think what's happening is just become this adversarial. And I think that that's the view that they have of our board, is you're there to tell them what to do. And they're pushing back. And in a lot of ways, I don't blame them, because we haven't walked in their shoes. But what we need to communicate with them is, we're not saying we walk in your shoes. We're telling you from this side of the table what that looks like and what that feels like. And when you do it from that side of the table, you're only looking at how it impacts you, but we're trying to tell you on this side of the table what that is. There's something in the middle that will work for both of us. And I think that that's where we need to kind of develop relationships so they understand that we're not, at least I don't feel like, I'm not there to tell them what to do. I'm not, but I am there to tell them from this side of the table, this is what this feels like when you do that. This is what this does to the community. This is what it does to the city of Berkeley. So I feel like that's what my role is, and somewhere in the middle, I think is the right answer.
And I just also want to push back a little bit on this data question, only because having worked in the gun violence prevention world for 25 years, we would propose state laws that were going to pass. Something like, a ban on high capacity magazines. You can say you shouldn't have ammunition magazines that can hold underground ammunition. Well, what studies do you have to show that that's bad, or that, some guy who's stockpiling ammunition magazines, that that's problematic? Well, there aren't always studies out there. Sometimes you use common sense, and sometimes that's what you have, and sometimes you have anecdotes. So it's both, and maybe that's what you're saying, Cheryl. You've got to have both, but there aren't all data always isn't there, and sometimes you look at a policy, and just from a common sense perspective, it's like, this isn't the way that policy should work. I'm not a cop, but from the members of public perspective, or even from a public safety perspective, this doesn't make sense. So sometimes if you don't have the data, I mean, data is great when you have it, but there always aren't, there aren't always the studies out there that support your position.
Yeah, so no, I'm sorry.
No, I will say, so I put back to the slide, and that do keep talking about it, cancel it. More things are coming up from it. But I think being interested and entering with curiosity and not judgment. I'm just thinking about what you just said, like, I mean, you can say that, but you want to say it in a way that is like, so tell me more about why this works. I mean, it's like, it's kind of basic stuff, and yet I think it's easy for us to forget. And get them to explain in a way that shows you're curious, you want to understand. Because I will say, in general, police I've encountered are desperate to be understood and heard. There's like this thing that they so often feel like no one hears them, no one understands them, no one listens to them. And if you can get police officers to start talking to you, like, you can't get them to stop a lot of time because they're so happy to have like a person listening. The other piece, which is kind of reflected in a couple of things, is kind of recognizing that you do have different cultures, and that is part of it. As I think people said, well, part of that culture of policing is like they're very focused on believing that they're data driven, and they're very focused on stories, right? And whether it's war stories or anecdotes, but it is important because that's also part of that connecting. So I mean, just to emphasize, I mean, a lot of these things circle back to other concepts, and yeah. So, but I think we're halfway.
So I just wanted to say one thing. I don't at all mean to disparage stories and anecdotes.
Yeah.
Because they are data, they are data. But there are lots of different kinds of data. And I appreciate in my own work, I've integrated stories and anecdotes, qualitative data. So I don't want to disparage anecdotes. That's very important. But there are different kinds of data, and I'm not sure there's the recognition that data that come from academic studies are significant or relevant to their work, to the work of studies.
I think you're right. I think my experience has been as you move up the ranks, there's more. But like people trying to, how do we deploy units, where are the hot spot areas and all those things? I mean, they're not simple, they're not simple data, ways of using data. But then for the patrol officers, it's a lot more like, well, we know who the cops are. We know who proper people are. And there's a lot of truth in that too. So I mean, I think that it's partly like who you're approaching with that data. And then this is someone else said earlier, like personalities. Different chiefs, some chiefs are very data driven, some chiefs are anecdotal, some chiefs are focused on culture. And it's like having to adjust to different people as you work with them. But yeah, so thank you.
We haven't gone yet.
We haven't gone, but can I chime in on this? Can I chime in on? I think it's such a very important conversation, Berkeley important conversation as the whole modern, policing and in the tradition of being scientific in this approach. And And then, like you said, data is anything. I think what we need to do is make sure that they're being systematic about, is an anecdote enough to decide policy? And, it may be that based on this, when you were out in the field, you observed this, you wrote your report, but let's look at all the narratives and all these reports, and do qualitative analysis. Now we're, giving them the credibility that they deserve, but being more systematic about just, oh, when I was out in the field, that it doesn't go like that. Okay, that's fine, but is it in your report somewhere? Like, it's doing some data methodological triangulation, in our analysis. We have the empirical studies that do the random control trials, right? And then we'll do the police narratives. If the police take the lead on doing a qualitative review, they now have data analysts on their team. So encouraging them and empowering them to do that analysis. And then we'll bring in the community's perspective through our data, through either our complaints data or some other way to engage and get that feedback. And now we're having all these different stakeholders in a more robust policy when and everybody's at the table, everybody's being validated.
So yeah, this is apropos, man. I always have this. I always find sometime I get to show it that way. So so I don't know if you can all see it from back there, but there's a big quote from my father. It's famous. Love to say it all the time. But so there's a chart over here which shows the correlation between cheese consumption and the number of people who died by being tangled with their bed sheets. And you can see there's a very clear correlation as you go from 2000 to 2009. But is there any causation? Probably not. And then a graph of average female height in the country. On the left is India, and on the right, on the left is Latvia, and the right is India. And because it's one of those graphs that doesn't start at 0, it starts at 5 feet and goes up to 5'5". You can see that the women in India are very, very tiny at just over 5 feet, as opposed to towering Latvians. So I always say this because one, it's kind of fun, but it's also, there's a lot of things you can do with data. And I think we've seen a lot of people, especially I'll say, people with an agenda and a sincere agenda will go through the internet and find data, and they'll look at a whole thing and pull out 2 numbers. So this is not exactly apropos, it's not fake, but it just reminded me to both as you look at things, but also as you report. Just as you're talking to people about your work and what you're finding in reports, just being conscious not to fall into, there are lots of other traps. These are a couple traps that I see a lot in this work.
How many people died from being tangled in the
So the bottom line is 200 deaths, and the top line has a number on the right of 800 deaths.
Must be better than you might actually have a heart attack, but it's not
Yeah.
It's, if you go up data and research, you can find anything you want to support your idea. You have to be careful with when you do research, to go into your research with an open mind and not go into and try to find something that's going to support your. Look at the source. That was, it's not, I'm not just saying look at the
No,
source. I'm not saying.
It's both of those are true.
Yeah, but I'm
Because I think what
saying
you're saying is a version of what my father would always say.
just go in there with an open mind and don't look for the answer. A lot of people do research, but they're looking for the answer that they already have. Right. Just go in and look at what's there. And you might find something that supports the thought you already have, but it may find something that's totally opposite. You come in right into something different. But that's another trap of data. You go in looking for the answer you already have.
And you keep searching until you find it.
Until you find your answer.
No, I mean, again, thinking about what you were saying, Kitty, I mean, I think it's a difference between empirical research that you may have an idea that you're trying to figure out is true versus what a lot of people now are saying, oh, I researched this, or our group researched this and we found this, but they were looking for it. That is not researching. You're searching for something, but you're not researching.
It's called confirmation bias.
Yeah.
Reminds me of somebody I heard on the radio during the Obama administration. She was saying that Obama was gay, and they said, well, we didn't know that. How'd you find out? I looked it up. Obama gay and it came out that, yeah, he is. Yeah, that's, I found it on the internet.
Yeah, that's a real source.
Yeah, last thing I say before we, we conclude the activity.
Slow down.
Right. What I was gonna say, again, I agree with everybody, there, as Julie mentioned, there is, certain situations where there isn't the aspect of like, there is no data available because it's either a new topic or there just hasn't been enough research on it. So I totally agree, narratives are also just as important part is in terms of like quantitative data. One of the things that Cheryl had just brought up that I, comes to the point that we had discussed earlier in terms of peer reviews and the importance of that. I don't think that happens within the city enough.
What happened?
Peer reviews to catch those biases in terms of our research. So as part of adding into as part of the standards that we have for our current work product, increasing the amount of collaboration that goes on within this research. Using it for myself in terms of when I ask Hans, or Director Aguilar to review a lot of my work, one of the big questions that come up is like make sure that I'm not, unconsciously implementing my own bias into this. I like check for these things. So I just want to let them know that, I totally agree with it. And it kind of, again, falls back into the idea that it's very important to hear these different perspectives and considerations when we're reading these policies.
So we've done the first half of our role. So now.
Well, okay, so Hansel wants to let go of the notion that by himself is going to be able to change the bureaucratic culture.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm trying to go.
It's not like he wants to let go of the idea of change, but he wants to let go of the idea that because he's encountered bureaucratic impediments of well, he was talking about getting access to a pool vehicle.
Yeah, and I think it's funny, I always find myself like, how did I even get in this position? Like, because like, just like my academic training and like everything that, I've been exposed to is like, Weber's iron cage to bureaucracy and it's like, stay away from that stuff. And then somehow I got into it, and it's like, it really is like an iron cage. Sometimes like this, the way that processes works in municipal government is so bureaucratic. And we're in both worlds, so that we're part of the city structure, city apparatus, but we're also independent. So we have the opportunity to be innovative and push the culture. But in doing that, you still like when you have to go in the ins and outs of the work, you have to be able to be like, okay, the city bureaucratic culture is not going to change. This is an oversight body. That doesn't mean I'm not going to do what I need to do to advocate for our department, for our board. But it's also like, how much time do I need to spend telling somebody that his past practices on how I need to get a full vehicle don't align with the written policy. I don't know past practices, I just got here, but the policy says I need a license and I need this form and I give it to you and I tell me no. So it's like, I've been here 20 years and that's how we've always done it. I think how we've always done it is inconsistent with the policy. And so like, and you can get caught up in these little things and, I want to be just like more mindful and, how I'm using my resources, the office resources, the board resources, like being able to let go of pushing this stronghold on bureaucracy that may impede the growth of a city or any municipal government. So
his thing to hold on to, ironically, is the hope that we can make it to have an impact. So while he wants to let go of the battle with the bureaucracy, he wants to hold on to the idea that we can make an impact.
Excellent. And we laughed because we had very similar responses. So one of the Kitty's thing to drop was that notion that we can change the world. So we laughed at that, but then the one thing is to keep is that we can change the community. So, you know, there's this tension here that, you know, we're, so yeah, it was very poetic and we were both laughing that our responses were very aligned.
Looks like we can't do everything, but we can do something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or at least we can hope to do something. Hold on to hope that we can do.
Yeah. But we just need to understand that every little thing that we do helps. You know, we may not be able to do it all, but everything that we can do is helpful to the process.
That's a good point.
Yeah, but that'd be our mission statement. And clinging to the hope.
We think we can. We think we can.
I find slow through that.
Yes, we might.
That's gonna be my
I
question.
like that. I like that.
Yes, we might. No, and so I'm doing three things at once. I'm like, should we have a break? Should we keep going? And where do we go? Because I got like so many different things that I know I can't get to everything. This is what always happens. And I definitely want to get to the 3-4 weeks. Let's take a 5-minute break. Just 5 minutes though.
Should we go back to our seats or should we stay?
Yeah, you can switch back to your seats if you like.
Yeah.
So there.
outreach.
want to get stuff at the end. I wish I could talk about everything I want to talk about, but maybe you'll have me talk to you some other time. So, you know, now that I've done work to get myself out of here. All right, so I was going to spend some time on some different things about engagement. I mean, I actually think that we touched on quite a bit. I won't get into all this. I'll just say that it's that same thing, which I think you all recognize about there are a lot of different stakeholders.
You know, before you go, excuse me, before you go past that, I don't think we've done a good job with outreach to the community. So do you have some ideas or suggestions about how that could be more effective?
I'll say quickly, it's kind of distracting.
Yeah.
You know, it's never easy. I think it's one of those things that you probably never feel like you do it enough. And part of it is thinking about, you know, every community has its own variations, and I do feel like the culture is a little bit different here than in the East Coast in this way, but you know, we've all been to those forums where everybody gets up to the mic and the same 12 people stand up and know exactly what they're going to say because they say it at every forum. I mean, you might need to do those things, they're not the most effective. I think a lot of times if you can find people, I don't want to say gatekeepers, but you know, someone who's well respected in the community. Those can be all types of communities, ethnic communities, business communities, professional communities, neighborhoods, and finding people who you can connect with, who one can give you advice about who to talk to, but also can maybe sponsor something where people can come and meet with you. I think trying to talk to people who aren't the usual people, right? Who, I mean, I think it's sometimes in this work, people are very focused on, we need to talk to those who've been negatively impacted by the criminal legal system. And that's important. But then you also have to talk to everybody, right? Because the police have to serve the entire community. And, you know, small business people often, I mean, I think this, we have some similar issues in Cambridge with gun house population, not this large, but pretty large for our area, because we're pretty friendly to house people. And, I mean, it's different from California. But I think that we often see small businesses as, well, all they care about is their business, they don't care about the people. So we, you know, but they're an important stakeholder too, right? So just think about all those different sets of stakeholders and how you reach out to them. Because I do think the traditional things like you need to do, you need to do forums, you need to have comment forums, you know, public comment, but you're not going to really. And then people who are upset will come to you, but you're not going to really hear what it's like for just regular people. And I think that's important too, because for credibility, that may not be the primary thing you focus on, but it's important to know, right? I mean, it's, you know, if 90% of the people think the police are great because they never interact with them, I mean, that doesn't give you a ton of information, but it's also a good thing to know, right? Because you could, it's one of those things that when you say that, even if you mention it, like that helps the police know that you recognize that, like, not everybody hates them, you know what I mean? So all of that's important information.
Can I just make a quick note about that? Just that I think it's important for us to coordinate on that, because this is where it's like the weird hybrid that there's the office and the board. So if and when we do an event, is it the board doing it? Is it the office doing it? And the Brown Act implications, all that. So like we just gotta, it'd be helpful, I think, if a subcommittee can be formed, a standing one, an outreach activity, and then you organize, these are our proposed events for the year, and then our office will help you coordinate that. I think like any tabling events, we're gonna sign up for Juneteenth, so we'll be there, we're gonna, you know, get a tent and hopefully have a logo stuff on it. But I think that's having that visibility, putting out pamphlets in the community, tote bags, whatever we can get to get that brand name recognition out.
We have them?
We have some that we're working on, not that they're.
That could be a good thing to have. You know?
Yeah, there's some holdover ones. Yeah, but yeah, we're
Yeah, and when you say, is it you guys or is it us? I guess I think of us together. It seems like there are certain times where maybe it's you and sometimes it's us. But when I say we, I'm always thinking,
Right.
you know,
No, I
I'm
know.
thinking the board versus.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking in terms of like, how, when we, in an event, is it the police accountability process, that very logistical thing? Or is it the office of the director of police accountability invite you to come?
And.
Right,
I
or
would say
and, right, so then that may be the strategy, yeah. And then just be clear that, you know, there, if and when the board name isn't there, just be mindful about the Brown Act implications, so. If it's not, if it's only, or we'll make a note that a member from the PAB will be there or whatever, so we don't get trip up on that issue.
Yeah.
Well, because you're not governed by the, it's something just you're doing.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't imply to staff, it implies to public body.
Oh, I guess yeah, okay.
But
So it's
if,
better that you do it all the time.
but if fewer than a quorum, if fewer than a quorum of us are there, it'll be fine.
Yes,
And we're gonna get tote, I mean, not us, but tote bags to hand out?
yeah, we can have, this
That's
is why,
great.
yeah, to get all of those.
We need a logo.
I know.
Who's the artist? Regina?
Well, I don't know that you can, with that might be a legal question. Right now, we're using the city logo with the board's name. But, I've been in places where we can ask permission from council if they were allowed to have our independent logo. I don't know if
We
that's.
deal with the bureaucracy.
No, I mean, it's interesting.
We can't have our independent logo, maybe we can make a, well, I guess that still would be an independent logo.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, that's always a question, because like in my city, we don't have anything that's uniform, and like I make my own business cards, and it look like anybody else's business.
Yeah.
And it's really weird, because, I mean, I remember when the city said that all the websites have to match. And like a bunch of, like, we were used to using our departmental web pages as like our websites. And it's like, and the thing that they made clear to us was that this is not about you promoting yourself. This is about residents and others being able to go to the website and figure stuff out. And if
Right.
every web page is a different layout, different colors, a different structure, and different
Yeah.
concept, it doesn't seem like the city website. And I guess that's a good point. So, and Berkeley does have its own, so exactly a multicultural logo. So they make, and I see it everywhere. So I didn't feel you guys were gonna use it, but I'm sure you'll be able to investigate
Yeah.
and swim the seas if you're on. But I guess I was saying that it's
Yeah.
not actually, there are real good reasons for that people understand the city of Berkeley thing. And I think that's always a challenge, like, you know, for people in our roles, if we kind of want to be recognized as independent and separate, and at the same time, it's important that people know we're part of the city. So it's,
Right.
yeah, it's like, that's another one of those things, there's competing, you just have to kind of figure out what works in your own environment.
Right.
So, I don't know if any of this is really that helpful, other than to say, I think part of this is not just listening, but then feeding back, right? And so people know they've been heard, so people, other stakeholders can get the benefit of what you've heard from people.
I think the nuts and bolts are just the tricky part. I mean, all that makes sense, but it's like, okay, well, how are we doing?
Yeah, well, and I think it's also having realistic expectations, right? I mean, you know, there's a lot of opportunities for people to get out and do things, especially in a place like Berkeley. And like, how many things will people do? And then how many people who maybe have concerns, right? I mean, you know, I used to go to those meetings, but you go to the meeting, the same thing happened, nothing ever changed. Or I go to the meetings and the same 5 people talk and I never get a chance to talk. So I think it's really thinking about ways that aren't necessarily to get everybody in a room together and listen to people. I mean, it can be interviews, it can be, like I said, you know, finding trusted people who can bring together focus groups. And it doesn't necessarily have to be super rigorous. I mean, I think you can be, but it's not necessarily like a survey to find out what percentage of people. It's getting people's stories. And again, I think it's more the act of listening and making people feel heard. And then that word gets out there that, you know, these people actually listen. They're actually hearing what we're saying and then finding some way to, you know, kind of get that back out to people. So.
An opinion about the advisability of having joint events like an event with us and the police department or sitting at the same table. Because I think this came up at one of our meetings and somebody, I don't know if it was a board member or a member of the public, was saying, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't be so closely aligned. Yet we're talking about working more closely. So
That was me.
Was that you?
Yeah, because. Feel comfortable. Speaking to us about their engagement and interaction with the police, they're not gonna do it.
So do you have the same feeling about any sort of joint event or?
I think there's a time and space for us to do something that will be community facing that shows that we're all part of the same community.
Yeah.
But I don't think like Juneteenth
Yeah.
would be appropriate. I think it would be something that, you know, offsite, just us and their organization, trying to bring people together. I would be comfortable with that.
Yeah.
But when we're trying to bring people to tell them about who we are and what we're doing, and I don't think it's in the.
Chilling effect, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, and I mean, I think that sounds right to me, and the only thing I would add is that perhaps there are situations where there's something where, you know, you want to do a joint presentation with the police department about how you work together. It doesn't sound like that's this is maybe not the right week for that, but at some point, hopefully, in the not too distant future, there will be a point where you could do some sort of presentation to the community or report or something where it's like, you know, here's how we work together to improve community safety in the city of Berkeley. You know, and I think those kinds of things can be positive, but, and then you're not being in that place where someone's trying to connect with the board or the office and feeling like, oh wait, I'm gonna have to say something to the police. They're not going very fast about the slides here. Yeah, that, all that. Let's see. What will I say? I won't say a lot about this. I get the sense that mostly we're pretty connected to the community. I mean, a lot of times I do these sorts of things and just listening to what people have said, they're not as connected, but people, you know, like you should know the community, right? Like who lives here, the history, the demographics and all that. So I think that I'm pretty good at. I don't know as much about, and I was one of the things I'm not going to get to is I really emphasize a lot in these conversations the role of community trauma and what have been the things that have had an impact. I mean, I think in some ways Berkeley, because of the free speech movement, there's a lot of very famous stuff, but there's probably also a whole bunch of things, like I'm sure in this neighborhood, about the history of how people had to fight to get this center, about what policing was like, when policing did start in Berkeley, when did Black people and other ethnic groups that were not white start to come into Berkeley, what was their experience? And you know, I think it's an obvious thing most people these days, but those stories get passed down. Like it might seem like that was 100 years ago, but people heard these stories from family members, and it's very real for people. So I think, you know, again, I don't know that I need to go into the detail, but that's a really important thing that some boards don't even think about. They're so caught up in the work or the role that they're not really taking the need to have that understanding of the community that they operate in. So, I mean, some of the things about trauma, and I'm thinking, and I know I saw this is in here, a basis of something I was doing in California, just although it's true everywhere, you know, natural disasters and other forms of trauma, you know, historical, all these different things. I mean, these are all things that really have an impact on communities, on police, on, I mean, on everybody. And so thinking about, I guess it's not as true, right? Well, I guess it is true with like fires and things. Fires and floods and mudslides.
Earthquakes.
Oh, yeah, and earthquakes too, yeah.
Tornadoes now.
They have tornadoes, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Yeah, so I would just say, like, when I was doing some stuff up at Santa Rosa, I mentioned a couple people in August, you know, they had a fire, you know, really bad fire in 2017 and wiped out a couple of neighborhoods. And, you know, and I was doing a ride along with an officer and she was like, yeah, that's where my house used to be. Yeah, that's well, now let me rebuild the neighborhood. I mean, and these are also people who were responding during the fires, right? Safe people. So, I mean, there's an extra layer, but these are all things that feed in with people's experience. And so there's a whole bunch of things I tend to talk about in trauma, which I'm probably going to skip over today, but I would love to do another thing, Mike, where we talk to you about the impacts of trauma on everybody. And I guess I should just say, I actually do have some, I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist. I've gotten some post training in psychological first aid, which I seem to use quite a bit in my own work, back in Cambridge, but. So these are all things though that have an impact, and as I said before, the COVID-19 pandemic is just another layer of disruption, of loss. You know, I don't know about people's personal experience here, I mean, but so many people have lost loved ones and friends in the last few years. It's just been such a hard time. And part of the reason this is sort of in this section is because I think sometimes we as human beings can kind of displace things onto other things. So we're just, you know, I have all these things going on that are upsetting me and traumatizing. I'm going to focus on this. And so sometimes in some communities that becomes policing. In other places it becomes something different. And so just to kind of be mindful of the energy, right? As I said before, like the challenges that you face are real and they're not completely different from other people. And I also think it's just the time that we're living in. It's just a tough time. So having said that, I feel like I hope this fits because you guys have spoken a lot about the police department. I don't know, like, for example, if you've had, I know Hansel should have some of the training, like planning, but if you've had a chance to really have some of this work, I actually hear it from the BPD about their structured units and how they see their work, you know, that because that's one of those things I mentioned already today. It helps with your credibility with them, for them to think you actually know what they're doing, right? And then how they work and understand, and you're listening to that. Find common experiences with officers. I think things to really think about, there's not a magic answer, is how do you have that credibility and influences outsiders, right? Because there's, this goes back to the, statutory authority versus legitimacy based authority. You know, the charter says, the ordinance says, but the reality is it may not be happening. So sort of think about like ways of having influence as well.
How do you get somebody to buy into the whole concept of police oversight if they just don't even think it's legitimate conception?
I mean, you can't get everybody, right? And that's okay. But I think, you know, I probably skipped over it or didn't put in this presentation. There, you know, I think a lot of it is going back to these shared goals, right? That like, depending on how deep you need to dig, you have shared goals, right? You want the same thing. My sort of bottom line is we don't want peaceful and just communities. So if we can agree on that, like, let's just keep building on that. And let's see how far we can get when we have a common base of understanding. And yes, we will have different experiences and different beliefs. And I might think that that thing you did was terrible. But I think, you know, kind of getting back to that, the purpose for being here is to make things better in our community and make sure that people are getting the kind of policing services, law enforcement, public safety, community safety they want, need, and deserve. And that's why we're here. We're not here because we think the police are bad and we want to, you know, get it. We're here because we want things to continue to get better for our community. And we recognize that we have different roles and we don't always agree, but we should have a partnership in doing that. And again, that's sort of easy to say, and then you have to demonstrate. And police, I think, right, police are very skeptical about people. And activists are often very skeptical about people. So in the field of oversight, it's a hard thing often. But I think you can't do it, right? I mean, you know, people come out policing and do lots of different things as we see things around the table today. So, you know, I don't think it's like impossible to do, but it is something you have to be very conscious of. And I think because oversight always feels new, there is more of a burden on us to demonstrate to the police. Then, I mean, because the police, you know, I mean, they exist and they have their role and they have their authority and they have their power and they have responsibilities. And we're this new thing relatively coming in to try to have influence, much less staff, much less funding, much less prominence. So it's, you know, it's like a whole thing. Okay. Well, I'm not skipping very much. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, these are some kind of low hanging fruit things, but they're again, easier said than done. I think Hans's already talked about, working to do this through annual report, through budget. That can also be part of community outreach. I think there's a way in which we think of outreach as, okay, we're gonna sit here at a table, listen, and then you guys can come to like, and you share your experience with us, and we'll listen and take notes, and then we'll go back and do our work. But it can also be presentations. It can also be, here's our annual report. We'd love to get your thoughts about it. I mean, and they don't all have to be, 100 people show up in the room. But especially now with the internet and people record things, there's ways to get that information out to people. I don't actually know what your role is, if any, in training. If you get to attend training, in-service training, academy training, I don't know. If there's a Berkeley Academy,
I know, they get sent to regional, different ones too. To me, it was interesting that they don't choose just one, but I don't know if that's it's
like everything else. Different places do it differently.
Okay, yeah, I've always been used to at least attending to one. And maybe California is different because they might be more standardized, but in Virginia, there's a spectrum. There's some academies you don't want to, you said that your folks to get trained and others are really good, but over here, I'm not familiar yet, but I know historically there's been the invitation for at least staff to attend. I don't know if the board members have been invited yet to attend the department's training at the academies, but I could revisit that if there's interest in that.
Yeah, and we had, during the ITCS,
Provide some training to the officers on, I mean, we're talking about the meeting. I think that it would be good to have it go all the way down to the staff as well.
Yeah.
So maybe we as a board can develop some kind of training to go into the department and train all of their staff.
I mean, it might even be something like, sorry.
No, the thought just came to my mind because your line officers never get, we never talk to the line officers unless we're in a hearing or something.
Right.
But it would be beneficial for the whole department as a whole. Maybe they can do it, but there should be some type of training.
So that's the thing, you can have like at that in-service,
In-service training.
during in-service for like a year or something, especially when they periodically, having staff and a chair or board member, go to that just to introduce yourself, say, here's our role, we think it's important that and that's a place where you can deliver that message directly. That doesn't mean that some people won't be skeptical. But again, my experience is it means a lot to them that you bother to come to them and talk to them. Like it's a lot different from, okay, eventually we're gonna order you to our hearing.
Exactly.
We're coming to you and we want to participate in what you're doing and introduce ourselves.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, in Charlottesville, we did, the chief and I, we went to the recruits, we treated them for lunch. We reserved this at one restaurant, nobody, just us and the recruits, and we're talking, very casual conversation. My expectations, to an oversight and his expectations of the chief, and we were aligned on a lot of different principles. So I think it's good if you get them early like that, then
Yeah,
to demystify, what this process is.
but as far as trainings that they're undergoing that we would witness. So the PRC worked on the use of force policy, and then we were curious about seeing their use of force training.
Yeah.
And we were told that the office or that the officers weren't comfortable with us observing their training.
Well, and that's, that's.
Yeah.
I'm not, I'd say.
They'd be like.
They wouldn't feel comfortable.
Yeah.
And I think that, it wouldn't surprise me either way, I've heard so. And I think that, it's good to ask, it'd be great if you could, but also you can also get their use of force training, do training for you, right?
Well, that's what they did offer, but it's like, I don't need
Well, see, this is where I'm gonna push back and say, maybe you could personally, enough about it that you don't need.
No, it's not that I know about the value, it's just what values it to me personally to. I mean,
Well, again, you're evaluating investigations involving use of force. And you could read a policy, but I think it's really different to actually go through, even not like the full training, but like an overview of the training and types of things they do. I don't know if they have a simulator in Berkeley.
They have the regional one that they share, but
Okay,
But
so, you know,
having not undergone any of the other training, to suddenly show up at a use of force training that I'm participating in when I have no other training whatsoever in law enforcement, it just seems kind of.
So can I make a relational view?
there's definitely other trainings.
Yeah.
I don't want to step on plans to do.
The thing is, my point was that we wanted to see, we wanted
How
to
they were
observe how they were being trained. And for, it's not the same thing.
Right.
Could have been possibly interesting, but we were interested to see them do an actual training.
On the policy that we worked so hard on, that now the department was implementing. How are they training on this policy? That's what we wanted to see.
Right.
And I can understand why they were hesitant. But it would have been nice to be able to.
Yeah, well, and I guess for me, what I'm ultimately trying to say is like, I hear that, and so, but what else can you do? Shit, you can't get that particular thing, that would still be helpful, because you've got the goal, I mean, I try to get what's the goal, but there are multiple goals here. So you've got the goal of letting the department know you actually want to see what they're doing. And not like, well, we made this, we want, because I think I can imagine it's like, we want to see if you're doing it the way we wanted you to.
Oh, right.
Which is different from like, wow, we're really curious because we get complaints and we want to understand how officers are trained. So when we were looking at that, we know what they're supposed to do. And it's not just because I saw, I don't know, television anymore, some cop show and we saw that's what they were doing. So, and then the other part is that then you're building relationships. If you're in there, there's a trainer, so maybe you're not watching them train officers, but they're telling you what the training is, they're going through. That's still really valuable. So it's like, just because it's not the whole thing. And I get the frustration, but I would say, but that's okay. So what else? What else can you get that's helpful?
And maybe there's some type of training we could observe that they feel more comfortable with us.
Curiously enough,
Did they say why they thought the officers would be uncomfortable?
No, I guess I kind of understood why they might, just that they would not feel relaxed if they felt they're being observed by the.
yeah, and I think that this is an opportunity to educate them, like, some of the stuff we bring is not like new, like, it's not. There's effective practices of this going out in DC, we routinely, we went twice a year to the academy, we did baton strikes along with them, get back, so it's like, it's helpful for you as an officer to make sure that you as a board is more educated and get that hands-on experience. Curiously enough, San Francisco, when we went to the conference, we went to their academy as part of the conference, and they opened up their doors. They're like, if you guys want to come on, let us know, we'll coordinate. So at least if we don't work it out a birthday, at least we'll get you to San Francisco.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I see one of these people. So sometimes you gotta move. So you know that trust is not there. So if what you can get from them is they bring in a trainer and they train you and show you what they do. Sometimes when you say no to that, you're saying, I don't trust that you're gonna do what you do with the officers. So, so some of this is trust. And some of it is if you let them come in and bring a trainer and train the board and show the board how they train it, that's also a way to establish relationship. And the question that we ask after showing us that, they can kind of get a sense of what we are looking at or what we're curious about, and then we can help build that trust. But to say, I want to see what we develop this policy, we hope I want to see you do it. It almost sounds like I don't trust you. It's just what it sounds like to me. Well, it's sort of that whole syndrome. I mean, I hear you, but it's sort of that syndrome. Julie probably feels like, I put, sweat and tears into developing this, working on this policy, and now I have no understanding of what happened. So here's, all of my hard work. But
Well, it was really just curiosity. It wasn't like we worked so hard, we're entitled to. It was more like, I'm just interested in the training. I've never observed any police training. I don't know.
Right.
I'm
That was
curious.
my curiosity too. And that policy was developed, it wasn't us that developed that policy. We worked collaboratively.
Very
I
collaborative.
mean, that committee was in collaboration with the department, so it wasn't like our product, you know, it was in collaboration. And
I guess it depends on how, how they're approached, like, we're just interested to know how your training process works across the board.
Yeah.
Not necessarily picking and choosing.
right,
Yeah.
could be anybody.
Yeah.
And they just felt like the people, the officers wouldn't be comfortable, wouldn't be able to say things or ask questions that, I don't know.
Yeah.
And I mean, I do think I don't think that that's untrue. Like, I think that is true. I mean, the way, policing culture is, now, I mean, this is not even judgmental, it's just the reality. They talk in a way they don't talk in front of the public.
Right.
And so if they're in their space where they get to be police doing their policing work, and then there's someone there, not just someone from the community, but someone whose job is to judge them about misconduct, that can feel really, so I did. And maybe we shouldn't live in that world, but I think we just do.
Yeah.
So.
But we should revisit it. Again, just put it out to them. Is there some training that we could observe? We'd love to learn more. A neutral way to put it.
I don't need to talk about that. I'll just say, just thinking about communication as a way to both understand the community's needs, but also to let them know what you're doing. Right? I feel like so much in oversight, we get focused on them first. And you guys are doing a bunch of stuff, so you can do that.
That last sentence goes back to what Julie said earlier about having strong initiative. Because we're on the road. So that last game would make me think about. She was talking about having. I won't call it initiative statement, I'll call it some sort of purpose.
Right, because there's a lot to do, but if you're not trying to actually, other than meet all the things on the list, if you're not trying to get to a certain place, or have a certain, not endpoint, but like, what is it you want to have achieved in a year or 2 years, and that sort of semi-strategic thinking. Okay, let's see, where are we? I think I watched. I'm gonna skip over training. This training is very important. Yeah, things you should know. I think we've talked about this already, or I've talked about already. Places that you can get training. I mentioned this already. They hold resources for those effective practices within other places. Yeah, I was going to go into this and dig into it a different way. Yeah, and these are really, I think, these are questions you have to ask yourself. These aren't, there's not answers to this, they vary, but as you do that work around engagement and connection, you're also communicating with the police, right? You're communicating with your elected officials and the people in city government. And again, and I don't mean like, we're trying to talk to you about like getting our rules in place. I mean, more just communicating in a broad sense, having those lines of communication out there. I think it's just part of the reason it's so much in this presentation, but it's also in the conversation that's just because this is the nature of city oversight. There's all the rules and laws, and then there's relationships and communication. So it comes back to that a lot. I'm going to skip over more about the practices. I was going to come back and revisit that later in the day, but we didn't really get through a ton of that. But I will. Oh, you can't read that, can you? Read that?
It's kind of dark. The top one's kind of dark.
Yeah. So it's funny. It's not quite the 4-way test, but it's a. Oh, it's fired. So, how can you build on opportunities that you have while addressing and understanding the challenges that you face? So, we've talked a bit about that, but there's a lot of challenges. There's a lot of structural, there's a lot of issues, a lot of concerns. But also thinking about the opportunities, right? I mean, I know I tend to think, you know, it's like, like, no, everything's great, let's look at the positive side. But I do think about like, okay, so maybe there was a barrier here. So what's the opportunity that gives us? What does it show us? What does it tell us that, okay, maybe we can't go down this path. So let's stop worrying about that. Let's go down this path and try to get this in place. Legitimacy with all stakeholders and goodwill for the future. Again, I think it's easier said than done, but really kind of having that be like a mindset, right? Is that in all of your interactions, we're always kind of having a piece of it. It's like, okay, here's what we're trying to achieve. Here's what we have to do. Here's what the charter says, but also how in this interaction am I building legitimacy? How am I demonstrating to these people I'm engaged with that I'm coming with goodwill and that they shouldn't just trust me, but that I'm demonstrating that. Now this is, we talked about this a little bit in the one-on-one thing, but what are your priorities and looking one backward, right? So I think that actually feeds right into this, whatever you want to call it, that you both talked about. Like, and I know it's that letting go thing, but what are the things that really have to happen? What are the things? I mean, staff, I think, have different processes around doing this for their discrete work, but working with the staff and with all of you, what are those things that really have to happen? Can you sequence things so some things build off of others? And then how do you adapt to conditions in order to achieve your mission? Let's say I'm using a mission for instance, but whatever it is you're trying to achieve, being flexible, right? That doesn't mean just, whatever happens, just going with the flow, but really being willing to kind of step back and say, well, we've been trying this, it's not working. Like I think the conversations you've had about the subpoena power today have been really interesting to me to listen to, because I think people so often don't have it and are focused on, oh, we're gonna get subpoena power. And I cannot tell you how many conversations I've had with people who the first question they have is, well, will that have subpoena power? Or do you have subpoena power? I'm saying my agency has had subpoena power since 1984, and I'm not aware if it's been used in the last 25 years. I mean, we don't need to. I mean, so we're a good place. Crazy mandate.
Because you get what you want.
Yeah, and we're not trying to get as much because it's a different mandate, a different structure. But yeah, I mean, we get what we need. If people need, we don't have body worn cameras, but we will. That's gonna be a whole interesting thing. I can't imagine what's gonna be like for my board to start watching body worn camera video, and I need to get them trained on that. But yeah, we get whatever we need for complaints in cases that the boards will.
Should we be trying to answer these today? I mean, are you saying just for future
I
reference?
think these are things, this is almost like having those touchstones as you're doing your work, right? Because I don't think these are, okay, how do we adapt to conditions? Well, we'll do A, B, and C. I think these
I was thinking the third one about what are our priorities and what's on the back burner.
I think that is something you should engage in. Probably sooner rather than later, but it's like strategic planning. It's something you have to it's iterative. But because today, these are our priorities, and then a year from now, something has changed. We've gotten things, there's a new mayor, there's a new police chief, California has become a separate country, there's new country. I mean, whatever it is, things will change, and then you have to reassess.
Did we establish our I mean, I was kind of hoping that today we would do that third one. Have we? Did we do that? I know we went over that. So.
And I said, for me, there's so many things that are variables still that are constants that kind of make it a little bit more difficult for me to say this is what's next week. This one, the status of the level we're in, the regulations, I know they can't hold it back from. Our engagement with the police, that's something we have to do right away. I would love to know, let's find 3 more committee members to take off some of the burden off on their shoulders. But what goes on the back of it? That's something I'd love to know what we can.
Well, maybe the community engagement stuff, even though we'd like to do that, but maybe we're not going to be doing as much outreach. I don't think that's going to be the top priority.
I think that's super fair. I just think Juneteenth is in for 60, 71 days. That would be our first engagement in public. Is that correct?
Next year. This year.
This year, yeah, it was last year, we did not show up.
Didn't I?
Well, you know, we had a tent, we had a little bit of literature, I know, I was, excited the kitty, I don't believe me or I don't believe you. I just thought our presence was smaller than it should have been. Yeah, we can do more. What's that?
Did it engage?
I probably engaged 4 or 5 people, and that was the most I've seen. And I come by the.
Well, at that event, you're really dependent on people coming up to your table. If they don't come up to your table, you don't get to talk to them. I mean, we.
Our Christmas was.
Next one,
Tote bags.
balloons, flowers, plants, music. We were right in front of the board. So, those
Out the refrigerator bag.
Sanitizer. Okay, so I'm just talking about this is, you know, this was sort of in the sense of 13 principles, I think it's true about everything. So let's just, I'm skipping a whole bunch of stuff, so I'm gonna take one thing that we will talk about is world trauma, I can say that, I'm not gonna talk about, I just skipped over my whole section.
you let it go.
I let it go.
Let it go.
I let it go. I set my priorities, I put trauma on the back foot. So, no, it's a practice, right? For those who have spiritual practices or physical practices, yoga, I mean, it's a practice. So we have to individually and collectively. And we don't live in a society that fosters that. Right? We live in a society that's like more now, yesterday, how soon, how much, why not yet? And that's necessary, but we also have to kind of recognize that. I struggle with that. Huh? Did it, you know, I come to 120 slides. So but I'm on slide 105. Actually, it's not 120 today, it's a little bit less. So yeah, challenges and opportunities. So I'm going to give you a little bit of foreshadowing. We're not going to do the exercise quite yet, but when you get to the exercise, I'm going to ask you, what do you think is the board's biggest opportunity? And what's the biggest thing that could keep you from meeting the challenge ahead or taking advantage of that opportunity? Okay, so so again, you're not going to answer this yet, but what's your biggest opportunity? And what's the biggest thing that might keep you from meeting that opportunity, achieving whatever that opportunity has out there for you? Okay. So let that percolate. So one of the things that, you know, in the world of NAPOL, so NAPOL, for those who don't know, haven't had real exposure to, I hope all of you get to go to NAPOL at some point, the NAPOL conference. You know, NAPOL, as I said 5 times, it's been very formative for me. I never, 20 years ago, I would be an activist on civilian oversight and training and stuff like that. So it's very cool. But one of the roots of NAPOL was that it was founded by a group of people, 8 people, who just, and they really happened to all be African American. Most of them were former law enforcement officers. And they included the director of the Richmond Police Accountability Office at the time, Don Casimir, and a number of other people from around the country who had been part of an international group called IAPOL, the International Association for Security Oversight Law Enforcement. And they felt that as people from the United States, there was a specific history, which I sort of talked about earlier, around policing and the differences in governmental structure, that they weren't having the same conversations as their colleagues from Canada and Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago and Ireland, England, Northern Ireland, and so Ghana, a couple of countries. So they decided to form their own group. And one of the things, the reason I say all that is because they grounded it in this concept of Sankofa, which is a word from the Akan people in what's now Ghana in West Africa. And there's different ways of translating it, but the basic idea is that you have to understand your history, where you come from, to make sense of where you are now, and to know where you're going. And one of the symbols of this is very stylized versions of the Sankofa bird. And so it's a bird whose feet are planted forward, heading toward the future, which is looking back, see where it's come from. And it's a little hard to tell, but it's carrying an egg. And that egg symbolizes the future. Now it's an egg, so you can't see it. You don't know what's in it, but it's your future. And you're carrying that, protecting that as you move forward into the future, understanding what's in the past, right? So that's, I think, a big part of the idea behind NAPOL, separate from the National Association, but that concept of Sankofa. And so I think for people in individual communities, that's also important. Now again, we've heard a little bit about the history. Some of you lived through a lot of that history, know way better than I possibly can. So I'm not going to try to tell you about the history of Berkeley, from what little I know. But I will say that, you know, thinking about why this board was originally established, why it was revamped, and why you're here today in this new form, what the city of Berkeley is looking for, and I mean that in a broad way, not just the city administration, but I mean that and the whole community, to the extent that people are looking for something from this group. And what will your legacy be? Because you are still at this point of creating something new. I mean, I think about it in this small way with this NAPOL peer review process that I'm part of. And I'm just struggling to get the work done and scrambling and I'm behind, and we have to reschedule our meetings. And yet, if things go well, I'm helping you create something that for years or maybe decades to come will help support civilian oversight. And that's a small example, but I mean, that's sort of trying to take that approach of thinking about what will be the legacy of that work, even as I'm like scrambling day-to-day work that happens. So we talked quite a bit about challenges. I usually spend more time on this and then people go around, but I will, so what I have here, it says another slide that is sort of the standard challenges I hear from people as I go around the country, talk to people, I super trainable. But in all seriousness, we've heard about some challenges, so I love people just to quickly throw out some other challenges, maybe that haven't come up. You know, so we've talked about subpoena power, we've talked about the rules and regulations, we've talked about, and there's some big things we've talked about. But what are some other challenges? They all can be challenges with the administration or the police department or the union. They could be challenges with the community. They could be challenges with the ordinance or the charter amendment. So just
That's
like
one
popcorn stuff.
challenge, speaking of the charter amendment, is that it's poorly drafted and filled with ambiguities. And so we struggle to operate, you know, in accordance with its mandate because it's unclear. And so it's also difficult when we're promulgating the regulations because we know that the charter amendment provides some boundaries, but it's not clear what they are. So that's a struggle, the fact that it's poorly drafted.
Okay, so unclear charter language, and I can relate to that. So and just popcorn stuff, just where are some other challenges? Again, they can be challenges about like the time we're living in, right? So just the challenges that you see for you.
And well, just to add to the charter, I think not everybody outside of this board or the office has thoroughly read the charter. So like managing people's expectation and explaining to the community, like, why aren't you doing this? Well, they can't do this, you know, and, you know, please give us this stuff, where is it? Like, is it read the charter? So like, like getting everybody to be on the same page about what's in there is it was a challenge. The other thing, just the staffing, it really, you know, the police staffing is an issue, but the citywide staffing, it really impacts us in ways that it is very real. So.
Okay. A few other things. There have to be, you know.
Well, our staffing is, we're seriously understaffed too. The office and us, since there's only 6 of us instead of 9. And yeah, so there was that. I had something else, but I'm sorry, my mind just in response to what Hansel was saying about
People not knowing what's in the charter.
people not knowing what's in the charter, but something else I'll remember.
You said the Times, I think the Times is, everybody's like on edge, like for different reasons and, you know, I feel like every community is one bad police interaction away from erupting. So like that adds pressure to us as an accountability board, like what are you doing to prevent it? As, you know, unnecessary stress on law enforcement and maybe necessary and whatever. You know, to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to. So everybody, I think, is a product of these times or in being mindful of this global context we're in right now.
Yeah. What else?
I'm gonna go back to the one that both in St.
Stand close by.
Another challenge in St. Some people don't believe that the past is anything to do with the future. And so now we're around people that don't accept that the past definitely has an impact on what's going on right now. And if we don't do something about it, definitely impact. So I think that's.
Yeah, that's a good one, right? Because I mean, I had those conversations myself with people in my city, like, the arrested Professor Gates, that was like 13 years ago. Why can't we just move on? It's not that simple. And that's a small example in a certain sense. It was nationally known, but I think I got arrested, you know, for a couple hours and just the lawyer was Professor Charles Ogletree. I mean, you know, it's not. What else?
I'd say the changing demographics of Berkeley and gentrification, which is displacing some of the large part of the population that's been here for many years, and the economic stresses that are boosting, you know, inflation, et cetera, all over the country are impacted here. So that in combination with the high housing costs and gentrification, some of which is related to the presence and the power of university in this community, makes it difficult, I think, for newcomers to the city who don't appreciate the city's history. And even within the police department, a history of progressive policing makes it challenging as a new oversight body with greater powers than the prior one to be accepted.
I think a challenge is, I mean, one of the things that the community, those members of the community who speak up are very concerned about, and we are too, has to do with the racial disparities in stops and arrests. And Berkeley, of course, is not one of the worst cities for that, but still there's dramatic racial disparities. And when we attempt to address this, it's taken by members of the department to be an accusation that they're racist. And the thing is, every institution in our society reveals similar racial disparities, education, medicine, every institution. So it's not unique to policing. And the policing disparities are a remnant or a construction of the society as a whole. So there's sort of two challenges associated with that. One of them is to try to convince people in the department that we're not calling them racist when we bring this up. But the other is how to confront something like racial disparities in one institution when it is pervasive throughout the society. You know, it's really difficult to know how to address that when it's not something that, I mean, at least in Berkeley, obviously, the example of extreme racist behavior in some police departments, and we've lately been exposed to a scandal here in one of our units, but in general, it's not a matter of individual racism of individual officers, and so how do we address this disparity as an oversight body when it's societal? I mean, we can't answer it, I guess, but I'm just saying,
It's a challenge.
to me, that's one of the greatest. I mean, to talk about policing and not to talk about the racial disparities and how to address that at the level of an oversight board seems daunting.
Yeah, well, I'm going to bring out one Frank here, and I'll just say, I think that part of the additional set of challenges is that, like, there's internal equity and what are the numbers and statistics of staffing and all that, and it's promoted. But then when you start talking about policing and law enforcement, there's so many other layers about what's the correlation between socioeconomic neighborhoods and where police patrols are sent. And if you're stopping people, are they residents of Berkeley, or are they not, or are you targeting them who aren't? And so I think it becomes much harder, right? Because it's not just like, what are the outcomes of patients that come to our hospital? Are we seeing racial disparities that we can't account for due to socioeconomic status or something? So it's not to say it's not important, but just to acknowledge that it's so much harder. And I think that's part of why police tend to be like, well, but that doesn't tell you anything, or like, oh, when I stop a person, I treat them all the same. And I mean, there's all these different ways, some of which I think they're always sincere, but they're not necessarily, they don't actually address the issue, but people are telling you how to feel. So it's not an answer, but just to say, I think it's a particularly hard challenge. And, and I think that's also for law enforcement, they tend to compare, well, if you look at Oakland and you look at Albany and you look at, and I don't know what those numbers are, but yeah, that's like where their data analysis will go is, but if you look at us compared to our sister or neighboring agencies or agencies of a similar size or blah, 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 blah. And there's truth to that too, but so I mean, I guess in some ways, I'll stop in a second. It makes me think that the answer is less about why aren't we fixing that, or why are the disparities so great in our city around this, and sort of like, what does that, like trying to ask, what does that tell us? Like, because I think if the answer is what tells us that we're part of a racist institution, that's going to like shut people down. Now, I don't have a great alternative thing to say what it is, but I think it's somehow saying like, this is something that it's almost like, not the same, but awful, but awful. This is an outcome that we don't want. And we need to understand why it's happening, because we don't want it. Now, hopefully people will all agree with that. Now, again, what you do with that's okay. We go from my theoretical lecture soapbox to just say, you may have forgotten, but you all said a lot of interesting things, and they're not all up here, and not all these things are what you said, and not everything you said is up here. But these are some of the things that we hear in this work around the country. There's very high expectations of the agency. There's a lot of fear of change that people, various stakeholders may have. Their level of community trauma. That's in there. Skepticism from law enforcement. I haven't actually heard that too much specifically, but I get the sense it's there. A lack of understanding oversight in this role. How come you guys didn't do this? Why aren't you doing that? There's partiality. I actually haven't heard a lot about that here, so I think it's good. Having legitimacy with both sides or all the stakeholders. Again, interestingly, I haven't heard that in our conversations about with the community, because a lot of oversight boards, they have as much problem with the community trusting them and believing that they're doing something legitimate as they do with law enforcement. Change can't wait. That's my shorthand for it. We have to do it now. It's immediate, urgent. Trying to meet all of the different demands. And then this didn't come up, I think, is that, but I definitely see this in a lot of places where there are some stakeholders who just feel like you can't engage those people. And if you're, well, I mean, this you come over. If you're working, not directly, but if you're working with the police, then I'm not going to talk to you. If you're working with that group, we're not going to talk to you. And so then people are basically trying to make a choice between who you engage with and who you talk to. So it's both, like there's some stuff that's a little different, but also that you guys are not on your own, which is good and bad, right?
Yeah, I think, just adding to this list, it sort of touches upon what I want to say. But I was gonna say, I think one of the big challenges that not just we, as you know, within our system here in Berkeley see, but many agencies see across the country, or even as I heard through the American Society of Criminology and their conference, and a lot of different presenters, was like, how do we reach that majority chunk of the population that doesn't necessarily have a strong opinion? Because I feel that's primarily where our support, or again, our lack thereof would be. I feel that we oftentimes hear from people that have very strong opinions about the police, whether favorable or negative, or even about, you know, in terms of our system, we only really hear about the folks that have a very either positive sentiment towards us or a very negative sentiment. And I think just a challenge is really reaching to those members of the community who might not necessarily feel any one particular way, or more importantly, for the members of the community that don't really know that we're around. As the director mentioned earlier, this past Monday, we had the opportunity to present some students, which generally tend to be, at least considering in the context of the course that where we presented, they tend to be important with the complaint systems. But in this case, like we weren't necessarily on their radar when it came to our oversight system or the PRC. Well, they have some understanding of the PRC given their instructor, but they didn't really know that there's a transition to a new system. So I think that's important in getting out in terms of the community and just provide information and just giving a broader range of stakeholders, not just, I like to.
Yeah, yeah. No, and I would agree with Paul. I mean, I think that on some level, there's gonna be a chunk of people who just kind of don't care because they don't have problems with police. They don't need to do anything about it, and fine, there's voices that are important. It's like you do need to try to hear from the people who. Is that because they don't different? Is that because they get all the service they need? They call the police show up, or police show up and they don't do anything bad to them, or they've never seen the police, or, you know. So there's a lot of different reasons. I got other things I'm more worried about the police and policing, right? So, and then that's a real thing. So, but I think those voices are important as well. Even if they're not always front and center, to have a deeper understanding of the total stuff. So again, this is like a code that you're going to be small general opportunities that you see that you have where you are.
Broad support for the oversight body?
In the public.
In the public.
Sense, and that this is a contradictory, even if you're not like voicing strong opinion, a majority. The voters, this was.
But also those who do come and make comment, I mean, the ones.
Yeah, which is not true in every oversight.
Yeah, no.
Comment that I hear.
Exist, some of them.
Yeah. Other opportunities. I don't see the challenges now.
Well, I would say since we're new, I mean, it's both, it is an opportunity because theoretically build upon what was good about the RC to the fresh start, I think, is an opportunity.
Define who you are, what we're doing, something
Yeah. What else?
We have a great board. I'm looking forward to one opportunity.
We've been getting along so. It's be great to have.
Making culture of expanding to include new perspectives.
Right.
We
I'm
have,
really glad to.
so I say, we have a regional community of oversight that we should be tapping more into with BART in San Francisco, Richmond. So,
Well, I was thinking about that, about the opportunity to have a conference or something, or even if the California specific conference, because Naples is great, but if you, there are so many oversight bodies in California.
California, so there's being led by the director or the Department of Police Accountability in San Francisco.
So maybe somebody from the coalition building or.
Our backyard now.
That we don't have a lot of decision. Even when we argue, we're still basically on the same side. To our growth and development. If we were, split up and we wanted to unify. We might not have less.
What else?
We would potentially get. Face and that's an opportunity if we can get it.
Yeah.
Anything else about maybe the impact you might have?
Impact.
Good, I mean, there must be.
I have a little bit of an impact. It's kind of forward thinking. It's big, but in ways that work. And we can really. With the policy of this board, we can be a model for the country. And the second, we'll be imagine if we see
impact.
That's right.
But it's the same. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
All right, so here's urgency. Of now, the moment we're in, but the state laws have been changing, the supporting oversight, so that's not true. Like it's not true in Tennessee or Arizona. But Thankfully, we're not as excited, that. In this world. But
There's the voice in support is strong, but the actions contradict that voice. And
Yeah.
bureaucracy in truth.
you know, you've got all these people talking and making statements, and when it really comes down to like, okay, so we need a budget allocation for this. Oh, you know, things are tight right now. What else is up here?
You know, can I just say something about the state law? Yes, California has some state laws that are better than, say, Tennessee, but if I'm not mistaken, we.
I think you could be absolutely right. I don't know, which is, I don't know.
Well, it's one of the things that is very frequently used as to why we can't see documents or. Most.
Sacred.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
Represent. They're very powerful here.
And that's all in the chat. Challenge because of that power.
Yeah.
It makes it difficult to live with.
Why it's something that's like for me, it's, I didn't say that it's as opposed, even when the law is on your side, there are other ways other than to get there. Oh, that's not certain.
Oversight, they mandate oversight at the county level everywhere now with the new law, and some of their stipends are very generous for board members, anywhere from 10,000 to 26,000. So I think, yeah, they're very progressive in improving oversight, but there's still a lot of growing pains in the implementation of that law.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, do those boards specifically hearing boards? Like for disciplinary hearings or?
Well, some of
I
them,
know they've done both. They have a-
Yes. yeah, and I think they separate them. That's they're one of them, yeah, that does the discipline aspect, and then the other one's the misconduct. And I think that the board members that serve for the discipline, they're the ones that get the higher stipends.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's see. I don't know, some of these haven't really come up around like the calls for reform becoming abolition, although I mean, I guess that's the subtext of the change. Centering those most impacted, that has been the big phrase recently.
What does that mean?
Well, so,
Centering?
yeah, so the idea is, and this is a sign that it's shifting a little bit, that you know, things around policing, things around oversight should be centered on those who had the most negative impacts from the system. You know? So, and I think that, I mean, it's interesting because I have to take this off the slide at some point because it isn't something that's coming up quite as much as it was like 3 or 4 years ago, where people really focused on, you know, how do we have voices of people who have been incarcerated or have, you know, lived experience in the criminal justice system on these boards. And then there were lots of fights where various levels, not just police, were like, well, wait a second, we can't have like convicted felons on this board because they have access to it. So it maybe that is, you know, it's my, I have these moments where I'm like, oh, maybe that's actually shifting a bit.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, and I'd say in usually it's neither inherently good nor bad. Right? There's challenges and benefits of having that, but then I think that there's that balance of if you're centering the most impacted for good reason, then what about all the other people who have not been most impacted? How do you strike that balance? Someone talked about policies and procedures can be changed, creating something sustainable came up, defining the role, work and outcomes. And then, the hard part, which I didn't hear say, engaging all the stakeholders, although that's been the subtext to a lot of our conversation today. All right, so it's 4:03. I promised you'd be out here by 4:30. So let's see. Yeah, so before we get to that conversation, I'm just gonna leave that slide up there. But now I think is the moment for you to do your pair thing. So find a new pair. And now this time I gave you the question ahead of time, and we've been talking about opportunities and challenges. So the question again is, what is the board's biggest opportunity? And what is the biggest thing that might keep you from taking advantage of that opportunity of meeting that? That's not on the screen.
We're supposed to move again or not?
Yeah, find somebody who haven't paired up with. I know, I make you move, it's good to move. We don't have to end up.
Biggest challenge.
Maybe find
You should have. Very nice.
I'll start. I'm gonna read Dobby's because it was good, but I didn't write it down.
That's okay.
So biggest opportunity is to work with the office to get a meeting with the Berkeley Police Department and other stakeholders to discuss the meaning of the charter amendment. But first we need to create a clear position of our own. And then the biggest challenge will be to get the BPD to the table. Not, what was it, that meeting confer?
Yes, not to meet and confer, but to try to reach an agreement about a cooperative relationship.
Right,
Yeah.
because they have not, well, at least the union has never come to any of our meetings, even though we've invited them. So apparently they think they will waive their rights if they ever try to work collaboratively.
Well, they come, they just don't speak.
You're right, or they listen to the recordings.
I'm jumping in, but I don't want to, I mean, I don't even name on it, so you have offer, invite them to present.
The union? No, that.
As a union or, so I just want to make sure, because the president did come to the last, and he presented some feedback.
But not as a union.
No, that's a union, right, so we're,
I would be interested.
okay.
Put on your union hat.
That's for the gym.
No, I'm just make sure I understand the ad, so.
I like that. And then-
Because people like to be listened to. Okay, so I'm sorry, I interrupted the floor.
No, that's a good idea.
You wanted to get that, so.
All right, so, this is what Julie's opportunity would be, to build a strong, cohesive body. To build, to work collaboratively with the community to improve public safety. And law enforcement, I'm sorry, yeah, and to work with the community and law enforcement to improve public safety. But the challenge is the adversarial relationship between the board and the police. Right?
And, board burnout.
And board burnout, excuse me. And board burnout, I almost forgot. I wrote it so fast, it was.
Because I think we all get very discouraged at times. I mean, I think hopefully we'll feel inspired today, but
So.
I've been feeling very discouraged lately.
All right, thank you both. Did you guys do this? Or
Yeah.
were you busy working out future planning?
Well, this is part of that work. Yeah, so the director said that one of the big opportunities that we have is people and just the general community that we serve, because we have a very responsive and listening community. When we convey and when we speak, they'll listen. So it's just a matter of reaching a point, and this is part of the challenge of like reaching that point of stability to where we could be more proactive in reaching out to the community. And just in general, just finding our rhythm so that we could avoid those board burnouts, and that we're just more consistent with our work. And I'll add in this part, like, you know, we recognize that we're in this period of transition and that we're very much still building a foundation for a structure that will be around forever. Yeah. So yeah, that's the gist. I'll let the director add anything else.
No, that was accurate. Jose said that we have a really good opportunity to be innovative with our communications and specifically our website. But so that's also is the challenge right now, that we don't have the communications infrastructure. But we did discuss with there's a liaison in the communications office, and we have floated the idea about having a separate website. She didn't, well, I don't think she was necessarily in a position to weigh in on that, but I did speak to the city manager about that. And as much as they want uniformity, I think she seemed to be receptive to us having our own, if we want to go that route. So explore a little bit what that means in terms of budget, and if we need to make a budget ask, but that would give us a little bit, again, more autonomy and independence.
Yeah.
Did they talk, you didn't talk about Oxford?
Yeah, I think he identified the thread, just not having a communications infrastructure.
Oh,
We did, Cheryl. Our opportunities was reimagining police and, just having the ability to make changes. And the biggest obstacle is the resistance to change. There's so much resistance to change that we make it a little more difficult to make the changes that we see to be made. So our vice chair said, she made sure, the biggest opportunity is building a positive relationship with the chief. That's the biggest opportunity. And she also had the biggest opportunity number 2, which was making an impact through policy recommendation better policing. And it kind of ties in with fire event. That was her kind of opportunity. Her biggest roadblock was the police officer association.
So Sharon Moore, his biggest opportunity is the development of a model of oversight that serves the whole community. And the biggest challenge was the bureaucracy and institutionalized isolationism, where everybody is in their own silos.
Right about it.
And then Gibby's big opportunity was the support from the community. We have a lot of champions and organizations that support us And we yet to utilize one in a big way, but it's coming. And, you know, this is a political process that we're going through. We have to be clear about that, we need our champion. That would be important. And then the biggest deterrence, it sounds like a broken record, but and litigation.
Okay. So a lot of good stuff there. This again, this is not the answer today, I'm sorry, Julie, but I mean that. But these are like things I think that as you're thinking about processing this stuff, right? You know, probably your next meeting, you don't necessarily need to help do that. I think you guys can do that. Is, you know, thinking a little bit further ahead. I mean, not like strategic planning, but like if you were imagining 5 years from now, what do you hope to look back and say you were able to accomplish? What do you want to see in the work of the board, the work of the office, the police department, the relationships? As you do this work for yourselves, I think this is part of that burnout piece. Like, how do you have expectations that are realistic, and how do you measure success? Because I think, you know, it's the kind of work that doesn't necessarily lead itself to metrics. Even when we have metrics, we had 12 complaints and 7 were considered sustained. I mean, that doesn't necessarily reflect the actual work of the board. It's important for you to know. But finding ways to measure success, they're sustaining, that help you feel good about yourselves. And that's part of why I wanted to highlight briefly some of those things from the budget that talk about what you have accomplished. Because, I mean, again, it's just human and it makes sense. If we focus on where things aren't working, where there's challenges, where there's problems, where there's frustrations, you know, because you need to, but it's also that emotional labor. And I would say, if I had done the talk I usually do about trauma, you know, even the work of thinking about the problems and reviewing complaints and having hearings, that's also emotional labor and it's draining. And that adds to your own burden. And it's part of why burnout is an issue in this field. And then that last part, I'm hearing that this is what people want to do in this group, but really truly listening to and honoring all the different perspectives and voices. And, you know, and like even with the challenges I've heard about the sort of the adversarial relationship that's developed with the police association, it's not, I haven't heard anyone say that we don't care about what they think, or, you know, we don't need to listen to them. It's like, how do we find a way to connect? So I think that you guys are in a good space for that. And it's kind of like living through it, right? It's not like many things, easier said than done, but you got to set the intention and kind of come back to these as touch points as you think about all these different opportunities and challenges, the different ideas people have, how you kind of frame your whatever mission, purpose, goals, whatever exactly you come up with. These are all things that feed into that. And so the last thing I always like to end my presentations with this slide, and it's got 2 components. So the one on the left is an image that was created by an artist named Ricardo Levins Morales. He used to live in Cambridge. His father was Dick Levins, who was a very well-known academic. But he's an artist. His mother is Latino, and so Latina. And so this slogan that the image portrays, nothing about us without us is for us, is often associated with the disability rights movement traditionally, and it comes out of South Africa. Disability rights have used that in back in the 70s toward the end of the apartheid era. This was their slogan. Nothing about us without us is for us. And I think, you know, sometimes I have to try to focus people, like, think about most people, but I think all the different stakeholders, right? Community activists, elected officials, city attorney, you know, police officers, the association, all of them have to see that they're part of it, right? And so to the extent that you're trying to help people see this as a benefit to them, like it's going to help you as a police officer, it's going to help you as a police chief, it's going to help you as a police union to do these things. They have to feel like they're part of that process. And I know it's complicated, contracts and bargaining and meeting but I think that's part of the struggle. The other side, is the word side, And this is a quote that's commonly attributed to someone named Willow Watson. She's an Australian Aboriginal activist. And the reason she gets credit is because she she said these words at a UN conference for women decades ago. But she was always very clear that this was not her phrase. This was something that her community of activists, Aboriginal Australians, said. And I just say it out loud. If you have come to help me, you're wasting your time. But if you have come because your liberation is bound up with mine, then let us work together. And I don't care who I'm talking to, police chiefs, community activists, Black Lives Matter, I always want to end on this because I think it's so easy in almost any of them to feel like, well, we're here to help those people. We're here to fix their problems. But like, we're also diminished by all those problems. We lose our own humanity when we're engaged in something that is inhumane to others. You know, even just as we think about populations in our communities, I mean, I walk around here, I walk around Cambridge, I see unhoused people and just that whole interaction. What can I do? What should I do? Should I do something now? Should I do something later? Should I do nothing? Should I complain? All of those are these moments where it's challenging to think about, like, how is that person's liberation and ability to live a fully human life tied up with me? What should I do about it? I don't always think about it. But when we're talking about issues of policing and law enforcement and the criminal legal system and violence, community safety, these things are very front and center. So it's like, how do we, again, kind of keep that in mind and really have this sense that, like, we can't be fully who we're meant to be until other people are fully who they're meant to be. And if we can keep that in mind, I think that can help us to present things in a way that feel like we're in a shared struggle as opposed to we're on opposite sides. And sure, those sides will reappear, but in the end, we are all trying to create, I think, the same thing, ultimately. Right? Peaceful and just communities where people can live in safety and have their needs met and all of that. So that's me. You can look at me for hours. See one more time. Easy to find. My biggest challenge is there's people who I don't want to talk to who call me all the time. So I like you guys. You know. And of course, if it's like some kind of consulting thing, you should go to the director to work out the city and the massive bureaucracy that I have learned about firsthand. And but it's all good. So the last thing I'll say, because I said I'd get you out here at 4:30, and it is 4:30, is I wanted to say to each one of you, each person here, I didn't get a chance to talk in great length with everybody, but each of you clearly cared so much about this work and the perspective that you bring and the community that you live in and the work that you're doing. That's not always the case when I do this work. I talk to people involved in oversight for all kinds of reasons, like it's a resume builder, I'm going to go on and do this thing. You know, someone told me I had to do it. I'm here to make sure that the other people on the board don't do something crazy. And I really have the sense from this group of people that you really are committed to working together to make this an even better city. You know, lots of challenges, lots of struggles. It's new, but just know that you are not alone. The struggles that you are facing are struggles that people are facing all over the country, and then other countries too that do this work. So just, you know, stick with it, feel good about what you've done, and know that you have a whole network of people who can feel your pain and are in similar situations and that care and want to help you and be supportive of you. So with that, I am done. Thank you all. You're welcome. Mr. Chair, I turn it back over to you.
Item number 5, public comment. We currently have no members of the public present, and there is no members joining us remotely, so there is no public comment.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so now we can have the secret meeting where we decide everything, right?